Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in our beautiful world, and welcome back to TopstepTV. This is the opening call today, November 3rd, 2025. We got a great show lined up ahead for you today. We got a special guest also joining us for the opening call. I'm Jay. To my left, your right, we got John Doherty. Right below me there, it's like the Brady Bunch now. We got John the Goat Hoagland, and on the bottom right, welcome everyone, Amanda, to the opening call. JD, I'm going to start with you. How are you doing today? We can pass it around. What's going on?
What's up, Jay? What's up, Hogue? Good morning, Amanda. What a great way to start the week. Good morning to all my friends and traders in the chat. Happy Monday. We got that poll up for the gold opening range trade, but yeah, let's go around the horn. Amanda, or Jay, you call the next spot. You call the next talker out.
We'll throw it over to Hogue. Hogue, what's going on?
Hey, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. If you're here on time, you made the time change, which always freaks me out a little bit, but very happy to be here with Jay, JD, and Amanda. It's great to see you. How you feeling today? Welcome to the opening call.
I mean, I'm feeling extra well today because we did get an extra hour of sleep. So happy Monday, favorite day of the week. Let's get started.
Absolutely. Let's get into it. JD, like you said, we got that poll up in the chat. Which opening range trade are we taking for gold? If you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. We poll the chat. Are we taking a 5-minute opening range trade or a 1 minute? Right now, 63% of the vote with 255 votes coming in. 63% of the vote going to the 5-minute. Let's take a quick look at that chart to see if there's anything that we do like in this gold opening range trade. Let me know what you're seeing over there.
All right. Well, I mean, the market is opening basically in range and in value. No major changes in the perception of value. It is a little bit long as far as overnight inventory is concerned. We are seeing some buyers coming in here. I'm not in a big hurry. We had a double distribution trend day on Friday. Potential for some repair already getting close to the point of control, the TP, the volume point of control up here around 40.33. We'll take a look there and see where we go. But again, this is a very mechanical trade. We're going to take it either way. If I had to pick one, I'd probably look to the short side. But hey, we'll have to see how this plays out.
Yep. I'm with you on that one, Hogue. We are near the upper extreme of this range. I'm looking at a daily chart right now, and this is where we've rejected a couple of times. We'll take a look when we dive deeper into the charts. But we have gold up just under 1% right now. But trading prices that we've seen for the past 5 trading days. So I'm with you on the short side, but the opening range is going to let us know which side we take. It is officially open now. Gold is officially open. We are going to be taking that 5-minute opening range trade with 62% of the vote going to the 5-minute. Make sure you get your votes in there as you file in. You find your seats, you find your friends where you're going to be placed for the trading day. Make sure you get your votes in there. I think we got about 700 people watching right now. JD, let's go over that economic calendar. What do we have to watch out for today and maybe this week?
Let's do it. We've still got some things on the calendar. I looked at I typically look at a half a dozen different economic calendars. So there are things on these calendars that may not be published due to the government shutdown. But let's run through what we have, or what we know, I should say. So on the talking Fed front, we've got quite a few peppered in throughout the week, starting this morning with Mary Daly speaking at 11 o'clock Central Time. Lisa Cook will also be speaking at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Tomorrow we got Michelle Bowman. Thursday is the big day. Michael Barr, John Williams, Hammock, Waller, Anna Paulson, Moose Allen. Then Friday we've got John Williams, Philip Jefferson, and Stephen Mirren speaking. I'd expect a few more to be peppered in, unscheduled throughout the week. That's just the way she goes now, right? Sometimes people they just run into a microphone and a camera and they have to start talking. And that's the world we live in now. Jobs report week. So we've got some Bureau of Labor statistics reports due out, starting with the JOLTS number tomorrow. We've also got jobless claims and the October jobs report scheduled for Friday. Are these numbers going to come out? Well, that all depends on if they settle this government shutdown. Not expecting it to happen this week. But just be prepared anyway in case something does happen and they release these numbers. Wednesday, crude oil inventories. The EIA has promised to continue reporting on crude and natural gas inventories. So we will be expecting those numbers. Crude oil inventories on Wednesday, natural gas inventories on Thursday. We have a couple of private sector job reports coming out. We have the Challenger job cuts number on Thursday. Also, the ADP number will be out on Wednesday. So those numbers do come from the private sector. They're not run by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So we should be expecting those jobs numbers to come out. And then we'll be wrapping up the week with University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report. This morning, there's a couple numbers on the schedule. Not sure what we'll see. We've got PMI Manufacturing Final, ISM Manufacturing Index, construction spending. Shouldn't expect to see that one. But there are a couple on the calendars today. We'll see what we get, though. That's what we're looking at.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. We are about 2 minutes into this gold opening range. We need a 5-minute candle close to establish the range, and then we're going to take a confirmation candle, a close outside of that range for direction. But Hogue, before we get into the charts, let's go over that checklist. Make sure we're prepared for the day.
Everybody do their homework, man. Everybody do their homework. This is what we're doing here right now. We are going through our checklist, always remembering context, risk management, and patience. Pre-market research. Check your charts, check your time frames, check what you're looking at in your markets. Check on that. Morning checklist. Got your coffee, got your exercise in, got your things all set up for your morning. Check. We'll check that. A mindset check. How are you feeling this morning? It's Monday. Do you trade better on Mondays? Do you trade better on Tuesdays? Check your mindset, of course, and your trade entry checklist. Get your paper, get your pencil, write down those trades so you can review them later on. When you are doing your post-market checklist, we will do that. We'll put the check on there now, but post-market checklist, do your journal, review your trades, review your emotions during those trades, and prepare for the next trading day. If you have done your homework, you are now ready to play. Let's make some money.
Let's do it, Hogue. Socrates in the chat says, the dog ate my homework. Socrates, that excuse never worked. So let's get to it. Amanda, talk to us a little bit. You're, special guest on the opening call. We're going to have you on in a couple of days this week. And JD, we got 30 seconds on that gold opening range. But talk to us, Amanda. What does your pre-market prep look like? We know that if you don't know, that Amanda runs a YouTube page called Ascend Trading. Is that correct, Amanda?
Yes, that's correct.
Awesome. Talk to us about your morning prep. We're going to have Amanda come back for the equity charts, but talk to us a little bit about what your morning looks like before trading.
Yes. Since I trade most US equities, right, ES and NQ, and I only really trade during New York session, one of the big things I do want to look at is how price action reacted during our extended trading hours. So to make sure that we didn't have messy price action, to make sure any ranges that I have mapped actually played well. So we'll be reviewing some of those things when we go into ES and NQ this morning.
Good stuff, Amanda. Good stuff. Well, we can't wait for that. Are you a coffee person?
Absolutely. Without exception.
There you go. Got to have a cup of coffee before you start your day. I don't have one on my desk. I'm drinking water this morning, but we'll get
that is
after
unbelievable.
Yeah, right. Just running on life right now. Running on life. We got that 5-minute opening range closed here, JD. 40.32 is the high. 40.27.30 is the low. We're going to wait for that confirmation candle to close outside of that range, but the 5-minute range is closed for now.
Say that again, Jay. Did you say on the mini 40.32 high? Is that correct?
40.32 high, 40.27.30 is the low.
Okay, we're off by 5 ticks on the high. Micro highs 40.32 half, 40.32.50.
Oh wow,
that's quite a spread.
Yes, it is.
One of the biggest we've seen, right?
Yeah, it is.
5-tick discrepancy. Interesting.
5 minutes just broke to the downside, but again, we'll wait for that confirmation candle to close outside the range. And if we close below the range, we'll be short. If we close above the range, we will be along in gold. Last trade in gold, 40.27, 40.28 half, 40.28 half. JD, before we get into the gold charts, I know we got some news. What do we want to go over?
Sure, let's talk about the FAA. The worst weekend for air traffic controller staffing on record, right? What happened? Flight delays linked to ongoing federal government shutdown continue, with the past weekend marking the worst for air traffic control staffing shortages since the shutdown began. Between Friday morning and Sunday night, there were 98 staffing trigger reports at FAA facilities, meaning air traffic controllers had to alter operations to keep the airspace safe with fewer people working. The alterations can include rerouting planes or delaying flights when there are not enough controllers to handle the normal workload. Air traffic controllers are considered essential staff and must work during the government shutdown despite not getting paid. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said some controllers have called in sick to protest while others are taking time off to work other jobs. It's looking like these staff shortages are going to start creating some trouble, especially going into the holidays. I saw some reports saying people aren't expecting the shutdown to end until at least the 15th of November. We've got a couple more weeks into this, and there's still no guarantees that it'll be over by then. So if you're planning to travel around the holidays, start thinking ahead.
Yeah.
This is not trading advice.
We are 34 days into this government shutdown now. So we are approaching the longest. I think that's a tie, right, for the longest government shutdown. With the last one was 34 days. So tomorrow, unless we get it figured out today, which it doesn't sound like we will, that will be the longest government shutdown. It's crazy to think that people are going to have to work other jobs, but that is the environment that we're in right now. So hopefully we get it figured out.
Better they're all fired.
Fire everyone, Hogue. Hit the reset button. Do it all over again.
Right before the holidays, yeah. Let's just fire everyone. Merry Christmas.
No, just the government. Just those creating this problem. They're the only ones that are.
I couldn't agree more with that one. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not the ones that are working without getting paid. I mean, come on. Let's go, guys. Get to work. Let's go.
Right. Let's figure that out. All right. We got another minute or so before this gold opening range, before the next 5-minute candle close. We are trading below the opening range right now, 40.2660. Last price here in gold. We're going to jump into the charts in just a little bit. Hogue and I are going to take a look at the gold charts, like Amanda did say before. We're going to bring Amanda back for the equity chart, so make sure you guys stick around. I know I am. I have a pen and a notebook here ready to take notes. I've watched a couple of Amanda's opening just market preps, and I'm ready to go. So make sure you have a pen and paper to take notes. Hogue, let's get into these gold charts.
All right, let's take a look. As usual, on Mondays and Fridays, I like to start with the monthly chart. Just got to get to that full outlook. And on the monthly chart for crude, for gold, we've had 1, 2, 3 up months. A couple of things we've been talking about for the last week or so is the fact that we've got a lot of excess at the high here on this monthly chart. Take a look at the weekly. We also had a bearish piercing pattern 2 weeks ago, and we did see some continuation to the downside after that reversal pattern. My question is always, okay, the market's attempting to move lower now. How good of a job is it doing moving in that direction? So we've got the bearish piercing pattern. We've got a little bit of continuation. Volume fell off a little bit on the weekly chart. Taking a look at the daily, what's happened since we put in that all-time high? Well, we've been pulling off. We've seen, lower highs, lower lows, the bearish piercing pattern, all of that. But volume has been falling, as has open interest. So this is more of a long liquidation event over the past couple of weeks where we've been seeing price pulling off instead of new selling coming in. We did add about 9,200 in open interest on Friday, but overall, since the 18th, since we put in this high, open interest has dropped by just under about 5%. So this is not new selling coming on. This is long liquidation, profit taking, shorts getting squeezed. This is not a healthy downside auction in that regard. If it were a healthy downside auction, we'd be seeing volume increasing and open interest increasing at lower levels. So again, as I kind of alluded to last week, this is presenting more of a bullish flag than anything else at this time. Longer time frame, we've got a little bit of a market state change. Short time frame, a little bit of a market state change. Be asking yourself, okay, market's attempting to go lower, but how good of a job is it doing moving lower? And to me, with lower open interest and lower volume, it's not performing well to the downside. It seems as though gold is waiting for something to happen, maybe the equities to crack a little bit, to bring more flight to quality back into gold for possibly some new buying coming in. I don't know this. Jay, what are your thoughts?
Hey guys, just a
Looking at
heads
that,
up. JD in the back here, we did get triggered into a short trade in gold off that 5-minute opening range breakout. Let's count short a couple of micro gold at 40.2560. We're sitting right on top of our entry price right now. CYA is up at 40.3410. We're taking about $170 worth of risk on this trade.
Thank you, JD.
stuff. Thank you, JD.
For sure.
Hogue, looking at this monthly chart, going back to the monthly, all that excess up at the high. I'm looking at the last time we had that much excess at the high of a monthly candle, and that was in April. We sat in a 3-month consolidation in gold after that. So we see the volume decreasing. We see the daily ATR ticking lower, maybe by half a dollar. But gold seems very comfortable around this $4,000 range. We trade on both sides of 4,000 for the last 5 days. And I think, like you said, the market is just waiting. On a daily, we're in between the 20 and 50 moving average. 41.05 is the 20 moving average. 38.65 is the 50 moving average, which we haven't tested since we broke out. And I still have that VWAP from September 2nd, which is at 39.49. It was a support pretty much all last week. Every time we traded down there, we did find some buyers. I think gold is still a great market to trade with a daily ATR of $106. It's just not directionally going anywhere. So I like the short that we're in right now. And I think we were kind of on the same page here of, if we're at the upper extreme of this range and gold is still waiting for something, then maybe we just range until we get that new information. And again, that range can be, we saw it be 3 months earlier this year, right? 3 months of the same prices before we got a next leg up. And kind of feels like we're starting that now.
Yeah, and you can see it on the daily here. I mean, basically, the weekly kickoff low here, 39.09. Last week's low, 39.0130, kind of the lower end of the current area of short time frame balance. Maybe the upper end here around 40.55, 40.60 is the upper area. And let's take a look at the 30. Let's see if we're getting any hints here as to where today may begin. Overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side. Here's where we kind of opened up last night, right there. And overall, a little bit to the long side, but still inside value, inside range, really kind of centrally located inside of value, not really looking at any overnight inventory that I would be looking for opportunities to trade against. However, when we do look at the profile from Friday, it's a double distribution trend day. You can see the kind of high volume note at the high here, the low volume moving lower, and the higher volume down here. This creates that double distribution trend day. And when we open between them, there is a tendency for price to trade to the upper distribution and or the lower distribution of the double distribution trend day from the previous session. Hence why I kind of liked the opportunity for the short, because you could say that in an overnight session, we traded to the upper distribution. I would much prefer us to trade to the upper distribution during regular trading hours, maybe see the market fall off a little bit and then rotate to the lower distribution. But we don't get to see that. We don't get to choose that. So what we're doing is looking at this high as kind of filling up the expectations. If there's any business in the upper distribution, maybe we see the rotate to the lower distribution. Again, overnight inventory a little bit to the long side. I think that benefits the short to a little bit. We don't know. Jay, what are you thinking on this? Look at all these moving averages just right in that area.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. We did trade under the 200 moving average last night. We didn't really see volume cross that 200 moving average to the downside. Price is back up above it. VWAPs are back above it as well. But like you said, Hogue, pretty balanced range that we're seeing here. We are pushing up to the upper extreme of it, where I still do like the shorts. The trade location of it is always the question. But 40, 10, 80 is that VWAP. I'm looking at the highest volume candle from Friday, which was 11 a.m. Eastern time. The high of that candle, 40.2870. Sorry, 40.20. 40.2750. 40.2750 is the high of that candle. If we start to see volume trade above that, then, you know, if I'm still looking for a short, maybe it's better trade location somewhere near the 50s. But so far we've traded inside that candle for a while. The lower extreme of that candle, 39.8230, and 50% is right at 4,005. So I want to see how volume trades around this range. At the upper extreme of this range, if when we get more volume to come in, we see volume coming for the equity session. So I'm looking at the response at that high. If we don't see volume trade above it, then I think we rotate right back through that candle.
Awesome, Jade. Awesome, Jay. Just looking again at the profile from Friday, double distribution trend day, possibility for repair. I would have much preferred if it opened a little bit lower, like in the single prints that we have here. And just to kind of take a look at those single prints, give you some context as to where they are. We've got single prints to single prints. We're looking at 40.2140 down to 40.03 even. Some would call that a fair value gap on a 30-minute chart, but we look at those as really just kind of opportunities to see where not a lot of business was transacted. There was an accumulation of time and volume, a change in perception, an accumulation of time and volume in those single prints. Sometimes we'll leave some business to be transacted there if they didn't get transacted the first time through. It moved pretty quickly through there. We will have to see. Now you got to remember, settlement is at 12.30. The settlement price was 29.96 half. However, the market did continue to trade and into the single prints, but technically after settlement, you have to decide whether you feel as though that is regular trading hours or extended trading hours. The market did trade to close those single prints during the extended trading hour session after the 12:30 close. So that kind of loosens up or lightens up the fact that we didn't get a lot of opportunity to trade there. Maybe our opportunity to trade there has passed already. So just a thought there, Jay.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. Also, I see some questions in the chat. Has the market opened? The time has changed, so the market is going to open up in about 50 minutes or so. Time did change in the US, but I know we got traders all over the world. Markets are not open yet. Equity markets, if that's what you're asking about. But that is our accurate context, or what we think is accurate context for gold. JD, before we get into the crude oil charts, we got some more news.
For sure. Quick update on this gold trade, though. I know you both kind of like the short side. We're in on the short side, but I'll be honest with you. I think we're toast on this trade. Let's roll that toast real quick.
Hit the toast. Toast for breakfast, right? Buttered toast for breakfast. There we go.
Some poached eggs on that for me,
and we're
please.
toast.
Little avocado. Sounds pretty good to me. What do we got as far as news, JD?
All right. You guys aware that there's a penny shortage going on out there? Well, there is.
I know.
And guess who it's hitting right now? McDonald's customers. That's right. McDonald's is dealing with that penny shortage right now. Some of its fast food restaurants are now rounding cash purchases up to the nearest 5 cents when customers don't have exact change. Can you believe that? McDonald's is just the latest business trying to cope with reality that fewer pennies are circulating. The change in McDonald's policy to round up or down only affects people paying cash. Most people in the United States use a credit card or other cashless payments to buy their food. That is the McDonald's penny shortage. They stopped minting pennies about 2 months ago. I really wasn't even aware of this, but it's a thing. There's fewer pennies in circulation right now.
Fewer pennies. I'm trying to think of the last time I've seen a penny. What do you think, Amanda? When's the last time you saw a penny?
Maybe on the floor, but have we picked one up in a while? I'm honestly not sure. I feel like the germs outweigh the value.
Good point.
This is true.
Very
this is true.
Point.
When I see
Amanda, I know you don't look at gold too much, Amanda. Do you have any? Oh, say again.
Put on those fries. When I see the amount of salt they put on those fries, My blood pressure goes up like 5 ticks right then. It's like, why even bother have a shaker? Just take a handful and throw it on there.
Okay, still find it hard to
Hoag's
believe.
blood pressure.
I still find it hard to believe that you've never in your life had a Big Mac Coke. But we
No.
can talk about that later.
Wow.
Amanda, I know you don't look at gold too much. Do you have any opinion on this trade at all while we're in it?
Yeah,
You
I
got a
mean,
chart?
if the Topstep TV audience voted for longs, I'm all in with the gang, right? I'm not usually trading gold or oil, so whatever they think, I think is just probably the greatest decision ever.
Perfect answer. The perfect answer.
We are
All right.
rejecting at value high from Friday, 40.31.30, right? So nice
Just a
rejection
little
there.
bit. Yeah.
Couldn't this be a case of the stop may be a better entry? We'll find out. But toast isn't burnt yet, JD. Toast
Not
isn't
yet.
burnt yet.
All right.
All
Let's
right.
rip through crude oil real quick.
Let's do it, Hogue.
All right. Let's rip through crude oil. Let's do it. Let's mine some here. Crude oil, monthly. Balance. Price, central in balance. Monthly. Weekly. Anything different here? No. In balance. Centrally located inside of balance. We're not going to get a lot of help from these longer time frame charts here, it looks like, for a little while. On the daily. So we rotated lower, checked out this little area of consolidation. We rejected that. We've rotated back to this area of consolidation. We kind of rejected that. And we've set up a little bit of a smaller area of balance here. I'm looking at last week's high, 62.17. Last week's low, 59.64, as our current extremes of our area of balance. And when we're trading balanced markets, we trade balance to break out rules. In other words, we look to fade the extremes. The upper extreme we sell against, the lower extreme we buy against, until proven wrong. A breakout outside of the balance with any substance should be joined with. So in the daily time frame, we may be waiting a while to see any kind of price action near these extremes. We're going to look at the 30-minute chart here shortly. We did add 13,000 in open interest on Friday. That is the estimate. So we did maybe see some buyers in future contract months adjust inventory to the long side off of this low here. To me, this market is very much in short time frame control. The hedgers and the people who really use this market to protect themselves against price swings are well hedged. They have been. We're just looking at shorter time frame traders picking each other's pockets. We want to be the ones picking the pockets. So, Jay, what are your thoughts on the daily chart here?
On the daily, Hogue, I had to take off the 20 and 50 moving average because I needed to be able to see price. So I only have the 200 on there now. We are in balance. It does, to me, look like a little bit of a bullish flag pattern here where we are holding near those 60s. Right? Every time we trade below 60, we do find some buyers. So that is, what I'm calling the lower extreme of that range. But crude oil needs a reason to trade outside of this range, and I don't know that it has one right now. I'm looking at the daily candle, which is October 23rd, and that is pretty much our range for now. Maybe a difficult market to trade for day traders because it is more of a set and forget trade, right? Get in at a good price and just let the market do what it does, getting to the other side of the range. That can be an hour, that can be 8 hours, right? That could be over the course of 2 days. So it's kind of difficult to day trade, especially if you're looking for, a big move in crude oil. Daily ATR is $1.59. Friday's range was a little bit above that, actually below that, $1.34. So crude is a difficult day trade right now. I would say that. So I think be patient. If we can get something near 60s, near the $60 range, I don't mind buying down there. The 200 moving average on the daily is at 61.81. Watching the market's reaction up there, if we get there, would be a nice sell, but right now it kind of feels like it's a 50-50. This market could really go either way. With that being said, we do have the poll up in the chat for the crude opening range trade. Are we taking a 1 minute or a 5 minute? 130 votes right now, 56% going to the 5 minute, 62% long tilt in crude right now, 60.93 is that price. So pretty much right here right now. But yeah, this is balance, Hogue.
We could probably just record this and just kind of reuse this.
Play it again tomorrow.
Day over day sometimes it seems like, right? So, well, let's take a look at the 30. Maybe there's a little bit more information we can glean from what we're seeing here. So we did have a weekend gap. Market opened, away from the closing price that occurred on Friday, but that has been now reconciled. So we open with the weekend gap. If we're going to be looking for any kind of overnight inventory, it's probably to the short side here. We opened here, we're trading here, but nothing all that tremendous as far as using that inventory for any kind of an execution. We're basically right at settlement. Settlement was $60.98. We are in the middle of range, middle of value. You guys probably really get tired of hearing me say when I see that, usually it means I'm going to be looking for better trade locations as the day goes on, as there's very little change in the perception of value. Now, when the regular trading hours, 8 o'clock in crude oil, when those traders come in, that can certainly change things. But just in the area of balance that we're in, inside range and value from yesterday, tells me I may find better trade location as the day goes on. Like Thursday, we opened out of range and out of value. Yes.
Let's be real, Hogue. You're not going to find a trade in crude. You're not even going to look at it after. You're not even going to look at it after this opening call, are you?
Probably not. Probably not.
Probably.
We did have a couple of good opening range trades last week. Right. Like Thursday, we opened out of range and out of balance, and the opening range was the dead low. So that was a pretty decent opportunity. The day before that, we opened in the kind of the low end of value, and we had an opening range that ended up being the low of the session. So we did have a couple of good opportunities last week for the opening range trade. And I don't, Friday I wasn't here, but I can just tell by looking at it, we definitely would have had better trade location after the regular trading hour open, even though we opened out of range and out of value. We did close a session gap on Friday. We're in part of a longer time frame session gap that goes from the 22nd to the 23rd. And that halfway mark, Jay, that you like to check out, where was that? It's not showing up here, is it? Hang on. There it is. $60.
$60.
There's that halfway in that kind of big overnight session gap. We're still trying to work our way through that. Just not you're right, Jay. I'm trying to find something here. And if I look for
we can make up a trade.
We can
make up a trade, Hogue.
Hey, what are you thinking here in the 30-minute?
I think I want to bring back in Amanda and let's talk about the equities. Crude oil is, I think, a great swing trade, but for a day trade, it's a difficult one. I think, if you're an energy trader, maybe I would look at natural gas or something like that is moving bigger percentage-wise. I'm looking at nat gas; it's up 1.5%. Crude oil is going to present a great trade to someone. I just think that it's a better swing trade for now. I know Coach Paul's in it in a swing trade in crude oil. And unfortunately, we can't swing trade with Topstep accounts right now. So, I think there may be better opportunities in other markets. When crude is a great trade, I think it's a really good market to look at. But I feel like I would be making up a trade here. But we do have that poll up in the chat. 200 moving average is 60.46 on the 30-minute chart. I'll look at the market's reaction to their hope.
Awesome.
All right. That is what we got on. We will be taking that opening range trade. Crude does open up in about 8 minutes or so. JD is going to keep an eye on that one and let us know if we do get triggered into a trade. But before we get into the equities, JD, I know we got some more news we want to get to, and then we'll bring Amanda back for her equity analysis.
Let's do it. First, what happened overnight? Well, stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index closed up 0.97%. The Nikkei closed up 2.12%, and the Shanghai Composite closed up 0.55%. The Nikkei, the Nikkei has been on a tear recently. Stocks in Europe traded a little mixed overnight. DAX up 0.82%, the FTSE down 0.03%, and the CAC down 0.06%. The US dollar index up marginally, 99.97 last print on the dollar. The VIX up about 0.5%, 0.25%, 1750, still well below 20 in the VIX, 1750 last print. And the yield on the 10-year US Treasury note above 4%, up a little bit overnight, 4.114% last in the 10-year. All right, a little update on tariffs here. In just a few days, the Supreme Court will hear arguments on whether President Donald Trump's tariff policy is legal. The case will consider whether the president had the legal authority to impose tariffs by using a law known as the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. That law gives the president the ability to set tariffs in a national emergency. The president used that authority to impose tariffs as high as 50% on India and Brazil and 145% on China earlier this year. That has since been rolled back. American businesses have paid nearly $90 billion to cover the tariffs being challenged. And the president has said if the high court rules against him, the U.S. government would have to reimburse companies for the billions of dollars they have already paid. Interesting to see how this one plays out.
Yeah.
Will these companies be getting a refund in a couple months? What do you think?
We'll see. I wouldn't hold on
the
for
tax
hope.
bill.
I would say that.
Yeah, agreed. All right, guys, I'm looking forward to this. Let's talk some equities. How about it?
Absolutely. So monthlies, 6 straight months to the upside in the S&Ps. Weekly, 1, 2, 3 overlapping to higher or outright higher weeks in a row. The auction is still doing well. Amanda, where do you want to start on this? Do you want to start on the weekly, the daily? What do you want to look at first?
Let's start on the daily because I feel like the monthly and the weekly are a little bit uninspired, right? Price is going up. Great. Tell me something different, right? The daily is a pretty interesting visual though, because we had that gap up. What was that about last week on some positive news? And we've actually been in a little bit of like what you could probably argue as an accumulation phase for the past like 5 or 6 days. And some people could argue that ES has maybe been a little bit boring. People are also probably arguing where is the ideal place to short this market. And I think shorting it or longing it at this point, people could be right depending on the analysis you're looking at. One of the things that I feel like we have noticed, especially pre-FOMC last week, was that we had a lot of float on our depth of market. So we had a lot of just bid kind of floating price up to ideally price in that rate cut that we saw on Wednesday. We saw a little bit of pullback on the last half of the week. But then again, right over the weekend, Trump announced that he had to deal with Xi to start having China buy soybeans again, pause a lot of the export controls that the two countries have been tit for tatting over. So that's kind of a lot of good news on the trade side of the house that you could potentially argue is going to push the market up further again. I think we do still have a tiny, tiny bit of gap to fill to the downside in that like, what is that like 68.25-ish area. So we'll see if we fill it. But today, right now, based on kind of average range and volatility that I've been looking at, we've been playing a little bit bullish. And we are continuing to create some unfinished auctions to the upside, indicating potential continuation to the upside. We've seen a lot of pretty good balance movement, I would say, to the downside. So maybe we could see a bullish day today, but we're going to let the data kind of tell us what to do and not speculate, right? What are you thinking?
So yeah, I mean, there's that little bit of gap that we left, right? Depending on what you're looking at, if you're going for a settlement gap, 68.25 closes the gap. If you're just looking for, session gap close, it's a little bit closer than that to the close. But I do like what you're saying. We're seeing some weak unfinished upside auctions, especially up near these highs here. No real excess on these 30-minute charts or really kind of on the daily chart. We weren't able to close that gap. What doesn't happen is equal as what is equal or sometimes as important as what doesn't happen. If we don't get any bad news, Amanda, what do the equities do? They grind to the upside. So with the government closed, with a little less possibility of some bad news happening there, we should at least hope.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking at the overnight inventory to the long side. We're in range. We're in value. If we, continue to see some buying coming in, we'll take out last Friday's session high 69.02 half. Then we've got the 100 session moving average, and above that, I think we could see this market just continue to rotate to new all-time highs. Is that what kind of you're looking
Yeah.
at, Amanda?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think from a short-term day trade perspective, one of the areas that I have my eye on and I'm marked, and we'll obviously see when RTH opens and how volatility could change here, but around like 69.22 to 69.27 to potentially 69.30. That whole area, we're seeing a pretty big density of where we would consider market makers having large volumes of option hedging up there. So I'm thinking market makers are probably going to try to keep us between that like 69.26 to 69.10 area for the day. I am seeing some high density positioning around 69.22 that I would probably take for shorts today for a simple day trade. Two of the things that I really want to look at though is first off the tilt. So the tilt this morning, a lot of our Topstep users are betting longs on ES, which I don't think is a super unreasonable thing, like what we talked about with those weak unfinished auctions to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
But from a day trade perspective, I'm thinking that we're probably going to want to stay within that 69.22 and below area. So if we do hit that, that's going to be my opportunity area for a short on the day. Now, am I going to hold it for a gap fill to the downside? Probably not, right? Depending on what our volatility actually looks like when we do open into New York session, we may not actually see that much movement on ES because, to your point, right? We haven't had data for a long time. We had that rate cut decision last week from FOMC. But to be totally honest, that was a little bit of an unprecedented decision because that was one of the first times since the FOMC was created back in the 30s where they actually made a rate decision with no economic data presented the month prior. So I think a lot of people are still a little ambivalent on, was that a good decision? What are our jobs data going to look like this week? And so kind of to Jay's point, I love what he said when he was like, Hogue, let's be real. The minute you go away from crude, are you going to look to trade crude today? And you were like, you know what? No, because we've been ranging. I don't want to say that about ES because I do think there's really good opportunity in the ES today. But one of the things that I think is really important to keep in the back of your mind is if your trade setup doesn't present itself, why the heck are you trading? Right? There's one thing to actually trade on an A+ setup. It's a totally different story to not trade when your setup is not presenting itself. And so I'm going to be very patient, wait for that upside zone of 69.22. If we can break to the downside of that small amount of buying activity that we had at like 68.73, basically our low of day, there could be some potential downside breakout for that. But right now we're achieving, we're filling those unfinished auctions that we've been creating this morning and continuing up towards that 69.22 area. My eyes are up looking for high probability shorts at that 22 zone.
Okay, that zone and that 69.22 goes from 69.22 up to where?
I'm looking at 22 up to 26 or 27.
Okay.
And anything beyond that, yeah, anything beyond that, especially if we do continue to see our price ladder just floating on the bid side, I'm going to consider that an outlier day. And if we're lucky enough to catch a bounce for trend, we can do that. But that's going to be my only high probability rejection based on the strength of our market currently.
Awesome. Jay, anything you want to add?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, 69.09. We are seeing the equities pick up just a little bit here. Just at the top of the hour, saw some volume coming in there. But 69.09 is that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. I'm watching to see, Hogue, how volume trades at that 200 moving average. It's starting to flatten out. It wasn't a pretty strong uptrend over the past 3 weeks or so, but since we've been in balance, it's pretty much a flat line here, which tells me that we have the ability to trade on both sides of it. We haven't really since we closed under it, but 69.09, if we have volume trade above that, then I'm looking to get long with that volume, probably up to where Amanda's looking, these 22s up to 25. If we see a rejection there at 69.09 and there's no volume that trades above it, even if price goes above, then I'm more likely to lean into that short just to fall right back into the range.
Awesome.
And we did get a okay. Anybody want to start an AI company? Amazon Inc.'s $38 billion deal with OpenAI to supply NVIDIA chips. That headline just came out. We are seeing some size here on the S&P book. 840 offered at 69.02, another 850 offered at 69.04. But that headline, if you're wondering why the markets are moving, $38 billion to supply NVIDIA chips.
Jay, I have an idea. We should stop day trading. I'll start a chip hardware company. You start an AI company. You pay me for chips. I'll pay you for services. Step 3, profit.
I think we figured it out. It sounds like the infinite money glitch.
I don't know what we're doing looking at charts, right?
Right. That's not financial advice, but it sounds like the infinite money glitch.
How are JD and I getting squeezed out on this, huh?
Oh, you just have you got 10% of the company.
You guys will be our private investors. Yeah.
Right, there you go.
We'll be the evil figureheads. You can hide behind the curtain.
Yes, of course. Pay no attention. Pay no attention behind the curtain. Awesome. All right. Well, a great analysis, Amanda. Thank you very much. Great pleasure to have you with us.
Real quick, let's take a look. We're going to go to the NASDAQ charts in just a second, but crude oil is open for business. We are taking that 5-minute opening range trade. We got about 2 minutes or so left here before that range closes. I have a high of 61.08 and a low of 60.82. Again, we will be taking that 5-minute trade. Yeah, pretty big range there. We'll be taking that 5-minute range trade when we get a candle close outside of that. House count is still short. Micro gold 20. Price are we short from here? 40, 25, 60. 40, 25, 60. Still short a couple micro gold. Let's get into the NASDAQ charts. Let's get into the NASDAQ charts and we got some more news after that.
All right. Let's do it. Monthly, again, like Amanda said, it's not very exciting. Yeah, it's up and to the right. Kind of a continuation going on here. Weekly, same. 1, 2, 3, higher, overlapping to higher, outright higher bars. Daily, Amanda, it's very similar to the S&Ps, I would think. We're kind of falling into range here, a little bit of a pullback off that all-time high that came in on Wednesday. We've got a pretty tight weekly kickoff high here because the market did give us some information to lean on here. 26,255. We're kind of hanging right up around at that level now. Amanda, what do you think on the daily chart here on the on the NASDAQ?
Yeah, I mean, the story is a little bit same, right, compared to the S&P. And right, it's probably because of a lot of those big tech companies that consist of the majority of both of these composites. My story on the NASDAQ's a little bit the same, right? I think that the tilt on TopstepX is pretty valid, right? Where people are long in the NASDAQ. And I think that thesis is supported by what we're seeing on the bid side being supportive and just a couple of unfinished auctions being created at the highs there. I have a little bit of a rejection area marked for myself around 26,295 all the way up to 26,305. This is not nearly as high probability of a rejection area as I was finding on the ES, but it is a rather dense area that I'm seeing where if we do look at historic volatility metrics across like 50 to 200 days, we get into that low probability of continuation area up here. We're pretty overextended on the NASDAQ from a standard daily volatility perspective right now, but we are still seeing strength on the bid side. And so if there's going to be one high probability reject that I take, it's probably going to be 26,293 up to 26,305, more or less. And of course, anything below 305, I'm going to be one and done. I'm not upset to try these rejects, especially if we do take a loss, because it's not going to be a bad trade. It's just going to be good analysis where my trade didn't go in my favor. So I can't be upset about that. But that's kind of what I do want to look at. I'm right now trying to track a couple of, downside levels to see where we could potentially have a trend entry to the upside. I did mark some resistance last night from 210 to 226, which in my opinion has already been invalidated because we wicked above it and are kind of trading in it right now, but are really seeing no opportunity for rejection. So there could be some opportunity to find a bounce area to the downside, which Jay, I'd be curious to hear if you had any bounce levels that you could look at to catch this trend. But right now I'm mostly looking at that 293 up to 305, 306.
Yeah, let's take a look. So on that news that just came out, there was a spike of volume that came in, about 480 contracts traded in a second. I'm sure there was more volume than that, but most of that was positive delta, right? We see buyers coming in. If I'm looking for a pullback to get into the NASDAQ, I don't mind like a 50-point pullback from that area. That range was 26,195 up to 208. A 50-point pullback would put us right at the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, which is 26,152. In the S&P, we were trading below that 20 moving average. Oh, sorry, that 200 moving average. In the NASDAQ, we're trading above it, and we have volume trending higher for the day. So similar, like kind of what I was looking for the S&P to do, right? If VWAP trades above that 200 moving average, then I'm looking to get into the trend long for the day. So right now, VWAP's at 26,104. When we see the volume come in for the New York session, it's probably going to pull that VWAP a little bit higher. So anything below the 200 moving average on the 30-minute and above VWAP, I think is a good spot to start to look for buyers to start to set back in. It's like a 50-point range right now. It'll probably be closer to like a 20-point range, 26 120s up to 150s. But that area, I'd be looking to get in long. And then, we'll see what the market thinks, right? Is this enough news? Is this enough good news to continue to push us to all-time highs, which we're not far from? Or do we stay in this balance range? We're less than 1% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ. So it could happen this week. Hope, what are you seeing on the 30?
Well, just kind of looking at the overnight inventory is a little bit to the long side. There is the chance that we could open with a session gap above the range from Friday and in the S&Ps as well. And that kind of puts gap rules into place. If we can't close that gap relatively early, I like the idea of longs. We do see a little bit of resistance here at weekly kickoff high to 26,255. The current high 26,259. So within about 4 or 5 points is that weekly kickoff high for the session so far. I'm always going to be respecting Amanda's levels up here. This area up here, very similar to the same area in the S&Ps, looks like a good area. But again, we're not real far from that all-time high, which did occur in regular extended trading hours. It is not a very strong high. We are seeing lots of kind of unfinished business up here. I do like the long side, but Jay, I would like the opportunity to see the market participate down below that 200 session moving average, down to VWAP for an opportunity there. But a part of me says if we do that, we're kind of reaccepting value from Friday, so we may see a little bit of a deeper pullback than that, which, of course, if you're looking for longs, better trade location is always good. Just a couple of my thoughts. Wonderful opportunity to hear all of the analysis from Amanda, Jay, and JD here. We'll see where this market opens up.
Really quick, just a look at the Mag 7, Exponential 8, Hateful 8, whatever you want to call them. We got Amazon up 4.9% pre-market. NVIDIA up 2.58%. Everything else is pretty much flat. We have Meta up 1.2%. And if you're wondering why we're talking about those, NVIDIA is 14.67%, the heaviest weighted company in the NASDAQ. Amazon is number 4 at 7.96%. So again, as these companies go, we'll probably see the NASDAQ and the S&P go as well. And NVIDIA number 1, 14.67%, and Amazon number 4, 7.96%. So pretty heavily weighted there. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 26,209. Last trade in the S&P, 6,975. And last trade in gold, we're not toast yet, JD. Gold is giving us a little profit here. We're about $1 in the profit here in gold, 40.2450. Again, house count is short from 40.2560 in gold. Anything else, Hogue, Amanda, that you guys want to cover in the equity charts?
No, let's just get the air horns ready for me.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to have a great New York session.
Yes, up the air horns. Let's do it. Let's take a look. JD, we got a little bit more news. You want to go over that?
Yeah, sure. We can do that. Kind of a fluff piece for all you gamblers out there. The Lotto The Mega Millions is inching higher. Mega Millions jackpot has reached $800 million and climbing. We should be hitting $1 billion soon, right? No ticket matched all 6 numbers on Friday night. So the jackpot for the next drawing on Tuesday, that's tomorrow, is an estimated $800 million. That's $371 million if you take the cash option. The big prize has been growing ever since late June, when a Virginia winner hit for $348 million. That's it. $800 million profit for the Mega Millions. They say that the lotto is just a tax for people who aren't good at math, right? But at the same time, you can't win if you don't play. Am I right?
Absolutely not. And shout out to my guy Dolby Time in the chat. It is time to start playing. Almost time. As soon as we get over $1 billion, that's when I'll play. Just a few more updates on this Amazon news. Amazon will provide NVIDIA chip clusters to OpenAI for 7 years. Amazon joins Microsoft, Oracle, and Google as OpenAI cloud providers. So 7 years of NVIDIA chips. So if you're an NVIDIA investor, I'm looking at, I know one for sure on the screen there. Let's see if he smiles thinking about 7 years of $1 billion investments. Talking about you, Hogue. Buy NVIDIA, hold it. That is not financial advice. That just might be a great investment because everyone else is doing it. Everyone else is doing it as well.
That's for the kids.
Holding it for the kids. JD, before we get into the schedule for the day, do we have a target downside for this gold trade?
Let me pull it back up. I've been looking at crude oil for the last few minutes. No trigger on the opening range breakout in crude. That second 5-minute candle closed inside our opening range candle, but we are seeing a little upside price action right now. Let's go back to that gold chart. Where are we? So came back and we were in the money briefly. Seen a little bit of buying coming again, but Hogue, I like your call for settlement price. Settlement price down at 39.96 half. That's a good first target. We'll peel one off there and maybe hold one for the auto liquidator after that. But really just been choppy since we started. Came, almost tagged our stop, got real close. Just a couple of ticks. Put in a high of 40.33, 11 ticks away from our stop. So came real close to taking us out of this trade, but you're still in it for the time being. But again, this market just looks like it's kind of jockeying for position right now. So
Gotcha.
we're going to get some head fakes on both sides here. What's that, Hogue?
Gotta call out Pablo Saya. Says, thank you guys. You've helped me so much. I got my first $1,000 payout today.
Hey, all right. Job. That's the way to do it.
Great job.
Good way to start the week.
Yeah, it is, right? Putting some money in your pockets. Shout out to you. I feel it all the time. Like, we do the show every day. We provide information. It doesn't cost anybody anything, but their time and attention. I think it's just really cool that you could, turn on a YouTube stream, get some market analysis, learn from a couple of traders, and then pull money out of the markets, right? It's a pretty cool thing that we're doing here. So if you like that, hit that thumbs up button, like and subscribe, tell your friends and family to as well. Hit the bell for notifications for when we do go live. We have shows all the time on TopstepTV, not just the daytime show. Coach Paul and I do At the Buzzer, our market recap. We have Dakota with slow markets. We have Aaron for the London Open and D with the Euro trade. Pretty close to 24/7. We're getting pretty close, especially if you count everything that we do in Discord as well. Again, we're just providing information. It's up to you guys as traders to take that information and execute in the markets, and then you get to pay yourself. Good stuff, Pablo, and anybody else paying themselves out of the market.
A good one coming your way, folks. Fast markets coming up next. Andre, Jack, Hogue, Braden C, and Dakota will both be here, the new dynamic duo. Hogue's coming back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap. He's going to talk about the trades that we took here in the opening call and whatever we do next in fast markets. Rising star Thomas W will be here at about 11:15 Central Time. Coach Jay and I will be back to talk to Thomas W. Shoulder tap at noon, 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Jack and risk manager Ben will be roasting and toasting a couple traders. We'll look at some live leaders and see what's happening in the markets. Group coaching, 12:15 Central Time. Me, Hogan Hoop will be here. We're going to put a form up in the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, ask your question. Hogue, Hoop, or me, or I, will answer it live here on TopstepTV. Power players at 1 o'clock Central Time. Jack, Sol, A, and Dolby Time will be here. And And we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Mo, and I'm not sure who that third person is. I'm going to assume it's Dolby. Let's just say it's Dolby. All right. That is our schedule for today. Plenty of trade entertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Stay tuned.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. So Amanda, tell us a little bit about Ascend Trading. That is your YouTube channel. What goes on over there? What can our viewers expect if they check you out over there?
Yeah, absolutely. So kind of similar to this program this morning, I do a lot of morning market prep on mostly ES. That's my baby. We talk a lot about levels based on fractal levels and volatility metrics. We look at a lot of market maker data and level 2 data just to try to understand where a range is going to be on ES and some of those high probability bounce and reject areas. Also, throughout the week, we do try to do some free workshops as well, just to get people, being self-sufficient professional traders. I feel like all too often the retail trading space really heavily relies on signals and callouts. And I think all of us kind of know that that's not a fantastic way to become a profitable trader. And so our goal at Ascend is really to develop that next generation of professional traders and really just build a respectful, professional network of people where we can share ideas and actually collectively make money as professionals in this space.
Awesome stuff. That is great to hear. Make sure you check Amanda out there. Dolby just put the link to the YouTube page in the chat, Ascend Trading. And Amanda, thank you for joining the opening call. How was it? First opening call with us on Topstep TV. Any nerves coming into this, or you're a pro?
Yeah, I mean,
business as usual.
Yeah, like talking charts with you and Hogue is always like really exciting because you guys feel very superstars in this space. So thank you very much for having me. I definitely learned a lot. I hope you guys maybe learned something new from me today as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And we're going to do this again. Amanda, I think you're coming back sometime this week. Just remind me, when are we going to see Amanda again for the opening call?
Bright and early on Wednesday morning as well.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Well, Amanda's going to be back. We're still hanging out here. We got a couple minutes before the opening call is over. Great stuff. I definitely learned something, Amanda. I'm looking at your levels. I know I have them marked out on my charts. We'll see the market's reaction when we get there. Let's quote some prices really quick. 40.29 last trade in gold. We are seeing a 50-50 tilt over there. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Again, we did see that Amazon news coming out just about 20 minutes ago. 26.225 last trade in the NASDAQ, 55% long tilt there. Taking a look at the S&P, 69.05, right below that 200 moving average on the 30-minute, 69.09. And crude oil, no trigger. Crude oil right back in that 5-minute opening range, 61.03. No trade there on the house account yet. Why'd you laugh, Hogue?
It seems like we're going to have to come up with some other way to handle the crude oil trade. Otherwise, we're never going to make it because we don't get a signal until after the opening range is over. So we may have to change a little bit about how we're
maybe some type of spread, some spread strategy on options, right? To just farm some premium if we're going to be ranging all day.
That might be the trade. That might be the trade.
I'm also okay with never looking at crude oil again, guys. Personal opinion.
That could be an option, JD. That could be an option. Uptown Dunk has a question. 7K ES end of day? Maybe.
If you dream, anything is possible.
Anything is possible.
If I could make it happen, yeah, let's do it. If I could make it happen, but I can't.
Buy it right now and just hold on for 7,000. That sounds like a trade. What are we? We are 1.5, just under 1.5% off of 7,000, and the S&P right now is up about 0.5%. So it'd be a 2% day to the upside in the S&P if we were to see 7,000s. Like Kevin Garnett said, anything is possible. Anything is possible. So I see the team getting ready in the back here. I see Andre back there. Dakota's getting ready. Andre's doing the 6-7 thing. I hung out with my niece and nephew this weekend. I went to see them play soccer, and they are my nephew's 6, and we're playing a game, and the number 6 came up, and he's like 6-7, 6-7. I'm just like, all right, it's time for me to go home. I don't know what's going on here, but yeah, those numbers have the kids in a chokehold for some reason.
I just learned about all the other, kind of colloquialisms or slangs that all the kids are using today. Now I got another one. 6 and 7. Is Is that just like that's crazy?
On the
That's
6-7. All right, here we go.
I'm going to try to remain living under a rock. We'll see how that works.
Yeah, yep. Stay under that rock for sure. Stay under that rock. Stay under the rock. All right. Anything else so Amanda, I got one more question for your trading. You identified some levels. How
Yes.
does your trading plan adapt throughout the trading day? Right. So you have those levels up above where you might be looking to get short. How do you adapt? Because I know you do read volume. You are reading the depth of market as well. How does that change throughout the day?
I'm going to be looking at any expansion of where market makers may be positioning themselves from like a whole options hedging perspective to see if we do have what I would consider like an expansion of our ceiling to the upside. If we do see any significant expansion to the upside, I'll probably move those levels up. But then another thing I do look at is trying to understand where like our buying and selling equilibrium is below where price currently is, since we're in an uptrend, to find those high probability bounce areas. Like similar to you, Jay, like because we have a little bit of an upside bias today, ideally we could get a little bit of a pullback for a bounce opportunity to get to that 22 level. So those are two of the things I'm going to be looking at during New York session to try to get more market generated information on more informed entries.
Gotcha. Awesome stuff. So watching the options flow as it develops throughout the day. I know Jack does that as well. So pay attention to what Jack is saying, chat, while we're going through the show. Andre's going to ask him, hey, Jack, any options levels we had to look out for? Because options run the world. Options run the world. I think we're close. Are we ready yet? Not yet.
Almost.
Almost. We're almost ready.
I want to give a shout out to Coach Ray's Mindset Hunters. We met up with my team and his team on Saturday. We had a really good session. 9:00 a.m. Central Time on Saturday. We had a whole bunch of folks there. I think we had a really good session. It was a lot of fun to hang out with my good friend Ray. Saw a lot of familiar faces there. Shout out to, Love Wetlands. Very active. A lot of folks asking you some really good questions. Hopefully you took a lot from it. It was a lot of fun. And I see a lot of folks asking about Eddie. Eddie is doing well. Talked to him a couple of times over the weekend. He's doing well. He's, says hello to everybody, of course, and sends his love. And he's, looking forward to talking to everybody again very, very soon. But what a great session on Saturday again. Ray, thank you very much for inviting me. We should do that more often. We should do that more often. It was a great session.
That is dedication. Saturday morning chart time. Good stuff. Shout out to the Mindset Hunters and Hoag's Heroes as well. I see the team ready here in the back. This has been a great opening call. I can't wait to do this again on Wednesday with you all. JD, we're going to see you a little bit later. We'll be back on with Thomas. Amanda, anything you got to say before we go? And then Hoag, after that, take us into fast market.
No, everybody trade safe today. Stick to your plan. And remember, trade your setups and don't trade any setups that aren't actually there. Don't be frivolous. Actually stick to your plan and try to keep this professional.
Awesome stuff. Well, we got a great show lined up. Hoag, do the thing. Take us into fast markets.
Awesome. Amanda, thank you very much. Yes. If you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. That's for sure. You're looking for your A1, number one setups, like Amanda said. JD, Amanda, pleasure to be with you this morning, as well as pleasure to be with all of you. Top of the chat, Tommy Socrates, the InTrader, the real Albert, kind of a new name up there. Welcome. E-Money, it's a good name. Rolling with Kevin, Square, Shubham, Anastasios. Again, thank you very much, Amanda. Looking forward to seeing a lot more of Amanda on the opening call here. And as always, I remind you to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day and get ready for fast markets, because it's coming at you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go get it.
Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on. Turn those machines back on.
All right, look at this. The three-man weave. We got Brady in the middle. Dakota to the right. Hoag somewhere back there. We'll get him on here shortly. Let's get right into it. Happy Monday, fellas. Big trading week ahead of us. Still government shutdown. Day number 37 or something like that. We'll see if we get the jobs numbers. Probably not. Braden, let's go right into it. Happy Monday. Thoughts coming into this trading week.
Hey guys, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Yes. Loud and clear.
I think it's the first time that's actually worked in like a week. Good morning, guys. Happy Monday. Looking forward to having a great trading week. Just kind of stepping into it. Man, kind of little gap up in the overnight, closing it on the all-time highs. Kind of look for trades into that level. Just continue trading it long.
Yep, I saw that pop right about a half hour ago on the Amazon opening AI news. We'll get into that a little bit more. Jack will be joining us here shortly. Don't you worry. Smart guy is going to be here in a minute. Dakota, thoughts coming into this trading week?
It's Monday, man. It's Monday. I've been watching gold, watching the NASDAQ. Gold back up towards these 40, 30s. I'm looking for a breakout higher, but this is a huge resistance level, 40, 30 to 40, 40s. We were there. We've been there for a while. Been selling off. Nice resistance zone. NASDAQ, I mean, we just keep going higher, right? I mean, what else do we do here in the NASDAQ? We just look for areas to buy the dip. We had 2 tests of this 26,000 level, and maybe we just come up and we make a run up towards all-time highs, 26,300s. I mean, it's been bullish since we opened.
Yes, to be specific, 26,399 all-time highs in the NASDAQ, all-time highs in the ES 69.53, and the orders. Let's take a look at some of these prices. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 26,220. Call it ES trading 69.07. We got gold selling off a little bit here. We're going to talk about that 40 level. Saw a lot of resistance there on Friday. Seems to be the same case right now. Last trade in gold, 40.22. And a couple pennies. House account is short 2 micro gold from 40.25. So a couple bucks in the money there. Crude trading $60.94. Dow, shout out to Stephen R. Dow trading 47,760. 50 seconds till the open. Braden, you have your eye on any prices of interest in the NASDAQ right now? Trading 26,226. Where do you want to see it up to?
Well, we've got the overnight VWAP for me is at 26,109, and kind of the setup where we just kind of bled up overnight. So we are pretty extended off of VWAP. That's kind of the key level there. So 26,109 is where I'm looking for. That's 100 points of downside. Kind of see buyers can defend that level.
You said 149 or 109?
109, 109.
109. Very good. All right.
And I'll focus on, let's see the bell. But I was just going to say, I focus on VWAP a lot more whenever, I mean, that's obviously going to come into play when you've had kind of an extended move to the upside in the overnight. So
we just had news come out on Amazon. You see that? Amazon inked a $38 billion deal with OpenAI.
Pretty good. Saw that pop, and the buyers are not done. We are open. New York is open. TopstepTV is open. Everyone get locked in. Let's get ready to rock this thing. Little buying here in the NASDAQ. Slight pop, 26,000. They take it up to 259. 259 last trade, 240s. Nothing really on the tilt. Golds continue to pull back a little bit here. 40.20 last trade. ES pulling back ever so slightly. 69.04. And 50-50 on the tilt. Hogue doing double duty. What's up, my man? I never get to see you on the opening bell in for the New York session. Hogue, thoughts coming in. I know everyone just saw it on opening call, but really quick, before you do jump out and take a little break and Jack gets in here. Thoughts. First 60 seconds in the ES dead SI.
Yeah, well, we open with a session gap, so let's see if we close these gaps right away. Pretty close to the tick in the S&Ps, not yet in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is trading right at weekly kickoff high, 26,255. Weekly kickoff high was pretty tight today this week in the NASDAQ because it did give us some data, some information to lean on there. So opening with a gap, no gap close in the NASDAQ. I like the idea of looking for possibilities for as long as we can't close that gap. Amanda was looking at possible shorts up around 26,295 up to 306 on some options levels. And above that, we've got all-time high, 26,399. I say we go get it.
Let's do it. All right. Braden, you are in, my friend. Please update us with the trade.
Yeah, I'm going to throw a curveball at y'all. I'm in Crude, micro Crude, 5 micro short from 60.73. I mentioned this in like fast markets, I think last week, kind of looking for that sell back into that
key level at 60. We've kind of had a weak move off of that low, which I'm liking. It's had a couple days to kind of set up. Some rejection above 61.50 was the overnight high. We had a gap, we filled it, and in the overnight have been holding under VWAP on lower highs on the 5-minute. And I like the selling pressure we're seeing out of the open. I'm in it kind of for a scalp setup for a move back through 60 if we, continue to see the selling pressure. But just small 5 micro short at 60.74. Looking for 60s and below.
Curveball indeed. You were looking at crude last week. Yes, last trade 60.74. Exactly where Braden short from. Gold selling off 40.14 now trades. Again, house account short 2 micro gold from 40.25. Good to see there. And that short, take a look at the 10-year. Well, when Jack Bond 007 joins us, we'll get his take on 10-year yields. Going the wrong direction.
Gold hit the skids here.
Yes, it did. Still selling off 40.14 now. Down about $6 since that bell rang in the New York session. Who is that? Who goes there? Yes.
Hello, my friends.
Yeah,
Happy Monday. Salutations.
Salutations. Greetings, Jack. We've got new session highs here in the NASDAQ. ES coming right back to 6,900. Jack, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Happy Monday. Took a look at 10-year yields, Jack. We are well above 4% now, Jack. Wrong direction. Yeah. But not holding equities back.
4.11. An interesting new dynamic is that in the coming, I forget if it's weeks or months or whatever else, that debt or the build out of the AI capex, they got like $300 billion worth of Facebook and Google paper coming at you that is trading very near to the rates that are on the government treasuries, right? So could see some crowding out there. Following that. But yeah, 4.11 on the dot in the 10-year yield right now. That matches the highs from the last couple of days. So we'll see. If it breaks out there, that could be no bueno.
No bueno indeed. We do have a number, right? We have a number in about 10 minutes, 11 minutes. U.S. S&P manufacturing PMI final. On the top of the hour, we got U.S. ISM manufacturing PMI. Jack, still in the government shutdown day, whatever it may be. Normally, this would be a jobs week. We will get the private payroll data on Wednesday before the bell. However, still no deal in sight. So we'll just have to. Are we flying blind a little bit? Well, we're not, but the Fed is.
A little bit. Off the open, as mentioned, you guys saw that Amazon stock pump. They were the last of the Mag 7 to finally get their OpenAI deal. You guys see Sam Altman react to that question over the weekend?
I did not.
I don't care.
He had a bit of a the person asked how does it work that a company with 13 billion in revenue has made 1.5 trillion in spending deals in the future? And Sam did not like that question. He kind of what do they say? 6'7". He crashed out.
6'7". Hit a little too close to home, maybe. We do have an 800 lot. Struck a nerve. Got an 800 lot upside. Offered at 69.03. About 8 points higher on the ES ladder right now. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. 26,218, call it. It just pop, make new session highs. About 50 points higher. 266. Braden is short. Throwing curveball indeed. First trade of the week. Crude, short 5. Micro crude from 60.73. Braden, you're looking for a push down towards 60?
Yeah, we have we have a lot of orders there on the hourly that we put in. And then kind of a failed break above 61s. We started to see some exhaustion. I kind of just like to sell for a retest of 60, maybe a break. But that's obviously we don't know if we're going to get all of that today, but I would like to see at least half of that. So maybe a test of 60s.
Okay. Let's see if we get that push lower. Nothing on the tilt just yet. Pretty much 50-50 across the board. ES right overnight, 68.94.
Why NVIDIA's up 3%? Well, they were part of that announcement. It was an Amazon, OpenAI, NVIDIA Jamboree. $38 billion in chips, I think, that they're buying. So naturally, it moves the market cap up by several times that.
These salespeople are just absolutely cleaning up. The bankers involved are absolutely just cleaning up on these deals. That where did it go? That 800 lot has been pulled, actually pushed higher. Again, 68.95 last trade, just bounced right off overnight view up. Gold did bounce back. About $7, back up to 40.20, 40.20. 73% short in the NASDAQ tilt right here, right now. Average price of 26,211. Points in the money there. The number in about 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Dakota, still no trades. Very patient,
I am
very deliberate.
looking for a long here. I'm long gold right now from 2 micros. I mean, just as we spoke from 40.19.
Okay.
I'm going to build a position. I like the gold longs to go retest these 30s. I've been a gold bull for a week now. We've been hovering back and forth around 4,000.
On 2 micro from 4019. 4019.
Yep.
A little more selling
I'm
here.
going to build a position. I want to build a position for a push back up to those 30s.
Oh, Aaron trades in the chat. Good to see him. Saying, let's go, Dakota. I like gold.
Likes
into
logs.
40-40. All right.
Well, if Aaron's behind it.
I mean, yes. Absolutely. London Open, 1:30 p.m. Central. Check out Aaron trades. Let's see some more selling there in the ES. The bottom out at 68.90. We got NASDAQ now beneath 26,200. 26,000.
Yeah, Apple started to sell off a little bit. Apple, Broadcom, and Google. It's just another one of those days where you have 1 or 2 stocks just holding this market up.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy lifting, indeed. All right, again, we had a number in about 7 minutes. And then another one at the top of the hour. Before we get this party really started, we got those Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Update and refresh before every New York Open. Yes, every New York Open. You won better. See that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X? You click on that, type in Topstep daily levels. You get those same levels right there on your charts. And those are updated, refresh before every New York Open.
Now long 10.
Same price, give or take?
40.20.
40.20. Okay, let's trade 40.22.
Getting some good market structure here at these 020s. Higher low, higher low, higher low, pushing higher. If we could break through these 22s, I like it.
Yes, getting a little heavy. 68.88 last trade. 89's due print. NASDAQ selling off a little bit as well here. 26,180. Did just top out to 26,266. And sellers did step in. More selling coming in here in the ES. 68.86. NASDAQ wants to follow suit. 10-year prices holding for now. What's going on in that Dow? What's going on in the Dow, you ask? Andre? Oh, Dow selling off. 47,646. We were long 10 anymore. Building into a
12
position.
now. Yep, 12. 12. Try to build it as we get more structure to break through. Broke through those 22s, but not getting the momentum I'm really wanting to see.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a push higher there. More selling in the ES now. 68.44.
That's what I'm wanting to see, though.
Yeah.
That's
68.80. I saw someone point that out in the chat. That's another place I'll be looking at as well.
Mm-hmm.
That's 68.50 in the SPX. 5 points away.
68.80. Very good. What are you looking for when we get to those prices, Jack? 5 points away, like you said. What would you like to see?
If we get some consolidation, I wouldn't mind buying it.
Let's go. There's 880. Oh, they see it as well in the chat. Always rise. Well done. Everyone locked in right now. In short Crude. Also count short micro gold. Dakota long. Now 12. Micro gold from, what are you long from? Around 40.20, 40.21?
40.20. Yep, 40.20.
Okay. That number in about 3.5 minutes. That number is U.S. S&P Manufacturing PMI. We got another PMI number after that. We got some speakers later today. We got Daly, Cook.
They're back.
11 a.m. Yeah. President. Well, not until after the bell. So, all right, we'll keep an eye. Dow's still
I'm
selling
gonna
off.
scratch that one for break even. I'll get back in. I mean, minus 100. I mean, that's as close to break even. I'll get back in if we hold this level again.
Okay, so you scratch that. Very good.
Yeah. Yep.
For that push, didn't get it. ES continues sell off here. 2 points away from those 68.80s. Now 3 points, now 3.5 points. 68.83. Sellers right back in there, down to 82s now. NASDAQ continues sell off. We're about looking at a 100-point sell off in the last 5-6 minutes. Still 72% short on the tilt in the NASDAQ, and ES just 58% short. So a little bit of different stories there. Let's see what happens at the 68.80 level. Dakota.
Yes.
I'm really focused on gold.
Yeah. I mean, NASDAQ's been a little bit choppy to start the morning with, like I was saying, Amazon up so big, NVIDIA up, and we have a few stocks down. I'd be looking to short the NASDAQ today, but yeah, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be that guy shorting the NASDAQ while we pump up to all-time highs.
I just kind of glossed over this. This is Cook. Fed, yes, the Cook. Speaking at 1 p.m. Central today. Is this the first time we've going to hear from her since all hell broke loose?
Maybe if she's just talking markets. She talked a couple times about what was going on, but
okay.
Yeah.
I may have missed. All right. Well, I will definitely be locked in on that one. 1 p.m. Central, Cook, scheduled to speak. I wonder if we get that. Very interesting to see how that plays out. Ooh, haven't taken a look at Fed Watch just yet. We're looking for that December rate cut again. They are pricing in a 25% probability of an additional rate cut. Another 25 basis point. Yes, we're at 66.3% probability of another 25 basis point rate cut. That FOMC meeting December 10th. Cook, scheduled to speak. Okay.
All right, I'm back in this gold.
We're right at that 68.50 SPX right now, but it just looks too heavy at the moment for me just to jump in. Gotta wait for things to calm down a little bit.
10 seconds till number.
Yep, that'll do it too.
Expected 52.2. Previous 52.2. There you go. To get a little pop in. And 52.5. In line. Another number at the top of the hour.
All right, get that pump going gold. Let's get it.
How are you long, Dakota?
14 from 23.5. There's that. That's the move I was looking for.
Look at the one. Yep.
I need that first one. I think too tight of stop, but that's okay. I'm back in it.
40.26. 40.27s now. Turn around in gold.
Looking to take profit here at these upper 27s, 28s. Took some profit off there. See if we get into those 28s now.
60.80 trades in the ES. 60.82s now. AR lots nowhere to be found. Little turnaround in the NASDAQ. Pumping higher here. 26,177. Just did bottom out at 155.
We need to get through these 28s. There's a brick wall we ran into.
Those 40s. All right.
I added another 5 into that micro trade. So 10 micros, short 60.76.
Okay. 60.76.
There goes gold. There goes gold. Shout out, Aaron. Let's get to those. Can we see 40s, Aaron?
That's trade 40.28. And
Huddle Dakota, we got you.
60.76 last trade in Crude. We're selling coming in here in the NASDAQ. Buyers thought they had it for a second, and sellers said, nope, not so fast. 26,158. Let's trade. We got another number at the top of the hour. We got 4,200 people watching all across the globe. Please click subscribe. Please click like. Notify if you'd be so kind. Jack, we got Braden, we got Dakota. All
there it goes. 29s.
here.
Take some profit on that one. This is the area I was looking for. There's a lot of resistance right here in these 30s. So I don't mind taking some profits there in these 30s and
Made you
leaving a
shave,
runner
Dakota?
for a break. Yeah, look at this thing. Look at all this momentum going.
Yeah, sure is. 40-30s now print in gold. Dakota Long was long from Flux 14
Eight.
from
Yep,
long
long
8
8
now.
now.
Okay.
Yep. And we are starting to pump. If we break through these 30s, oh, it's going now.
Sure is. What a pump indeed. $12, $13 turnaround in gold. 40-32s now print.
Hodl, Aaron.
And overnight highs at 40-38-ish. 40-40s. We did see some resistance. Now Dakota long was long 14. Shave 6. Now still pushing higher here in gold. Look at this thing go.
All right, let's go.
Uh-huh.
Keep going. It's not stopping.
No, it's not. My goodness. Look at
Well,
that thing
not
go.
done.
40. There gold. You said it. 40-34 and just printed. Buyers in the house in the gold. 50-50 on that tilt in the ES. Still 60% short tilt in the NASDAQ. That's right. 68.83, now 82s. Look at talking
Yeah,
about
we
the
just
ES
touched
here.
the 80s before we took a little bit of a bounce there. Looks like we're coming at it a second time.
Gold
So
continuing to
yeah,
pump
they
here.
don't want me in that competition over there.
Oh, really? They don't want the smoke, Dakota. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yep. Oh. Gold. Oh, another pop.
Oh man, look at this, going through those 30s.
Wow. Gold straight up, closing on overnight highs now. $2-3 away. 40-35. 30-year melting. 30-year melting. What's 10-year? Oh,
Session
that
highs
is.
are what, 38s? I think we'd go take that out. On Aaron,
Yep.
Aaron trades at 40s. He likes the 40s as well.
That was fantastic stuff. 50-50 on the tilt. Again, we have another number here in about 11 minutes. 11 minutes. Another PMI number. That would be US ISM manufacturing PMI. Then we're in the clear. A 3 and 6 month bill auction. Well, not for another 90 minutes or so. So I'm going to stay locked in on this trade. Again, what was that? More selling here in the ES and NASDAQ.
Man, that was only the first 5 minutes. Man, it seemed like it was forever. It was only a 5-minute candle. Someone says my unrealized P&L is hidden. Well, you can see my unrealized P&L right here on the DOM.
So we are getting a little bit of that rock fight at the 68.80s. We're touching the lows again. Okay, now we're through it. All red 5-minute candles so far since the open of the ES.
Yeah, it looks like some stops, small stops got popped there in the ES. NASDAQ as well. NASDAQ now beneath overnight view up 26,137. ES, like Jack just said, 68. 78, now 77. Dow, yep, all red candles indeed in the Dow, in the NASDAQ ES as well.
All right,
4 more points back to settlement.
And more
got
selling.
the ES.
Damn.
Clinging the green.
Gold pumping back up to those 30s, 36s. It's breaking. It's breaking it now. Session highs? Session highs?
Yes, 40,
We're almost
36, 40,
there.
30, yes, we are. Session highs in 38, Dakota.
We're at 37.
Yes, okay. Bounce back in the NASDAQ. I'm at 20-point bounce there. ES staying heavy. 68.78. Gold staying bid. And number in 9 minutes, man. Where's our week? And 10-year pushing higher in prices, lower in yields. Let's take a look there.
Let's
Yeah,
get these
so
session highs.
we almost got there. It's more sun here in the ES, feeling heavy. Trying to hold a bid. Buyers try giving it a shot. Around 60.85, and sellers just came in and hit that bid. There's anything on the ladder in the ES? Not seeing too much. See a couple 800 lots jump in there on the offer. When that Amazon OpenAI deal they get announced. Crude trading $60.83. Crude, the tamest of all the markets right now, Braden. Braden is in crude. When's the last time you took a crude trade, Braden?
I haven't. Oh man, probably years ago. Probably whenever I first started trading. Yeah,
Trader.
but I just went and got an IMEX data so that I could take this trade. So,
Oh yeah. What was that laugh about? What was the chuckle about?
I was just laughing how I went and got data to take this trade. Just that in
You're
itself.
damn right.
Love it.
I think
NASDAQ ladder wiggling a little bit. Popped right back up to 26,150. 152's print. 155's now. So I was going to jump in here again at that 26,150 level. Yes, trying to hold the bid. It might be struggling. Them did see a lot of selling. 68.78 now. Yes, still the weakest. More selling.
I'm just watching gold getting ready to break these session highs.
Mhm.
We're holding. I really like it. Oh, sweet. You got it. You got it. There you go, chat. There you go, chat. Chat was a little worried that they didn't know what account I was in. So
We good?
they're good now. I think they're happy.
Okay.
That's good.
That is very
We got
good.
38 here. 38.9 is session highs. We're
Trading 40.38 right
bumping.
now. 10-year is pushing higher in price, lower in yields. Ready? Bring the man in. Get him in here. Mr. John Hogan, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. There he is, upper right-hand corner. Hogue, we're seeing gold pop. We're seeing ES sell-off. NASDAQ, a little bit. But let's break it down, Hogue. Talk to me. We got 5 minutes till the another number. Talk to me about what you're seeing in. Let's go with gold, Hogue. If you got gold handy, let's break it down. John Hogan style. Tell me about those weekly kickoff highs. Do we got more room to the upside, Hogue?
Well, first off, fantastic trade, Dakota. Whether you realize it or not, you caught the failed downside auction. This is the 30-minute chart. We looked below the initial balance low, closed back above it. You bought it right there, and you're still holding on to those longs. Fantastic. Fantastic trade. Still inside range, still inside value. We've now looked at the upper distribution. We looked at the upper distribution earlier. That's kind of a repair day, but fantastic job on that trade. Whether you realized it or not, you caught the long off the failed downside auction. Equities, I guess we're going to have to wait a little bit longer for those all-time highs. S&P's left the opening range at the dead high, closed the gap, back inside value, driving back towards value low from Friday, which could take us all the way back down to, well, let's just call it 68.70. Before I'm going to be looking for anything opposite of what we've already seen. That opening range being the dead high has me looking for shorts using market-generated information. And then we've got NASDAQ, weekly kickoff high, 26,250, 255. We looked above it overnight. We looked above it on the open, and we could not hold above it. Now we're starting to see acceptance inside value. I can see NASDAQ continuing to rotate back to value low, which puts us back down to around 25,000. Let's just call it 26,000 for shits and giggles. That would take us right back down to settlement, which is 26,004. What we're looking at, but great trade, Dakota. That was fantastic.
Appreciate it.
Get a little
Hogue.
bounce in the ES here at the overnight lows.
Settlement, basically.
Yeah.
We're
68.74.
trying to break session highs here.
Yes, we are.
We've tested it a
Live.
couple times.
How many you still got on, Dakota?
I got 6 micros on.
Your price continuing to push higher, yields going lower. The number in 3 minutes. Primal Rage TV says, morning, Topstep family. Morning to you. Still haven't seen Leon. Leon, let us know. You haven't yelled at me in a while. Us. I love it because it's like a jolt of energy. We got to the downside here in the ES. Pretty thin on the ladder, ES. Take a look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, very thin. Couple ticks wide on the spread as well. Wow. 10-year prices pump. No, beneath 4.11. So 4.1.
Let's do it. This breaks, we could get some momentum right up to Friday's highs. Friday's highs is like 48s to 50s.
Yeah, that was pre-new. Yeah, I remember that. But 40-40 seemed to be like there's a pretty good wall up there.
There is, yeah. Yeah.
We can get through that. Look out. All right, 90 seconds to this number. Share your mic, by all means. Let me hear it. All caps, though. You make sure you use all caps. Otherwise, it just doesn't hit the same. Okay, expected this number again. Expected is 49.5. Previous 49.1. This is US ISM manufacturing PMI. We are in government shutdown.
Short crude?
Yeah, I'm still short crude 10.
So it's gonna be 2 months in a row that we're not gonna get non-farm. Incredible. Jack, last time it was
it's going to be.
What was that? Government did.
They released the number they had it about 5 days later. What's a little bit confusing about this? We'll wait for the number because we got 30 seconds until that.
There's Leon. There's Leon absolutely lighting us up. Yeah, it's 5 days after the deal was struck. So 5 days from now is Friday. Anyways, all right, let's see if this number is how thin it's getting on the ladder. 49.5. And the NASDAQ, the bid and ask has vaporized. Look at that. This number? Actual.
Oh, there goes gold. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm going to take some profits on that. We broke through those session highs.
It sure did. What?
Give that to me.
Still pumping here. Still pumping here.
There you
Gold
go.
not done.
Gold not done.
We're at 42.
Treasury's popped huge on that as well. Gold, new session highs, 40.42.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was bad.
40s, Aaron.
No good?
Kind of bad. Well, 48.7 versus forecast of 49.5 and previous 49.1.
Nice work, Aaron. We got
Gold
those.
cooking. ES selling off. NASDAQ selling off. It was a miss. It was missed. Huge pop in 10-year prices. And ES picking up steam to the downside. 68.70. 68.69 now print. NASDAQ 26,111. Now 107s. Very thin on the ladder in the ES. Again, that number was expected. 49.5 actual, 48.7. Prices paid. Even a little bit better, too. Expected 62.5. Actual 58. Yes, selling off. NASDAQ selling off.
All right. 68.60. I got as the next put wall level.
Ready. Let this thing go.
Yes, traded down to value low from Friday, which was 68.71.
Okay.
Value acceptance complete.
Who caught the short? Who's catching the short? Downside here in the equities. Braden, I gotta ask you. You're in crude. You're short crude. when you see these other markets, I guess you could take a trade in the other markets, but you're content being short this 10 micros from 10 micro crude from 60, 78, looking for that push to the downside.
Yep.
What's
And
your
I'm
risk?
still
What's your risk on this trade?
risking like $540, about 70 cents, 60 or 70 cents,
Right on.
close to 60. But yeah, cool with that. It's kind of near the overnight highs. Still like that trade. It's just a slower market. Something I've been learning to trade a little bit.
Mhm.
So being patient with myself, not being too crazy about it, but letting it cook. And I'll probably throw on a trade in the indexes or gold here soon. But yeah, crude's a market you got to be more patient with. It's definitely more rangy. Start to think it might get some follow through, and then it just chops. I've dealt with that a couple times.
Didn't used to be that way.
It has been a tough market to trade lately.
What is it? It's hovers right around 60. And gold did pop session highs 40.42. Still holding bid at 40.38. Let's see some new session lows at 68.69. In ES, right back up to the 75s. On the ladder, nothing upside or downside. Do we have a gap? Are we working with some sort of? Are there gaps to the downside in equities at all?
Oh yeah,
Reopen?
there's still from last week.
That thing.
Oh, yeah. So to close the weekend gap, I think we got pretty close to it. Let me double check these numbers here, my friend. Just a second.
Jack, yeah, in the ES, we think we did. I think we did get there. Is it the 40s, 41s? For some reason, that price sticks out.
Friday's low was 68.43.5 to close the gap at 68.41. Now that's the session gap. So we did leave a little bit there. There's another gap down below that. We got to get through that for that gap first. But NASDAQ, I don't think we got anywhere near that weekend gap.
We got like 400s?
No, nowhere near it.
All right.
Well, helps when Nvidia's up 2.5%. Amazon up 4.5%.
Yeah, incredible.
Tesla's up too.
They are, and then really only Broadcom's just down 1%. Apple's down 1.3%, but the Mag 7's kind of holding up the NQ for now.
We had $1 for every time we said that, Jack.
Oh yeah.
We got for earnings. We got more earnings this week. I know Palantir on the calendar.
Palantir.
Yeah,
Palantir above 200 was trading like 205 this morning. That'll be interesting.
What else do we got?
Really $500 billion market cap. They make $1 billion a quarter in revenue.
Hell of a multiple.
Mm-hmm.
68.72 last trade in the ES. NASDAQ, might be more selling coming here than NASDAQ, 26,110. Feeling heavy, 50-50 on the tilt all across the board right now. Gold staying bid, holding bid right now, 40.37. Looks like we got some more coming here on the downside. As the buyers do try to 6,000. Yep. Sixes now trade. 104s now trade. And we're into the hundreds. Now 26,097. And the NASDAQ ES selling off as well. 68.67. Hold it in.
Cody, you still holding that gold?
Yes.
How many? Two?
He's got 6 on it.
Two. Yeah. I took most of them off. Now long only 2. And I like it. Got that gold fever.
Oh boy. Gold rush, right? It feels heavy. It feels heavy.
Gold fever.
They want to keep selling this thing. Well, buyer's going to give it a shot again. We saw the 10-year pop again. Price. Right now, we're beneath 26,100 in the NASDAQ. They're trying to hold a bid. They're trying to hold a bid right at 26,100. Keep taking it lower there, and more selling coming in here. 26,090. Now 088. ES selling off. Here we go. 68, 67. 66 is now.
Yeah, buyers couldn't defend VWAP there on the test. And just continued red candles on the 5-minute. Haven't printed a single green candle from the open. Obviously, pretty bearish right now.
The ES ladder very, very thin. Slippage very likely. I'm sorry, NASDAQ ladder. ES ladder thin as well. Where are these stops at? Jack, you got next level is 68.70. What's up, Hogue?
68.60.
Why is that?
Why is which part?
Why is it so thin?
The hell of a question. Because those ISM numbers aren't exactly the biggest market movers. They didn't even come out that bad. We did see a big reaction in the 10-year prices. Gold popped, and we are selling off. 10-year turned around. Yeah, I know, Dolby. You know I got my tinfoil hat on. Something's afoot. Something's afoot. Well, Billy nailed it. Something is afoot.
Strange things are afoot at the Circle K.
Yeah, Hogue, on that sell-off, was there volume behind that sell-off as well? Or is it just lack of bids? I guess with a thin ladder. Oh, question. Hogue, I got a question for you. What does a thin ladder mean? ES ladder is thin. What does it mean when the ladder is thin, Hogue?
It means that there's fewer than normal bids or offers. You know, here in the S&P is below my picture there. You can see this is the last price. And, you know, in the S&Ps, we're looking at 30, 40 contracts on the bid and the offer. That, to me, looks a little bit thin, right? Usually you're going to see twice that, if not 3 digits on the bid and offer for the better part of the day. So it looks a little bit thin. NASDAQ also maybe a little bit better of an explanation here. We've got 1s, 2s, 3s on the bids and the offers. And when it gets really thin, you'll see spreads between the best bid and the best offer, sometimes 2, 3, 4 points between them. This is looking a little bit thin, but not terribly. So when we're saying we're looking at a thin dome or low liquidity, we're looking at a lower than normal number of bids and offers on both sides of the market. You'd have to of course, be looking at level 2 data for this. But we're just kind of looking at the ES, a little bit thin. Usually we're used to seeing more than just 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 contracts on the bid and the offer. We're not seeing any larger numbers either. Maybe 118 on the bid down here, 68.60 for 186. But yeah, it's looking a little bit thin. And it just means, you know, a little bit less liquidity. More likely to have a little bit more slippage on any of your stops, particularly if you're trading in the NASDAQ. We did just have, you know, some information come out that should be kind of behind us now, and you should see some of the bids and offers. I call it some of the blood coming back into the domes here. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ again. Yeah, 4s, 3s, 5s. Yeah, it's coming back in a little bit here. We're seeing, you know, less than no real bids differences between the bids and the offers there. So it's looking like it's coming back in here.
Well, Goolsby hitting the wire. Goolsby hitting the wire right now was not on the schedule. Let's get right into it. Goolsby saying inflation in services is an area of concern. Goolsby, I am cautious about layoff data. Goolsby, voting member, Chicago Fed, was not on the schedule. Where is Goolsby speaking? Typically, Goolsby is pretty strategic, especially with these unscheduled. Speaking of CNBC, okay, the hiring rate is low, which is one of the economy's weakest factors. And the hiring rate is low, which is one of the economy's weakest factors. This is Goolsby hitting the wire right now. More from Goolsby. It is unusual to have a low hiring, low firing economy.
We got the VIX above 18.
Where did you come from, Goolsby?
Oh, you know, he came from LaSalle.
Indeed. Alan Jackson.
That's where his fortress of solitude is over there.
Sure is, James. Okay, with that being said, how about this? Topstep TV tip of the week. Every week we bring you a new tip of the week. How about that one? Good job, James. Those are my bruisers hooking me up. Expect the unexpected. Just like that. Goolsby coming out of nowhere. Plan for sudden market swings. We're seeing that already. Use stops to limit losses. Absolutely. Watch news and global events. We're seeing that right here, right now. Stay calm, adapt, and execute. I got to work on the staying calm part. But adapt and execute. Very, very important. Again, expect the unexpected, as Hogue says. Anything can happen. ACH.
ACH, baby.
Anything can happen. Seeing a turnaround in the ES. 10 points off the lows there. 68.77. Buyer stepped in the NASDAQ as well. 6,140. Expect the unexpected. How exactly do you expect the unexpected? Never mind. We'll talk about that later. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
You keep your left up.
Keep your left up. There you go, Hogue.
Good call, Hogue.
Absolutely. Hands
Good
up at all
call.
time. More from Goolsby here. It is very hard to get the timing right in a time of transition. I'm nervous about the inflation side of the ledger. Hello. Okay.
That's such a great point, Hogue. Keep your left up. How many times what do they say in boxing? It's the most dangerous shot are the ones that you don't see coming. And it doesn't even have to hit hard, right? We'll be sitting here trading, and next thing we know, we have a Trump tweet and the market goes 50 points against you. And if you're not prepared for it, there goes your account.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Be prepared for that right cross that you don't see coming. It's the uppercuts that always got me, Dakota.
Yeah. Theoretically, or
no, literally.
Headbutts.
Yeah, Victor Ortiz against Mayweather. That was quite well. Anyways, neither here nor there. 68.76 last trade.
that was not
Gold.
controversial in my opinion, Andre.
It was not completely clean.
Mayweather
Headbutt
did the right thing.
100%. 100%. Gold print new highs. Braden, seeing sell off here in Crude.
Yep, I added. Look at gold go. I just added another 5 as I continue to see exhaustion wicks to the upside. Coming back down to my entry sizing into it, so I'm in 15 now at 78.
60, 78. That's right, 60, 80. Goolsby hitting the wire. Not have this on the schedule. Again, just to recap Goolsby here, I'm nervous about the inflation side of the ledger. It is very hard to get the timing right in a time of transition. Or from Goolsby, again, it is the hiring rate is low, which is one of the economy's weakest factors. Also, I'm cautious about layoff data.
That pivot on NQ off of 155 is very nice. Very clean pivot off of 55. That took almost no time. A couple minutes. We topped out, and now we're back into trying to break low of day. About 20 points off of it. Sellers still have this market.
Pushing 60.76. More from Goolsby. Economy has been pretty strong with weakness in specific sectors. Consumer spending is a key driver of economic momentum. Ain't that the truth? 50 on the tilt. Goolsby. Letting it just rip right now.
I kind of wonder one of the pretty speculative stocks that was pumped very hard on like Wall Street Bets and Twitter and FinTwit lost, I believe, 65% of its value today. In biotech. Cure. I don't even know what it does. QURE. Let me see if I can pull up a chart.
Okay.
It was a pretty good. I watched like a YouTube documentary of some guy who made a video. It was pretty good. Just talking about how like everybody got on board from kind of like how the GameStop thing set up. Everybody did that with like Bed Bath and Beyond, kind of like that cult mentality about Bed Bath and Beyond, and then they bankrupted. And it's cool. He like interviewed actual people that like bought into the hype of it. They're like, it's sad kind of, but they're like, I lost everything, blah blah blah.
Mm.
But obviously,
That hurts.
Here we go. I
yeah.
got this chart.
Oh
Ouch.
man.
So it became like a big thing. Like
Oh.
somebody called it. People made a ton of money, but if you held on to it, I don't know what happened. Probably something with trials or something. Gotta be really careful in biotech, especially. That is a murderer's
Talk
row.
about
But yep,
stop loss.
drop from well, your stop
Ouch.
loss ain't executing on the weekends. If you were holding,
Nope.
it was 67 and it opened up at 23.
Slippage.
Did you say 67?
Mm-hmm. He was trading
We
67.
should've
Oh
known.
boy. Oh boy.
We should have known.
You fell for it.
Oh.
You got.
Oh yeah, beyond 2. Let me see if I have that thematic jump down here. Maybe taking it off.
Is that saying something bad? I don't even know. I mean,
Hogan means
No,
absolutely nothing.
nobody knows.
It means
Hogan.
absolutely nothing. It's just it's dumb.
It's like planking. Remember planking like 20 years ago?
You know, I'm still all on board for Coney 2012. Let's catch that guy.
When I was handing out candy for Halloween, I was like wearing a stream mask, just kind of holding the candy bowl, and some like a little bit older kids, but that generation, I guess they like heard my voice and could tell I was older, and they're like, "What's up, 6'7" unk?" I was like, "What?"
Ooh, you got the double whammy.
Yeah.
Oh, listen here, you young people. 6'7". Beneath the hundreds, beneath 26,100 right now on the NASDAQ. They're trying to hold a bid. Yes, 68, 67. Not seeing much more. Goolsby just stops. That's it.
Goolsby out.
Yeah, everything comes on. It's just so calculated.
Does he
Very
really
thin.
word it like exactly how you're reading it, Andre? Like, I'm nervous, like things like that, like hot words
Yes.
like that.
Yeah. Yep. I am nervous about the inflation side of the ledger. I can't find where exactly this is coming from. He jumps on CNBC. Yep. Pop there. Rejection.
Nervous,
Sellers got.
terrified, frightened.
Oh, yeah. Concerned. We saw a pop there. 50 on the tilt still. Gold. Gold's holding bid right around those 40-40s, 40-39 last trade. It is very thin on this NASDAQ ladder. Price is just jumping. We're just trading 110s. Now we're down to 103s. We're going to see another push
on
lower
gold,
here.
man. It's like a brick wall. It's how it was Friday too.
So I was going to try to give it another shot. Yes, might be the first one to go. Yes, 3 points from new session lows that were just put in. Let's trade 68, 67. How about that one to go to 67? Please get off
It's
this
not
handle.
funny
Thank
anymore,
you.
guys.
It's too early for this.
We killed it. Did Hogue kill it? Hogue kill it.
Right.
Hogue.
I didn't even know what it was.
Hogue killed it. It's like
I killed it, but I didn't try it.
It's like when the Uber driver starts talking about the stock.
Yes. Okay, might be getting another push. Closing on session lows in the NASDAQ. Let's go 26,086. Buyers take it right back up to. Here's your rock fight. $68.67. We get 9 minutes. 9 minutes. We'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low. Time's flying already. Get those prices down, Chad. I'm going to ask you for help as well. Initial balance high in the ES, initial balance high and low, ES and the NQ. What is that, you ask? Simply the high and low price in the first hour of the New York session, right? Bottom of the hour. I ask you, what was the high price and low price in both the NQ and the ES? We'll go from there. We continue to make lows, so hold off on that. Probably get the highs. Probably jot those down. Again,
Yeah,
expect
the high 69.0950.
69.09 half. Roger that.
Unless we make new lows in the next 7 or 8 minutes, the low will be 68.64 quarter.
Well, we might do that.
Right.
We still got 7.5
Yeah.
minutes here. Hold off on that, but the highs do look like our initial balance high for now. 7 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Feeling heavy, but every time they try taking a lower. What's that IB high in the NASDAQ chat? We got it. Again, expect the unexpected. That's the theme right now.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so thin, Hogue? This one's got me.
Is it giving you the willies?
It gets your radar up, man. Like
It does.
68.71. Where's any size on that? It's thin.
It's like a couple of months ago, or at least a few weeks ago, I remember, Andre, we were kind of feeling the same thing. Like,
it was.
Dome was real thin, and we're like, why?
It's like it's quiet, too quiet.
Yeah.
Calm before the storm. We'll see. Stay tuned. Find out.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, 68.60s was the next price of interest to the downside, correct?
Still is. That's where we're starting to see some of the put levels in the 0-day. That's like 68.30 in the SPX. The big one, if we keep dropping, is about 40 points. So 68.30 in the futures is 6,800 in the SPX.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I would buy that.
Looking at about a $10 sell-off in gold right now. $9 sell-off. 40.30 last trade. In this 5-minute candle, we were just trading 40.39s.
Ooh. Now we're getting a little selling pull-off here in gold.
Yeah.
Back inside the initial balance. You still long, Dakota? Just two?
Yeah, with just 2 micros. I want to hold this long, though. I don't want to get out of it. I'm debating adding to it, to be honest.
I mean, it could be the right thing to do. And it's traded both sides of the initial balance, and typically that's going to kind of create range-bound activity.
Yeah.
Feeling heavy. NQ feeling heavy right now. Trading 26,084.
Add to this.
Buyers have tried to defend it, and new session lows.
I think I'm going to add to it.
6,074. New session lows in the ES as well. 68.62 and 3/4.
All right, I'm adding.
Okay.
Now 4. Right there. I got 28.
All right. What's your average what's your position and average price?
4 at 25.
40.25 long 4 MGC. So NASDAQ gonna want to go test 26,000 even. It's got 75 points to go. Yes, also it's one of those grind lowers. Grinding lower here.
Boy.
Yes.
Keep
Look
going.
at that ad.
Yeah.
There we go.
2.5 Dakota. 0.25.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trading 40.30.
Well, here's 68.60, but once again, it's just looking too heavy.
It is. What he means by that, it's looking too heavy. It's can't hold a bid, right? Can't really hold a bid.
No.
Buyers continue to get rejected. And we are closing on 26,000 even. It's about 45 points to go now in the NQ. And here comes some more selling. 68.56 in the ES.
And NASDAQ's back to
Is this-
settlement almost, huh?
Yeah. Is this going to be the day where we get big technical sell off, or
Just
really not too much as far as news?
Both selling off as well. 40.27.
All right, I'm flat. That last
Yeah.
one was a scratch. I'm up $1,000. So
Nice job. Nice job. Starting to see that sell off
Bitcoin
in crude now. 60.69.
3% Bitcoin spot in the 106 handle, 106,500. We're getting close to 100.
100,000 even, Jack?
Yeah. Obviously a big psychological number.
Yep.
Not that close yet. We're at, 106,300. But
Hey,
ooh, wow.
expect the
Big
unexpected.
spike down last week. Who knows?
That might be expected.
New highs VIX.
Can
we get the 20?
What is the VIX? Is at 20?
18.62. No, I said, can we get the 20?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Of course.
And volatility index, more selling in the ES now. 68.55. Hold off on those initial balance lows, folks. I just look to be in.
I'm going to knock on wood when I say this, but we'll maybe see the move in crude if we break session lows. Knock on wood.
we do have a gap. We do have a gap on the NASDAQ, right? From the Sunday open.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Nice cut, Dakota. Gold in the midst of a $20 sell-off in the last, all right, 4 minutes? No. Who cares? We got new lows here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ closing in on 26,000. 30 points to go. 26,000. Timber, they say in the chat. Yep. Look out below. ES selling off. We're starting to see an acceleration to the downside here. 68.54. Now 53 is just print. $6,000. Oh. 36.
Largest 5-minute down candle we've seen since the opening bell on NQ.
In NQ, yep. Between $60.68. Oh, crude.
I finally fill that gap. Back to beginning of last week. Yeah, 67.40.
Yeah, 13 points to go there. This is technical sell-off.
Low from Halloween.
A methodical grind lower. Not a complete just... Man, there goes crude. Crude now trading $60.56. Brain, they want to know what your take profit is to the downside. Again, Brain short 15 micro crude from $60.78. About 25 cents in the money. Brain, what are you doing? How do you manage this trade? You are in the money right now. Seeing gold sell off, NQ, ES, as well as crude.
Well, you have this set up, and the target for me is that kind of that downside range to kind of that downside level in the hourly. We've seen a lot of weak structure there on the hourly in the 60s, and we're breaking kind of that weak higher low as well, 60.50. You have exhaustion to the upside. I'm just going to let sellers do the work here and follow it. If we can get a break under like 60.30, deeper into this range on the hourly, I'll go break even, but I'm looking for 60. I'm looking for this downside range on the hourly. I want to see price back within this level where, buyers are at least attempted to hold that. But with the exhaustion off the top, I would expect to break through, but we're day traders, right? So I'm optimistic about it going under 60. Whether that's going to happen today, I'm going to have to find out. We'll see what the price action looks like. But as long as it continues to look bearish, we just took the lows, so there's really no reason to cut it yet. But I'll watch this, and as it moves lower, kind of scale out of it. But I want to see 60s here, and I do think it'll break. I think it'll break under 60s. But we're day traders. I have to be out of this position before market close, so I'll reposition in the overnight session tonight.
Nice trade.
Sell-off. Yep. Nice ad.
Like I could tell you, I think it's probably going to go move down to 58 if it can break that low. But as far as all of that happening in this session, probably not very likely, unless we get a crazy amount of volume. But we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Hogue. So we're an hour into the New York session. We got the initial balance high in the ES and the NASDAQ. Initial balance high in the ES, 6909.50. Initial balance high in the NQ,
I'm short
26,000.
NASDAQ.
Right, Dakota.
Sorry, Andrew.
No. What price, Dakota?
4 from 24. I'm looking for 26,000 even.
Yep. All right. Roger that. Hogue, hit me with IB initial balance low in NQ and ES.
Initial bounce low in the NASDAQ, 26,033.
033.
26,033. Just leaving it behind right now.
Mhm.
Initial bounce low in the ES, 68.52 in the orders, 68.52.75. Initial bounce low.
Hogue, does it matter that those initial balance lows were essentially put in exactly at 9:30 Central Time? Does that have any effect? It's like when in that first hour the initial balance high or low was put in? Does it matter to any extent?
I mean, it does to agree. If it just continues to kind of break below the initial balance low, the market is already telling us it's accepting lower pricing if it does that. And it also means if it rejects and we have a failed downside auction, it's a little bit more power to that as well. So yeah, it does kind of matter, when the extension of the initial balance occurs right at the change or right at the creation of the initial balance. There can be important information there. Right now, we're just seeing the initial balance hold as resistance above price right now. And if it holds, that could be a deeper continuation below the initial balance line.
It is holding. It is holding. You heard Jack say it's feeling heavy. This is what it looks like.
Yeah,
Hold a
gotta
bit.
take out 68.43 half was the Halloween low, aka
Ooh.
Friday.
Spooky Halloween. Braden called Unk 67 Unk. Still, our heads are still spinning. Everyone's been called Unk here. All right. With that being said, let's take a look at some of our live funded traders here on this Monday. See how they're doing. Quick update: Christina up 13 large. Samuel up 10. Well done. Most important, we'll check back in throughout the day. Make sure you keep those profits throughout the day because hey, expect the unexpected. But well done, Christina, Samuel. Nice start to the trading week, but most importantly, keep the green day. Code is short 0244.
8 now from 29.
8 029. Okay.
Yeah, I might get out of this one quick if we don't see a flush. This is kind of, I don't want to say overextended, but when the market sold off so fast, we could easily see a 50-point bounce just out of nowhere.
You really just want to see it hold below that initial balance low, Dakota.
Yeah, I want to see it flush to 26,000 quick.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Have a little trouble holding that.
Downside is brewing in the ES.
Yep. Goolsby, continuing to find a microphone here. Goolsby, not decided for what happens at next Fed meeting. Where are you speaking? U.S. House Speaker Johnson talking about the government shutdown. We're mindful that time is running out on the stopgap bill. Well, I mean, yeah, like 30 days, 35 days. I mean,
All right. Yeah, this is where I want to see that flush in the NASDAQ. Pushing back down below 20. Can we see it?
Yeah. Gold continuing to sell off. 40.18 last trade. 15 minutes ago, we were trading 40.40. Go to Wonder Bop in the chat, all caps. Anyone on CL? Yes, Braden. Short 15 micro CL from 60.78. She's just short covering. Is this just short covering? We're short covering, you ask? You see the sellers come in and take a little profit right around here. Might entice some buyers to step in and try to take the longs, what you call on the bottom, which, if they're wrong, will continue the acceleration to the downside.
I think we see a flush of 26,000, but it's always nervous because we could bounce at any moment, like 30 points.
Yes, we've definitely seen that before, haven't we?
Yeah. Too often.
Yeah, 26,028. So initial balance low. Well, we're above it now. Now, Hogue gets back. First thing Hogue's going to say, failed downside auction, question mark? Or
We're getting that bounce.
The seller's going to jump back in here and sell more into this little bit of a pop. We're talking about a 25-point pop in the NASDAQ, back up to 26,041. In the ES, looking about a 10-point pop.
All right, I'm going to get out of that.
All right.
I'll get back in if I see some type of reversal. It's, picking up.
All right, here's your reversal.
Let's look for a long.
We're in?
Coming back through. No. 58.60. Gonna hold here for a little bit.
Cancel. Patrick saying can't sell the hole.
Can't sell the hole. Can't sell in the hole.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was doing too. Yeah, selling in the hole.
I'm catching, trying to ride the wave. 26,055, 40-point pop. We have some speakers coming out. Again, Fed daily. Scheduled to speak in about 90 minutes. Cook. Scheduled to speak at 1 p.m. Central Time. So not for a few hours into this afternoon. Again, Jack, you said she had, well, since this whole thing's, I have not heard her speak. Obviously, there's a lot going on there.
Yeah, she's spoken a few times. I mean, she's addressed what's going on, but she hasn't given a regular economic type thing in a while that I can recall.
1 p.m. Central. It'd be interesting to hear how that goes. Up to the 62s. Is that the bottom right there, Dakota? We just put the bottoms in the ES and then that's it.
It might be. We didn't flush. We didn't flush, which is, what does Hogue say? What we don't do is just import it as something as what we do. So
yes.
Yes, 50 points. 50 points. Right up. And look at gold. Right back up to almost those 30s again.
Are the lows in? Can we run a poll? Are the lows in? Have we seen the lows of the day in the NASDAQ and the ES? Are the lows in? Question mark. Or can we rephrase that? I'm a little more excited. Will we make new? Just say, are the lows in for the day? Question mark. ES, NASDAQ. Low in the ES in the session, 68.49.5, and low in Q.
I have a hard time saying yes.
We'll say no. Yeah, get that up there. Ooh, closing at 188,000 subscribers. We just got to 187,000 last week. Closing at 188,000. Please click subscribe. Please, really appreciate it. There it is. Polls up in the chat. Are the lows in for the day in ES and Q? Jack, how are you vote?
Yes.
Votes a yes. Very good. Get that question up. Please click subscribe. And right now, never got to 26,000. We got to 26,015. Back up 75 points higher. 6,090. And about a 20-point pop. 20-point pop in ES as well. Look at this. Question in the chat for me, Andre. Did you like that ass whooping tech put on KSU on Saturday? Loved it. 40.26. Dakota, you are flat.
I'm flat. Yep.
Braden, short, crude. All of fast
Still
markets.
short.
Yep, for 15. From $60.78. Last trade, $60.75. I think the poll is accurate. What does the poll say? We will look at that 50-50. We close the poll 50-50
50-50.
as to whether or not we'll put new lows in the ES or the NASDAQ. Well, there you go. People have spoken.
All right.
See
Well,
the same
I'm
intel.
sure the NASDAQ now
Okay.
from 81.
I like it. 081. Yes, the Chicago Bears did win.
That was insane. I feel like I aged about 10 years in that last 2 minutes and 20 seconds that took a half an hour of real time.
Yeah, I short-circuited. I had no idea.
I short-circuited on my Green Bay Packers losing by a field goal to them. So,
no one was watching that game, Dakota. That game was boring compared to our game. That game was...
Yeah, it was pretty boring.
Quality losses out there, Dakota. I mean, like, if we were in college, those would be bad for the rankings.
Our game...
Browns and the Panthers.
Yeah, 50-50. That tie, though, got you in first place. Ties are good. Has got you guys in first place.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I know. Well, wherever that Bears game was. Holy moly. All right, markets are...
I'll have to go watch the highlights.
All you need to know is Caleb Williams has a rocket arm.
Yeah? Bears looking good?
Yeah.
Defense does not look good. Special teams looks very not good.
Why Santos still have a job? 68-68 last trade in the ES. Gold. Dakota gold range bound from 40.20 to 40.
We pump it up again on gold.
Yeah. 40.32, baby.
We went all the way down to 16s, right back up to 32s.
We haven't said gold is range bound in all year.
I mean, is it range bound when we're up 0.9%?
I guess I'm just conditioned to say gold not done, all new all-time highs. And I haven't said that in a while. I think gold all-time highs.
We're used to it just going straight up.
Yeah, 43.94, something like that. Just beneath 4,400.
It's what gold's going to do today. It's going to go up and it's going to go down. And it's going to go up and it's going to go down.
Expect the unexpected. That's the only... You can only get that analysis here at Top Step TV. Will it go up?
100%.
We're pretty...
We traded both sides of the initial balance. This is what happens. It trades below, it trades above, then it rotates the rest of the day.
6-7 in this one. Yep.
Failed downside auction in the equities.
I told you guys he'd say that. I told you when he came back he'd say that.
No, it's a preemptive long, but
told you.
It did jump off those lows pretty quick.
Poll results 50-50 on the nose. Are the lows in? 50% say yes, 50% say no. Right now, those that said yes are looking right. 26,100. What a 85 point.
I'm
rebound.
flat. I'm not short anymore.
20 point pop. Not pop. 20 point rebound in the ES string. 68.70. Jack, you had your eye on the 68.70s earlier.
68.60 and 68.80.
All right.
Like maybe depending how it was. If I was going to sell, maybe it's 68.80. We're going to make it 60s here. Let's see what happens.
All right, Hogue, question for you. IB low, initial balance low in the ES, 68.52. I guess we're above.
Yes.
We did get beneath it. Initial balance lows, do they still carry the same weight that they did? Like, I don't say normally, but just how the market's been trading today. In terms of
Sure.
Okay, how so? Because NASDAQ, we're above it. We're above 26,033. We cooked through IB low, about 18 points. So we're talking about failed downside auction. How do you handle that? What do we do with those prices?
One thing I don't like about longs in the S&Ps is the opening range is the dead high. But with this little failed downside auction, if we were quick to preempt it, let's say we got long at 54, our risk is 48. So, we're looking at 6 points of risk. And, already we're at maybe 10 points of potential profit or better. So that's the reason I do like it. It's just because it's cheap. So there wasn't, a huge extension below the initial balance low. We closed the 30-minute bar back. Well, we haven't closed that 30-minute bar back above it, but to preempt it, we're looking at 6 points of risk for, if this does act as a real fail downside auction, the potential profit targets all the way to the initial balance high, which is 69.0975. So we're looking at 50 points of potential profit for 6 points of risk. Are you going to take that trade every time?
No, not every time, right?
It's
Wait,
preemptive, but it's cheap.
I've got my.
I mean, if you have a setup where you're risking 6 points for 50 points of potential profit, you probably want to take it.
I got you. Yeah. My whole thing with cheap trades, does that mean you're just calling the top or the bottom on the cheap trade?
Well, yeah, but it's not just, okay, that's far enough. The market's telling us, market generated information. We looked below the initial balance low and we weren't able to close 30 minutes below it. It's preemptive. Remember that this thing could still crumble and close this 30-minute bar back below that level. But because it's that cheap, to me, it's, seems to be worth it. If you were here and you said, okay, hey, this could be a failed downside auction, I can only risk 6 points on this. And if it actually proves to be a failed downside auction, my potential profit is 50 points for 6 points of risk. That's a trade I'm going to think about taking. Now, it's not technically a true failed downside auction. This 30-minute bar has not closed back above the initial balance low. Sellers could come in and smush this thing and just crush us on our 6 points of risk or not.
I'm back in a short. We got a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute off this level of support resistance.
How many, Dakota?
Yeah, how many?
10 micros.
Price?
75?
075, short 10 MNQ.
So now there's the Dakota factor that Dakota's short.
That changes everything, huh?
That changes everything.
We'll Bitcoin's still kind of melting. We're down 105,740 in the spot market right now. The low of the most recent kind of cycle, like 103,600.
We had 10 minutes to find out if this is going to be a true failed downside auction. We're going to get a lot of information in this next 10 minutes, folks.
There you go.
Yeah, we're not seeing any follow through on that.
Now, crude way up $60.88. What happened there? It looks like we did. I don't know. Say, what was that, Braden? I thought we were just look out below.
It seems like it, right? But
what the hell
is
that?
So choppy. It starts to look good. These are markets that, I'll probably grow to despise this market, honestly. But it's a new relationship, me and Crude. So the new relationship. I thought, as an outsider, I thought I liked the trade. But if this is the price action, obviously from an outside. But once you're in the trade and you're having to wait through it, you're looking for levels to break, and they just aren't. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe the next week this thing will be on my blocked contracts. We'll see. This right now is
bad first
how new relationships are. It looks good on the outside once you get to know it. They're on your block list.
Finish that thought, Dakota.
No, I'm not. I caught myself, Andre. I caught myself. This is the internet. It's forever.
It is forever. Don't you forget. It is forever. Again, we got daily schedule speaking about hour and 10 minutes. And Cook Crude is so slow. Did not used to be like that.
Well, I hope not, Braden, but you know, you're always welcome to be part of the Crude Haters Club.
Yeah. JD is the leader of that.
Crude was a hot market at a time.
It was.
Man, it was.
And it will be again.
Anything that moves is the hot market. Gold.
It's all cyclical.
All right, take a look at these prices. Gold trading 40.25.
Going down, going up, going down, going up, going down. Range bound.
Look at that 10-year yield. What do we got for the 10-year yield? It is 4.11111%. Again. We were under 4% a couple weeks ago. Pre-FOMC, we were under 4%. 34 days in 3 nines. We'll close them back in on 40.20. Trading 40.23. Phil Red in the chat says, no one trading NQ. Till Red, everyone trades NQ. $26,083. ES caught a bid there. 68.73 on this 5. The lows in just like that. 68.73. This 5-minute candle was just we were just trading 68.65 in the ES. About 8 points there. Still fit on that ES ladder. And when Hogue was talking about, what it looks like normal, 150 on the bid, 150 on the ask, quote unquote normal, not as thin. Right now it's 30 on the bid, 30 on the ask. NASDAQ even thinner. I'm looking at the NASDAQ ladder. Look at that. It's 2 on the bid, 2 on the ask with a couple ticks spread. That means there's a couple ticks, couple prices there's just nothing there.
No bid, no offer.
Yeah, it did narrow. That's why I tick now. It's trading though. All right, we are beneath those 26,100s. Dakota, you still short? Brutal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was brutal. Dorito pattern MNQ says, yes, it is. What is Dorito pattern? Ranges get narrower and narrower and narrower. They were wider. I kind of think of Dorito or a wedge. Triangle on the side. Pennant formation. Oh, wow. They got Who got caught long there? That was tough. Shorts just got caught there. Yeah, that was chop. And we are seeing some selling.
Got the screaming baby indicator going in the background. Hopefully you'll hear that.
Interesting
buy
price
it, right?
action. Interesting price action right there. Yes, where's it trading?
5 minutes.
5 minutes till what, Hogue? Okay.
Minutes.
If then this thing, Hogue. If this, then what? In the 5 minutes. If talk about the NASDAQ, Hogue. Last trade 26,075 in 5 minutes. Top of the hour. If this, then
if this 5-minute bar closes above the initial balance low, 26,033, that creates the failed downside auction. That verifies it. Doesn't mean that it has to happen, but it just kind of confirms that, yeah, we looked lower, sellers backed off, buyers took over, and the downside auction ended, and a new upside auction has begun. So watch what this price action does over the next 5 minutes. You get a bunch of selling coming in. There's traders that don't want this to happen. They want this thing to continue to move lower. But if we don't see those, or we see buyers come in and we see some good price action to the upside, that's going to improve the probability of price actually getting to, or at least very near, the initial balance high, which is 26,266. That's a pretty big move.
Okay. Buyers giving it a shot again here in the 68.70.
I'm cutting that crude trade. It's
man.
I'm not seeing what I want to see out of that. Down
This site.
325 on that.
Okay. Are you done with crude? Is it one and done over there?
I'm done today. Obviously today I'm not seeing what I want to see. I'll probably continue trading it, but
Okay.
you just got to approach it differently. Just got totally different mindset. Trade the ranges a little bit, be more patient. Probably try not to size in on things that start to look like breakouts, because I sized into that without really improving my average price because I was optimistic of a breakout. But yeah, it's just not doing that. So I end up with a crappy average in the middle of chop, and then when I have to cut it, I'm cutting off. I'm taking a larger loss than I need to. So we'll approach that differently going forward, but I still like this selling idea. It's just I'm not seeing what I need to see out of that market.
You're not ready to get your card carrying CHC card club member, are you? Crude hating club.
That's what I'm
Not going to send you the card just yet.
No, I probably will still trade it. You just truly have to have a different outlook on that than obviously the
gold
volatile markets that we trade in NQ.
What the hell just happened? All right. Gold's selling off down to 40.17. Leon's got a message for you. Braden, in all caps. Leon says, time to leave crude. No one likes that market. Braden, come back to NQ. So Leon's letting you know. Water's warm. Jump back in. We are popping crude $61 even. You got to pop in the ES trading 68.76. Looking at overnight view up 68.80, and the NASDAQ just popped up to 26,109. Gold just getting smoked. 40.15. What is going on? What was that?
To VWAP. Gold. Right to VWAP.
It can go up. It can go down. I mean, we called it.
Goes up. Goes down.
Where else? Click subscribe. We told you it can't go up. Come on.
You get this, right?
$61 even in crude. 5 minutes ago, we were trading $6.51. See what happens here at the top of the hour.
We're getting up to VWAP here in the equities. 26,115 in the NASDAQ on the 30-minute chart. 68.79 on the 30-minute in the ES. Let's see what happens up here.
That's 68.50 in the SPX too. If I was going to join this short, it would be around there.
So if we were long off the initial balance, failed downside breakout, failed downside auction, I should say, VWAP would be a good place to lighten up a little bit.
There you go. Who got long down there? Just out of curiosity. Who said, you know what, the lows are
those 60-20s.
We're going to go for 26,000 even. All right, top of the hour is in, Hogue. Do we get, let's just say failed downside auction for now.
It is a failed downside auction for now. Yep.
For now. We'll go around the
some
whole.
pretty decent price action off those lows. I'm looking to see if we have some continuation above VWAP.
All right, let's go. Is everyone flat?
Risk could be off. Risk would be off.
Coda, are you still short? Coda is may or may not be short. All right, let's go around the horn and take a look at these prices we got. Last trade 68.73 in the ES. NASDAQ trading 26,074. Also, your London close is now at the bottom of the hour. The United States, we did change our clocks here. London close will be at the bottom of the hour in about 29 minutes. Gold found some buying. Crude continues to push higher, 61.12 over there. With that being said, even before he comes on, Dr. Volatility, come on in. Happy Monday, James. We got some announcements. We got some more news coming in here. Come on in, my man. Happy Monday. What's happening, James, on TopstepTV? Let's go.
Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you all had a wonderful Halloween weekend, but you're ready for a new week of TopstepTV. And here, we keep the action bell to bell, including tomorrow at 1 p.m. We're hosting another Mindset Matters segment with Dr. V. All right, Dr. V is here to help strengthen your trading mindset, build discipline, and manage the emotions that come with trading the markets. Whether you're just starting out or you're looking to take your performance to the next level, Dr. V will share strategies that you can put into action right away. And you know what the best part is that she'll be answering your questions live so you can get direct insight tailored right to you. All right, don't miss it. Mindset Matters with Dr. V right here on Topstep TV. That's tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central Time. We're going to drop a link in the chat and we're going to pin it. This is for you to get your Mindset Matters questions in. Submit your questions ahead of time. Dr. V will be here tomorrow at 1 p.m. to answer them, and we're all going to have a good time. So check out the link in chat, submit your mindset questions, and then again, tomorrow, November 4th at 1 p.m., be sure to tune in. But tomorrow will not be your only chance to get some questions answered. That's right. Today, you know it, you love it. Group coaching continues all week long. Group coaching with JD, Hoop, and Hogue is today at 12:15 p.m. Central Time, right after Shoulder Tap. Group coaching is a segment where you get to have your trading questions answered live by the Topstep TV's greatest trading personalities. JD, Hogue, and Hoop, all three of them have massive amounts of years of experience when combined. So if you have a question about the charts, you have a question about strategy, or you have a question about their favorite movie, they will answer any question that comes through there as long as we have the time to do so. So we're going to drop another link in chat. This one won't be pinned because we want you to get your mindset questions in. But if you ever are looking for the group coaching question forums, just tag whoever is in the chat with the blue handle. We will make sure to get it your way. But now, before we head back to the guys, in other news, over the weekend, in his first CBS 60 Minutes interview since 2020, President Trump fielded questions on topics from tariffs to immigration to the government shutdown, which now threatens to become the longest shutdown in U.S. history. The interview was taped on Friday, 1 year to the day since he filed a frivolous lawsuit against 60 Minutes over a pre-election interview with 2024 Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris. Reed Binion reports.
In his first CBS 60 Minutes interview since 2020, President Trump fielded questions on topics from tariffs to immigration to the government shutdown, which now threatens to become the longest shutdown in U.S. history.
Democrats' fault.
As for Democratic lawmakers' demand that Affordable Care Act subsidies be extended before reopening the government, Trump stood firm by his position.
Obamacare is terrible, and we can fix it with the Democrats. All they have to do is let the country open, and we'll fix it.
On immigration, the president was asked if the methods used by ICE have gone too far.
I think they haven't gone far enough because we've been held back by the judges, by the liberal judges that were put in by Biden and by Obama.
Trump also addressed the upcoming Supreme Court oral arguments on whether his tariff policy is legal.
I think it's the most important subject discussed by the Supreme Court in 100 years.
The president asked what happens to his economic plan if the high court rules against him on tariffs.
I think our country will be immeasurably hurt. I think our economy will go to hell.
The wide-ranging interview also covered topics including cost of living, foreign policy challenges, and concerns about the possible use of the military to combat crime in American cities. I'm Reed Binion reporting.
All right, chat. Now is your time to go absolutely crazy. You know what we're doing there. But yes, to do that interview. Government shutdown. Gotta find a deal there. And are we going to do back-to-back months, no non-farm? So, Jack, I guess if we do get a deal in the next 3 days or 4 days, I guess we go on. What do we do with last month's non-farm? Is that just
they'll release it?
They will.
Yeah,
they had it in after.
Well, they don't have. I mean, the question. I don't know what the answer is to this, but like, I don't know how many people at the BLS have been working during this shutdown. Like, they had to get CPI out because there were some Social Security things that were tied to the Q3 reading on that, but I don't know that they're working on non-farm right now. So I have no idea when we'll get the October. The September was famously ready to go, so we will get that. But I have no idea when they'll get everything together for October.
Interesting times. Fake. Oh, not fake auction. Failed. Well, we're talking failed downside auction, failed upside auction. Not fake. I guess you call it fake. Well, no, don't even put that out there. Failed.
Fake.
Essentially, the seller, when it stops, the market can't go lower. It's an auction process, right? selling off and stops selling off. Market turns around like we're seeing crude oil right now, $61.27. Nice cut there, Braden. You're done with that.
Yeah.
Later, crude.
Yeah, no, it's showing a
Later.
lot of strength and follow through now on the opposite side of my trade, but it's funny.
S&Ps are holding up a lot better here than the NASDAQ is. Of course, I mean, S&Ps are right around settlement. NASDAQ is above settlement.
We have an 800 lot down there at, was it 68.45 on the bid?
What's that doing down there?
I don't know. There was 800 lots on the offer during opening
Hanging
call. Yeah. Okay, gold. Picking up some momentum to the downside here.
Yeah, there's 800 on the offer at 69.33 in the S&Ps. They've got it bookmarked.
Two fills. That'd be nice. What's picking up here?
We got bookends on the bid and the offer here.
That's right.
Which one
Hey,
gets
Dakota,
filled first?
Are you still short NQ?
Correct, from 075.
075. How many times? 10?
Yeah. I'm trying to reboot this. Microsoft Windows is going to give me an update here a second.
Yeah. I don't like that update. Shout out to Doom. Now I know what you're talking about. Updates, things are getting wonky. 4015. I'm talking gold here. 4015. Haven't seen this price about 2 hours or so. All right, Braden, we're gonna reset here. What are you looking at next price? Prices of interest in the NQ. Yep, might be seeing some freezing.
Oh, my bad. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I was just saying VWAP's been in play a lot today. Out of the open, the sell-off kind of had a buying retracement there, couldn't hold it above, sold back through, tested it to the upside. So kind of holding under now. If we can sustain kind of under VWAP and form some bearish structure, look to take it maybe back through low of day.
Okay. Chat, I'm seeing the same thing you are. Stand by. Only good. 26,073 last trade in the NQ. 68.75 last trade in the ES. Crude trade 61. That was 26 cents.
So somebody asked why Bitcoin's not pumping with the Fed cutting rates. And I think just psychologically, these are day bars for Bitcoin spot here, is that the prices we're at now, okay, Bitcoin first hit them in December of 24. So, I think they're a famously impatient bunch that tend to move that market around. And over this time, if you look at, say, what stocks have been doing, especially tech stocks and things like that, I think that the quick money crowd is just jamming to other things like gold, Nvidia stock. Because, yeah, Bitcoin right now is flat since for the year, basically. So I have no opinion long-term either way on it, but I think people are just chasing what's got momentum. And it's taking some liquidity out of Bitcoin.
Again, pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions for Dr. V. Yes, Dr. V. Joining us. Also got group coaching. Those questions in. And $61.30 last trade in crude. NASDAQ trading 26.078. James NQES. All of them. All right, bottom of the hour. We're getting London close in 19 minutes. 19 minutes till the London close. Gold going from range to range. Look at the 10-year selling off.
Yep. Right to VWAP.
Yeah.
1480.
Okay.
Crude not done.
Crude not done indeed,
130.
man. 61.39. Session high 61.30 last trade. 10-year. 10-year prices around the low of the session, right? 10-year prices go lower, rates go higher.
Equity's just taking a break here.
Yeah, it very well could be. 10-year rate 4.116. That 10-year yield, we got on the calendar here. London close, then we got daily scheduled to speak at the top of the hour. And Cook, my person, is making a triumphant return at 1 p.m. Central. I would love to hear what she has to say. Don't know what exactly. Maybe it's monetary policy. We don't have another FOMC meeting until December 10th. What's up, Hogue?
That was Jack.
Yeah. So, if you get 6 or especially 7 of the Fed members really kind of jawboning that they don't want to cut rates in December, that could really change the perspective, right? You only need 7.
Is that how thanks? Yes.
Whatever 7 vote for go. There is no tiebreaker. Actually, if it's 6-6, the policy just stays the same. So actually, they only need 6 because there would just be no rate cut.
It needs to be 6-7.
Enough. I mean, come on. 26,000.
Not going to dignify that with a response.
Oh no, I just said price 26,067. Unreal. It's 68.72. Jack, if you have it handy, can we get a Mag 7 update?
Sure.
We were. I mean, a couple. Also, is NVIDIA still 5 trillion? Are we still at 5 trillion plus for the market cap? Just making sure.
Yes.
Okay,
Fear not. Still worth 5,000 billion. In fact, NVIDIA is $150 billion in market cap today.
Well done.
Remember, they announced a $38 million deal in the future and went up 150 billion in market cap today. Broadcom still down 1%, Apple down 1.2%. The rest is up, led by Amazon, still holding on to those gains from that OpenAI deal announcement, up 4.75%. Google up 0.5%, NVIDIA up 3%, Tesla up 3%. The rest hovering a little bit above. What do you call that? What's that called in baseball? Is the Mendoza line?
Yep, it is the Mendoza line.
Yeah.
$5 trillion. What'd you say? 5,000 billion? What a boss, man.
Mm-hmm.
What a boss, man. He's smart. $61.34. 10-year. Low of the session. For prices, that means. Wow, when's that going to put downside pressure on equities, if ever? We're looking at yields right around day high. 4.118. Dakota, what are you looking for a downside target on these shorts?
If this market fails, I could see a gap fill. I want to see that gap fill to 26,000.
And from the comments, guys, expect to see a lot of pillow hairstyle from me for the next month or so. All of the grandparents have abandoned us to go to warmer parts of the country. We're fighting for our lives here at this house.
Uh-oh.
Hang on.
Yep.
We got you. We're all in this together, Jack. We are all in this together. Ain't that right, Chad? All in this together. Earnings. Look at gold. Gold 40 and now. Gold in the midst of itself. 10 years selling off. What just happened? What's the dollar doing? Are getting stronger?
Dre, I have been embracing, I don't know if I said this on air, but I heard about Shohei that he usually tries to sleep 12 hours a day.
Oh, that's what you're embracing. Oh, I thought you were embracing the fact he's the greatest player of all time. But yes, he needs his sleep. He absolutely needs to
Right.
sleep.
So I'm trying to do the same thing. So like,
Yeah.
I think for November, I'm going to sleep right after the kids go down. I did it last night. It was wonderful. Went to bed at
It's well
8
done.
p.m.
That's the Doyers, world champs. Look at gold. Gold closing on 4,000 even. It's about $9 to go. Look at that. 40/40s Dakota. Session highs. 40, 43.
1,000 evens. Gold, maybe.
Yep. 40.09. Yeah, gold
Goes
is
up, goes down.
That's exactly. Who short gold? Who got short gold? $6,080 last trade NASDAQ. Chat. When's when are the equities going to? Right now we got gold moving.
So
Gold moving, crude moving.
you can see gold getting down to settlement.
Heads up on the 10-year. They're really whacking this thing lower. New lows in the 10-year.
Oh my, yeah. We're up to 412.
Yeah.
We're moving bips.
Yes, we are.
And we also broke out the highs of the 30th. So this is the highest we've been in the 10 years since Friday, October the 10th.
So we got crude moving, we got gold moving, we got the 10-year moving. Equities just kind of holding. They're catching up bid now. What? How does explain this to me? Yep.
Yeah, right back up the VWAP here. If we get full repair in gold, gold could get down to settlement, which is basically right around that 4,000 level that Dakota was talking about.
Interesting. Crude on the move higher here. Gold getting sold, getting sold, getting sold. Closing again. Got session lows here. 40. Last trade 40.08. We go to get to those 4,000s. It's for some reason. ES. A little range here in ES. This is interesting.
I wonder how long a break in gold takes to actually get like into jewelry. You know, it is Christmas coming up.
Oh man. Oh, they're watching. I mean, if it's anything like the gas station, anytime it goes up, I'd raise my prices. Anytime it goes down, I would just hold.
I'll just leave them there. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, nothing to see here. 61.42, Braden. I know you're over crude, but what a grind higher. What a grind higher. I'm about a buck.
Yeah.
$1 in the last 45 minutes. Watching this thing push higher here.
Session highs are 60. It's going to break session highs, it looks like right here. Just a lot of strong buying.
Dakota still short? I do believe so. All right, 26,100 last trade. Hope for president. I agree. 26,100 last trade in the NASDAQ. See some selling coming in here. ES just methodically grinding higher, like Hope was saying, right to overnight VWAP. Last trade 68.77. London close 10 minutes. 10 minutes until the close, and 10-year continues to push lower in price. Come on, equities, you've got to notice this.
No nonsense. Yeah,
Me is short here in Q 26,084. I'm 3 micros short, looking for the break of 60s here.
Love it.
I like that rejection off 100s.
Oh, wait, for
like a wick fill and these 5-minute, couple 5-minute candles with wicks down here. 10-point range back into the 60s. Looking for a quick scalp there.
I like it.
You heard Hogue talking about take a little off. If you did get long down there in the ES, perhaps maybe take a little off at overnight VWAP. Point and a half. Yeah, Emmons, I know. Every now and then they'll pay attention. Equities will pay attention.
I'm in 8 now.
Oh, baby. Same price.
Escalated quickly.
Yeah, 26,087.
87. You got better. Okay. Short 8. MNQ 26,087. Go back up to 4014. We got Dakota short. Braden short. Gold shooting back up.
Jeez, nice bounce in
Gold's
gold. Look at that.
Markets are moving. Equities are like not everything
are.
but equities. Everything but equities.
Goes up, goes down, goes up.
I mean, that's
goes
what's
down.
up. Yep, that's 6-7. This thing, man. Shit. Yeah, daily at the top of the hour. You know, I keep talking about. Jack, may I ask you a question? 2 p.m. Central. I see on the calendar. U.S. Treasury QRA estimates. What is that? I don't think I've QRA. Did I put you on the spot? I did.
Oh, you most definitely did.
QR. Okay, so what is
let me just see what that means.
Oh, good. My bad. I'd never chat. What is? Let's go.
I cut it out. I just don't like that price action back above 100s if we try to reclaim that. So this is a quick scalp idea. I just cut it. I don't like it.
Okay. Sorry about that, Jack. I've never seen that one.
Quarterly refunding announcement. So my guess is like maybe they're laying out what they're going to auction off.
I got it. Okay. Interesting. That's a new one. Always something new. Look at this. A whole bit in. Nice cut, Braden. Nice cut. 26,100 again.
I'm wondering what I've got to auction off.
You got two kidneys, right?
Hey,
I do. I could. If any of them are any good, I'd auction one off.
Yeah,
A drum
you might
set.
be down the list though, but yeah.
Yeah. A drum set. You gotta auction off a drum set.
What's this one?
Use that much anymore.
Session highs crude 61.47.
I can auction off my in-laws' dog that's staying with us.
Uh-oh.
So they left, and they left their dog.
Oh yeah, we're packed to our gills with mammals.
Eh.
And rescue dogs are great until they start acting like rescue dogs.
Oh yeah.
I can attest to that.
You along with Rodney?
Yeah, the good news is that her saving grace is that she doesn't have any teeth, so she can't really do much damage.
Oh, wow.
10-year pop in the 10-year price. Let's go down. Equities just
sideways.
It really is. Really is. All the action in crude. How about this today? From gold as well. Crude and gold moving pretty decent. So it happens here 5 minutes. About on the hour, we got the London close. Again, into the top of the chat, get those questions in for Dr. V. Morning recap after this. Coach Jay, yep. Shoulder tap, Jack Men. Group coaching, JD, Hogue, and Hope. And power players, Saul joining Jack and Dolby. And then it's Monday, so you know what that means. Mohammed in the house with myself and Dolby time. And we are back in this thing, Braden. Let's get in there.
Yep, I'm short 10 micros at 74, looking for 60s right now.
Oh, man. Hammer this thing.
I've just been here waiting for 6880s and
waiting 6
hasn't come.
I still think we go for that gap to 26,000.
I think so too. They're not making it easy. It's like pulling teeth.
It is.
Oh, you're right. S&P or SPX did tick that 6850.
Top trade.
Sleep at the wheel.
68.72. Shit. Again. I'm seeing it again. Yep, I'm seeing it again. Hang in there. Across the board. All right, got London close at the bottom of the hour. Hang in there. I'm seeing it as well. Again, they are working. We have notified engineering as do appreciate Let it rip. I can understand the frustration behind this 100%. Last trade we saw is 26,066. We'll refresh.
So 057.
Refresh. Not too much. Yep, we're aware. We're aware. Let's back up now. We're in the NASDAQ, 26,056 last trade ES, 6870. Sit on the ladder. Yep, back up. They are aware. We'll keep posted. We'll keep you posted as we get updates here in real time. This is live TV. You think we like this? This is, yeah, I mean, hang in there. 6,059, now 057's in the NASDAQ. And we'll see what happens in about 2 minutes. London will close. Then we'll see what, maybe we get the bounce. We get the bounce after London closes. All right, closing in here. It's more selling coming. ES, not so much. 6870. Low session 6849. So about 20 points. Room to the downside. Is that 800 lot still there? It was in the 45s.
Yeah, I've got stop break even. We broke the low of the 5-minute channel here under 60s. I like the key level 26,000 at least a test. Here we go, volume.
So
We'll see. Low a day maybe.
Okay.
Please.
That V off of 45.
Sure.
V's off of 45.
Uh-huh.
I'm covering some.
Smart.
5. Look at that.
It's very, yeah.
The V of doom.
We got Crude pulling back off the session high, 61.33, 50-50 across the tilt, 60 seconds till London closes. Yes, did not want to follow. Holding pattern right now. 10-year did pop. What do we got here? 10-year. Ooh.
I'm flat. I kind of got out in the 50s, 60s there. 20, 30 point play.
Are you seeing it as well on the live side there, Braden, with the data?
I had a little glitch, but I'm fine now.
Yeah.
Be careful. Let's see if we can. Oh, I can already hear the pit traders. This is why. Let's try open outcry. 10 seconds. 10 seconds to London close. See a little more selling here in the NASDAQ 26,050. It was a technical sell-off for the first hour into the trade. And London has closed. You're seeing it get thin in the ladder in the NASDAQ as well. 25 minutes here in fast markets. 800 lot still is there on the bid. 68.45. 30 points away to the downside. Code is still in this. We've been holding this thing the entire time.
Yep.
What are you looking for? 26,000 evens?
The gap fill. Yeah, 26,000.
Is gold going to continue pushing lower? 40.08. 40.08 last trade. Oh, that's right. Hogue. Technology, thanks for jumping on for that opening bell. But Hogue, you got morning recap coming up here in a few. So, couple last words before you get out of here, Hogue. Good stuff this morning, by the way.
Awesome. Great. Andre, Jack, Braden, Dakota, always a pleasure. Happy Monday. Great trading this morning, guys. And we'll see all of you shortly for the morning recap. Blessings.
Thank you, Hogue.
Later, Hogue.
Thank you.
Recap after this. And Crude has rolled over about 20 cents off the session highs. Last trade, Crude 61.27.
Yeah, I like that pullback on Crude.
Stop looking at Crude, Braden. Stop looking at Crude. You just had a nice trade. You just had a nice trade in NASDAQ. Don't even. Well, it's moving pretty decently. We're looking for 26,000 evens. I'm taking a look at the earnings calendar. It's here to see Palantir. Anyone Jack, you have that earnings calendar handy for the rest of the
Yeah,
week.
really.
Palantir. What else do we
Calendar's
got?
the only big
Yeah.
one for today. Let me take a look at the earnings calendar. Tuesday, we got AMD, Shopify, Uber, Pfizer, Spotify, some decent ones. Wednesday, we got Toyota, Novo Nordisk,
All right.
AppLovin, Qualcomm, Robinhood. Ooh, I always love Robinhood earnings. Thursday,
Yes, you do.
AstraZeneca, ConocoPhillips, Airbnb,
Okay.
Monster Beverage.
Worth better performing stock than Red Bull. Jack, you say you love Robinhood earnings. What do you look for? What specifically do you like to look at when you take a peek underneath the hood? When's Robinhood earnings, first of all?
I think I said it was on Wednesday. I'll look it up
Okay.
again. I don't want to go back through those, but they're interesting to me. I don't have a position in Robinhood, but you can see some interesting trends in retail trading under the hood, specifically how much of their money they're making from, say, options and cryptocurrencies versus other sorts of trades, what sort of products they're looking to offer, what they're doing in the events market. So definitely a fun one to read on the old 10Q.
68.78 last trade in the ES. 26,076 in NQ. We looked like we were going to go for those 26,000 evens. Not quite yet. The sellers come in. The buyers step right back in. Weird. Price moving right now. Very thin. And the ladders as well. Who's trading this? Are you guys trading well? Because this is not the easiest of environments. It got to be quick scalps. Anything. I mean, Dakota's been short this whole time, looking for that push lower. Look at that. They just lifted the offers. All right, here goes the ES. 68.80. Ran that puller. The low's in. I mean,
Looking to be the case.
yeah, it is. NASDAQ not so fast. 26,080. Every time we get to those 100s, 26,100, 110s, sellers have put a cap on it. Also, Dakota, it's Monday. Star of Slow Markets, 7:30 p.m. Central. Who will be joining you on Slow Markets?
Yeah,
Also, what can
gonna
they
be Coach
expect?
Jay.
For those that are new, what can they expect if they tune in 7:30 p.m. Central on TopstepTV?
Ooh, for anybody that's new, tune in. Coach Jay joins me Mondays and Wednesdays. Baron Tuesdays and Thursdays. Braden, we got to get you on there as well. I have a list of people I need to get on. I know you have traded it, right? You've traded slow markets, but
Yeah.
we focus on gold. Gold sees a lot of volatility at that time, 7:30 p.m. Central. It's the Asian session, and we've been trading it up. I've enjoyed every night the past few months, and the audience is growing. It's fun
stuff. Braden, getting the invites.
Yeah, man, I'm free every single night. I'm kind of just.
Ooh.
Braden loves trading.
I'm just home all the time. Yeah.
Just a trader. I don't know what his product is. I'm just a trader. Hell of a fantastic MVT trade a couple weeks ago, and absolutely nailed it. All right. That being said, let's bring in JD. Fantastic opening call with Amanda today, and Hogue and Jay as well. Let's take a look at some of Friday's top performers, funded P&Ls, as well as top 5 live funded. What's up, JD?
Let's do it, guys. We were just talking about micro Bitcoin a second ago. Well, we got a couple micro Bitcoin traders on this P&L list from Friday. Let's take a look at what some of these live funded traders did going into the weekend. Up at the top, Mark C was a gold trader, trading nothing but gold, $14,268 worth of it. Pulled that out of the live market on Friday. Nice job, Mark C, our P&L leader from Friday. Nicholas K trading NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ, $11,500 for Nicholas K. Jordan F was one of our micro Bitcoin traders. He was trading the ES, the NQ, and micro Bitcoin on Friday, putting $10,201 in his pocket. Jesus trading the NQ, $9,239. And Ines rounds out the top 5. and us trading the NASDAQ and micro Bitcoin for a total profit of $7,649 on Friday. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders. All right, payout numbers. Got some nice ones. This is a great way to go into a weekend. Luca, 31,591. Manuel, 16,650. Cameron, 3,938. Brian, $2,406. And I threw this one up here because size doesn't matter really when it comes to a payouts. Jose took a $130 payout, which is awesome. I encourage everybody, doesn't matter what the size is, make sure you are paying yourself in these funded accounts. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders putting that money in their pocket, lining their pockets with that hard-earned money taken out of the live funded accounts. Great job, everyone. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff, JD.
Absolutely.
Slow and steady.
But that pullback in crude back to it was pulled back about 20 cents off the highs, pulled back to like $61.27. See if
that's just a nice setup, kind of like an intraday rally to the overnight highs, and then a micro pullback that's just getting bought. I'm actually going to go 3 micros long, 61.39, looking for session highs at 61.50.
All right. 61. I'm sorry, what was that price? One more time, Braden.
39.
Okay, 39. Long 3 MCL, $61.39. Patrick getting long as well in the chat. Popping gold there. Let's trade 40.13. Gold is live and well. 40.14s. Didn't quite get to 4,000 even. We did get to 40.03. Back to 40.14. Now 40.15s look like they might print. It is a little choppy for sure. ES looking to get pushed through those overnight view up 68.80. Last trade right here, right now. NQ in the range, 5-minute range for the last hour plus. Low around 26,050. Higher, about 26,100. Ooh, we're getting fed up with the yeah, I know it's chat. Thomas in the chat. NQ consolidation looks atrocious. It's certainly interesting to see this. It's what a day. What a day indeed.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think
Don't
about
like
these
price
6880s,
action?
Jack? Jack, I know you had your
Become-
6880s pretty much there right now.
Yeah, just staying patient for now. We got, 15 minutes left. Oh, Braden, you're long the MCL. I thought you were long equities and Dakota was short.
No, I've switched my bias on MCL here for breakthrough session highs.
Packers, yep. All right. We grind 6881 now. We take it all the way back up to session highs. Not a bad range. Not a bad range. We're talking about a 60-point range in the ES during fast markets. Low of 68.49 half up to 69.09 half. Decent range. And Q's just
short 3 MES to start to build into a small position.
Let's go.
I don't love being short, but I'll ride or die with Dakota. I think there's been resistance here around the 68.50 level in the SPX. Maybe I'll add some more.
What price, Jack?
Right here, right now, 68.81 quarter.
81 quarter. Okay. This thing over. Trying to look for anything. So we got Braden. Braden, you are just long 3 MCL, correct?
Yeah, well, let's make it 6. I'm gonna add 3 more. Hold on a
Let's
second.
make
I accidentally added into the NQ. All right, I'm long 6 micro crude.
All right. 61.30 last trade is 61.37. Yeah, there we go. We'll have that pinned at the top of the chat. There you go. Get those group coaching questions in. Forms pinned to the top of the chat. Again, 150, call it 200 years of experience for a 45-minute session with JD, Hogue, Hoop. Those questions in there. I remember on Friday, someone in the chat asked, got Anne-Marie all fired up. Do you actually learn anything? Has anyone ever learned anything watching Top Step TV? Well, this is perhaps where you can learn something. I don't know, ask a question. And you got a Hogue, JD. I mean, that's Hoop. I mean, that's very valuable resource. So hopefully we can learn something. But we'd like to think that, yes, we can learn
Those
a little
that
bit.
pay attention learn.
Well, or by osmosis. I mean, hopefully, even if we're in the background. But yes, those that pay attention do.
Learn about 6, 7.
Whatever that is. Yeah. Who? I mean, Jay. I don't know. I forgot the person's in the chat, but it was. I thought it was funny. Built 50-50. Let's tell we've seen is about short 73% in the NASDAQ. We continue to push it lower here. In the chat, Dakota's the best teacher during fast markets. Okay, there you go.
Ooh, there we go.
Okay. That Dakota.
Appreciate it.
I thought they're gonna say, there you go, dude. This channel is a resource, so valuable. Thank you, appreciate that. Oh, the chat too. You know how many times we've been on the chat? What's this? What's that? Looking for size on the ladders. Holding bit in crude right now, $61.35. Holding tight in the ES. ES saw a little bit of sell there. 68.79. Okay, people in the chat are saying they can confirm that they have learned a thing or two from Dakota. Okay, there you go.
Appreciate everyone. That's what we're here for.
That's the best. Yes, holding pattern. NASDAQ holding pattern. What will Daly say at the top of the hour? Is Daly in the running for? I don't think Daly's on the list. Is she? Or
I still got to look at the list.
It was 5. It was Waller. It was who was the other one? Oh, I forget now. 68.78. Just holding pattern right now. Stay patient. Stay locked in. One tweet away. NASDAQ, absolutely. About a 50, 60-point range right now. Upper end, 25,100. See what Dolby's licking his chops. We see something like this. And we'll get Dolby this afternoon with Jack and Saul. Who, for those asking, Saul, in one of our meetings, Jack, we were talking about Saul. We're excited for this one because Saul's coming back as well.
Yeah, I think we did one of his accounts on Shoulder Tap, and it was a really good looking card. So interesting to see how that.
That's right. That's right.
Master will work.
That's right. That's Shoulder Tap. Better call. There it is. Yep. This part is just straight chilling. Nothing from the president. Again, Dakota, you were asking. Remember last week you were asking what will be the story this week? Because
yeah. What's everyone going to focus on?
Good question. What is it? Chat, what is it? What will be the story? What will be the focus of the markets? What will be the focus of the price action? Last week was
tariff, inflation,
government shutdown. Will government shutdown start creeping into this thing?
Maybe.
mean, the markets could be the one thing that pressures them to get back to a deal. If anything, 9 minutes here in fast markets. Markets have come to a bit of a standstill. In the chat, who we got here? Andre, how's the chat been treating you today? You always get the whip when the piss misses the bucket. I've never heard that saying before. I've never heard that one before. I've never heard that.
That is a picture.
When the I mean,
Get the whip when the piss misses the bucket.
Absolutely fantastic. You guys are the absolute best. I've never heard that one. What is the origin of that? Where did that come from?
I believe it was Plato who said that.
Is that from the South? Where is that? Never heard that one. No, chat is the absolute best. Chat was going after some of our people in production last week. Everyone was in the crosshairs of chat, so you made it. When chat is coming after you. All right. 40.18 last trade in gold. $61.35 last trade in crude. You know what I haven't done, Stephen R? Haven't taken a peek at the YM in too long. 47,005 to 520. Get those questions. Get those questions in for group coaching. That's where you can find out deep insights like this thing may go up or it may go down. That's where you on group
True,
coaching. It's not wrong. Oh, what was the other one last week? Oh, buying the low of the day is not a strategy. And I mean, you can nail it.
The best strategy.
It would be the best strategy, but yes. Chat's fired up. There's my chat. 40.20 last trade in gold. And on the move higher. Just put in recent lows, session lows, 40.03. Got those prices about 20 minutes ago. Gold doing
they
this
are
thing.
wilding out. Wilding out with these AI announcements.
Well, yeah. Can you catch me up to speed again? What was the big pop we saw right before the New York bell rang during opening call? What was the Amazon?
Yeah.
Deal?
I think OpenAI made a $38 billion deal with Amazon for Amazon to buy a bunch of NVIDIA GPUs.
Yep, right at the very beginning. We need Tesla to do an OpenAI deal for some reason.
These numbers
I don't think that the head honcho there wants to do that.
I mean, the numbers they're throwing around are just
they don't. Elon Musk and Sam Altman are not friends.
Just nerds nerding out. They got billions of dollars. Incredible. On the highest level. 26,063 in the NASDAQ. Jack for this short in the MES from 68.81. Where are we looking for to the downside?
I'll take some off at the bottom of this range.
What do you got for price?
Somewhere around 68.70.
Feel that.
A very small position on, so.
I like it. Take what the market gives you. Yeah, and this is expect the unexpected. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect it just to come. Everything was going sideways like this. I didn't have that on the bingo card. But yeah, here we are. Crude grind higher. Yep, daily speaking 10 minutes. Good call. Yes, we'll have morning recap. We'll break down all the action from fast markets. And we'll see what Daily has to say. And then Cook scheduled to speak at 1 p.m. Central. I know I've said that a million times. However, very much looking forward to what she has to say. We had Goolsby coming out from not in the schedules, showing some concern, nervousness about really talking about the labor market. Oh,
I think you can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think you can find some exhaustion here as it reaches into the 70s and like get pinned back down in the 60s very hard. I'll take a short position for a sell-through low day.
All right.
I want to see as price is kind of in the 70s. I want to see it leave a wick and then shoot back down to the 60s. I want to see sellers make a statement here. Otherwise, I'm not going to enter it. But I like the short idea through low a day. Kind of just grinding through 70s. That's not really what you want to see.
And in the
No
chat.
trade for me.
Yep. And Q got, what's your P&L, Braden? You took a small paper cut on the Crude trade.
Down 300. Small red day.
Absolutely. It's Monday. Keep the red
Yeah.
days small, manageable. One of the worst things in trading is that big red day on a Monday. Essentially, the next 4 days of the trading week are just digging yourself out of the hole.
That's right.
It's
You don't want to have a big red day on a Monday.
No.
The whole week will be, man.
Chasing.
You have a big red day. Yeah, it'll be trying to get it back the rest of the week. You take a loss that next day because you're doing everything you shouldn't be doing. And then it's just a week of tilt.
Pretty much.
And a week of tilt can turn into the next week of tilt. Like you're through the weekend itching to put trades on to try to make it. Oh man. Yeah. So yeah, just like I said, just stepping into it on a Monday. You don't want to have a big red day on a Monday.
Absolutely. And one of my favorite Dolbyisms is very, very hard. One of the hardest things to do in trading is end the day down $200, ending the day down small. And be able to walk away from that. Because, you're just like, oh, I'm one trade away from going scratch or even a little bit into the green. And then it snowballs into, However,
It's gone.
Small day, a small down day, totally okay on a Monday. Big down days, oh boy, now you got your work cut out for you. The food don't taste the same. The sleep isn't as good on that Monday night. And Tuesday, you're just going to go 12 rounds market. All right, everything. See Daily. Maybe Daily can get this thing cooking.
Come on, Daily.
These guys. Yep. It's gone. Oh, chat, you guys have absolutely been cooking today. We got morning recap coming up next. There is some size on the ladder looking here in the ES. Couple 300 lots there to the downside. Anything on the NQ? Quick peek in the ladders. NQ did seem to fill out a little bit. Back up to 26,083. 081s. All right, we got Daily getting ready to speak at the top of the hour. Listen, we got a morning recap coming up after this. Again, understand your frustration. We will give you updates as we get them here in real time on Topstep TV. Brady, nice trade. Dakota, nice trade. Check them out. Slow markets, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Jack, keep us posted on this trade. We're starting to see a little bit of movement. Is the Daily coming out? So will we get that tweet? We got Cook speaking at 1 p.m. Central Time. Topstep TV, let's go. Markets are about to take off. Come on.
Let's go.
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that or it is a lonely journey by yourself. Two, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. Three, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. Four would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Happy Monday, everybody. A lot of fun having Amanda on the opening call this morning. Great analysis by Amanda here this morning, and great trading by Dakota and Braden here this morning. We're going to take a look at the opening range trade in gold that we took. Didn't take the one in crude oil. It timed out on us, but some good trades to go over and see what's going on as far as context and the trades we took here this morning. So let's take a quick look at gold. We did take the 5-minute opening range breakout trade this morning in gold. Short 2 MGC 40.2506.60. That should actually be 40.2560. So short 2 there on the close of that 5-minute bar outside of that 5-minute opening range. We did hold on to that for quite a while. We ended up getting stopped out on it after a pretty decent push to the downside. We were really looking to see if we could get price down to settlement down here. Almost, well, still working on maybe getting there. But unfortunately, we did get stopped out on that at 40.34 and a dime, down 181 bucks. Now, Dakota is trading gold this morning. Took a long 12 micros, right around 40.20. Pretty much got out of those at break even. Took a very small loss on those. Didn't like what he was looking at on those. Ended up probably being a pretty decent idea, but he did get long again. 14 micro gold, 40.23. And he took a nice profit on those. Got out about 40.35, about $1,000 profit on those, which was right about the same time we were getting stopped out on our opening range trade. So a great trade from Dakota. I'm going to call that pretty much the trade of the day so far. We have Braden was trading crude oil this morning. Man of all trades, or traders, if you will. Got short 15 micro crude oil, 60.78 even. By that time, pretty much the initial balance had been established. What were we looking at as far as the context is concerned? Market opening pretty much in range and in value, so probably looking for better trade locations was the right idea. This unfortunately did not play out in his favor. He got he piled in, added a couple of additions to this trade as the market was kind of continuing to move in his direction. But he ended up short 15 micro crude oil, 60.78 even. Got stopped out of those, 60.96. We did see some price action down below the initial balance low, 60.61. Really did not hold there. Did that kind of set up a failed downside auction? Sort of, but not really. The market closed that 30-minute bar below there, opened the next, and just didn't see any continuation. So I think it was a pretty good cut by Braden after that failed downside auction. It's kind of a double bottom there. It's not a very strong low, but still a pretty good cut for Braden on that one. So back to the 5-minute chart. Braden's now looking for longs. He ended this session. He was still holding 3 longs in micro crude oil, 61.39. Taking a little bit of heat on those, but now looking for price to continue to resolve higher. We've got a position in the E-mini S&Ps in the house account, short 3 MES 68.81 quarter. We did have a failed downside auction earlier. The market has really been kind of quiet and choppy, relatively close to the center of the range here. We just took out the VWAP, the overnight VWAP, which was at 68.78 on the 30-minute chart. Opening range remains the high of the session, so I can't hate shorts on this. And so far, we're still just kind of hanging around our entry point on this. We will, of course, let you know as through the day how all of this plays out. As far as context is concerned, we did have a little bit of a gap, a little bit of a weekend gap that's now closed. We did leave the opening range at the high. We did open with a gap, closed the gap immediately, came back inside value from Friday, traded all the way through value from Friday, testing relatively close to the lows of Friday before leaving the failed downside auction and then looking to possibly continue to auction higher. The target for this first target would be VWAP. We got there. Second target would be possibly value high for the session today, or even move all the way to the IB high or the initial balance high in the S&Ps. NASDAQ, got a few trades here in the NASDAQ. So again, I'm going to go to the 30-minute chart to get a little bit of context. The market did open with a gap above Friday's range. It did open at weekly kickoff high, 26,255 weekly kickoff high. The opening range, however, was not left at the dead-ass high in the NASDAQ. It did take one little bit of a look above it. We know that the S&P is left at the opening range, that 1 minute range at the high in the S&Ps. So we're still kind of in the idea of looking for potential shorts. We did see the market push lower into the range. We have yet to reach value low from Friday. We've even yet to reach settlement from Friday. So the NASDAQ holding up a little bit better than the S&Ps. To take a look at some of the trades we took here this morning, Dakota was looking for shorts right near the initial balance low. Got short 8 micros, 26,029. Took a quick loss on those for about $400. So good risk management on that. He did take another look at some shorts here at 26,075. And also, I think he just kind of took a couple of small profits on some of those. Braden was also looking for shorts in the NASDAQ today. Got short 8 MNQ, 26,087 for another little quick loss of 26,095. Braden was short 10 MNQ here again. We're looking at that at let's take a look at 26,075. Took a nice tight little profit on those at 26,060. So a pretty good profit on those, about 15 points. Braden finished today down about $300, but again, still holding a position. Dakota ended the day up just a little bit. He had that one, pretty decent trade in gold. A couple other smaller losses. Great risk management from both of our traders today. That is our morning recap. Now it is time for quotable quotes. Hopefully you enjoy this one. This one comes from a writer, Jim Rohn. And, I think we can all see how this relates to trading. We must all suffer one of two things: the pain of discipline or the pain of regret or disappointment. Remaining disciplined is never easy. When we focus on the process and take our focus off of the profits, we have a bigger tendency to remain disciplined to the things that we say that we are going to do. The discipline is do your homework, be prepared, understand the market context, understand your current mental state. Are you centered? The discipline then becomes, am I going to stick to my strategy? If I can't stick to my strategy, then I may end up with, in the second part of this, as suffering from the pain of regret or disappointment. One of the most important things about remaining disciplined to your strategy is if you don't remain disciplined and stick to your strategy, you may never find out if your strategy actually works. Trading is never easy. Discipline is never fun. But you're either going to suffer the pain of discipline or the pain of what happens when you step away from that discipline. That is our quotable quote for this morning. Looking forward to seeing Rising Star Thomas back on TV with Jay and JD coming up for the next segment. Lots of great stuff coming up. I'll see you again for group coaching. Always look forward to seeing you there. Other than that, keep trading well. And remember, there's always more coming up here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Top Step TV and to our Rising Star segment. I'm Jay. To the far right, we got JD, and our star in the middle, live funded trader with Top Step. Tom is back. Welcome, Tom, back to the show. Tom, what's going on, man?
Not much is going on. Traded last night, did well. We'll see what happens in the next 45 minutes if I take another trade.
Let's do it. Let's do it. JD, how are we doing? Saw you during the opening call and a little bit during fast markets. Gold stopped us out before eventually going in our direction. What's going on, JD?
Nothing. Just hanging back, watching these markets. We got some movement today. Real choppy. Some sideways price action, but these swings are nice. And just make some decent profits trading real small. I'm curious, Tom, what were you trading? What were you looking at overnight? You want to walk us through one of your trades last night?
Yeah, so when gold opened, I was actually eyeing a short. Let me go find it here. Gold opened a lot lower. There was a nice little gap here. We started to fill the gap. This is the 5-minute chart. Couldn't quite fill it. And then as we started to move back down is when I just took on a short position. I was short 3 minis. Let me see if I can hone in exactly where it was. 3 minis. It was a pretty quick trade. And took it for however many points that was, 3 or 4. And then I was up like $1,400. Took another trade this morning, up 500, and then I lost 300 just before stepping on the air today. So that was no fun. So I just said, hey, let's just wait, see what happens for the next hour.
Cool.
All gold trades today?
It was NQ this morning, and it was gold last night.
Gold last night, got you. Okay, gold last night, NQ this morning. Last trade in gold here, 40.1920. Last trade in the NASDAQ 26.116 and the S&P 68.86 last trade over there. Kind of in a range, extending to the upside a little bit. That last hour and a half or so of fast markets, we were in a pretty tight range here in the NASDAQ, about a 60-point range, high to low. We're extending that to the upside just a little bit here. But Tom, if you do get into any trades, let us know. And also in the chat, has anyone ever told you look like Chris Evans?
That's funny. Yes, especially when I had hair. Don't really have any hair anymore, but especially when I did, I got that comment a couple times.
Gotcha.
Actually,
yeah. Ag Trader in the chat says, "Oh, we got Captain America trading with us." Well, Tom is actually Captain Canada. Another one of our Canadian traders, but Captain Maple Syrup. If you do get into any trades, let us know. Again, you're already up on the day. And account management over everything. We saw you do that the last time as well, right? Where you had a trailing personal daily loss limit where you weren't giving. Are you doing the same thing here? Do you set that? You just have a number in mind where you say, hey, I don't want to give back X amount of dollars?
Yeah, well, I was up $2,000. I lost 300 just before the air, like I said, and then I only want to lose another 200. So up 1,500 is what I want to stop. As you can see, the account balance, it's been all over the place. Honestly, it's way up from last time. I was actually on the leaderboard on, what day was it? It was like last Wednesday or something. Had a really nice day. I was
looking at your
a bunch of max
looking
loss
at your trade
days.
report now.
Yeah, it was the $12,000 day, but I also hit the max loss minus 2,000 a bunch of days. It's cool that you can see that. I actually don't think I can see it here on the left, but it's been all over the place. So I'm just trying to take it easy. I can request another payout for half the balance tomorrow. It's going to be a nice fat payout, so I'm not trying to mess that up.
Nice. Good stuff, man. You said you had a $12,000 day last week?
Yeah, I was on the leaderboard. It was pretty cool. On the same day, what's his name was up like 49,000, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, I remember that one.
What was the trade then? Was it a NASDAQ trade?
That was a 120 points or 110.5 contract NQ long. It was pretty nuts.
Very nice.
I don't remember exactly which day, just looking at it right now, but yeah, it was obviously pretty good.
Yeah, it was the 30th, so last Thursday. I see it.
Thursday, got you.
Hold time, no losers. Hold time, 2 hours and 20 minutes on that trade.
That was holding that thing. Yeah, she was testing my patience for sure.
I want to talk about that trade a little bit. We do have Fed Daily speaking right now. The 50 basis point cuts of this year makes the Fed better positioned. I have an open mind on December. We are seeing the equities pop just a little bit here. 26.142 last trade in the NASDAQ, 68.8875 last trade in the S&P. Daily saying we need to keep policy modestly restrictive. We still have inflation above target. We need to get it down. So Daily speaking right now, again, all eyes on these Fed speakers. Sometimes what they say It's headline watch all the time, right? Anything they can say can move the markets, has the potential to move the markets. We just need to be aware when they are speaking. Tom, $12,000 day. Do you aim for a $12,000 day, or is it market conditions that facilitate that?
I like to think it's my fault, but it's usually just the market. Like I identified that we have the range. NQ's been moving like 200 points a day. Even frickin' gold is moving almost that much, more like 40,
Right.
50 points. So I knew the conditions were there. I wanted that big winner. I saw the opportunity and I just took it. And I was up like 4, 5, 6 G's. And I'm like, okay, don't take it off. Just walk away from the computer. It's exactly what I did. I took it off like 10 or 15 points before target, which is technically a trading error, but it was still a great trade. I captured 90% of it. And I said 12,000 is good enough for me in one day. So that's
a good day. I don't care who you are. That $12,000 day is a great day. In the
a good
market.
start. Yeah, definitely.
We are seeing some size here in the S&P 6880. There is 880 contracts on the bid 6880 in the S&P, below where the market is right now. Let's see. I don't think those have been getting filled today. Kind of seems like every time we get close to it, the market kind of pulls, but we will see about 6 points below price right now, 6880 in the S&P. NASDAQ last trade 26,129. 50-50 across the board in the tilt here. JD, how are you seeing the markets right now? Actually, 65% long in the NASDAQ, 62% long in the S&P. It's updated the tilt.
Yeah,
How are you
we've
looking
got
at the markets right now, JD?
Got a little bit of a melt up, a grind higher, slow, steady grind higher in equities right now. Not your classic V-shape recovery that we're so used to seeing in these markets as of late. So not really drawing the treasure map, but just grinding higher for the moment. I think the momentum is to the long side right now. If you can get in on a little pullback possibly and ride it for a couple ticks, I mean, there's still opportunity on both sides of this market. Obviously, the way it's slowly moving higher. Obviously not going straight up. So I'm not averse to playing both sides of this market. I trim a little size playing the short side right now just because we are creeping higher. But yeah, my bias is to the long side for the moment. We're above that 9 EMA, looking at a 5-minute chart right now, just slowly stepping higher.
Stair stepping up. I've seen since for about an hour or so, we just higher lows. Tom, what are you looking at?
Yeah, same here. I'm trying to get long gold. Almost got the fill. Just two micros. 2 micros at 40.18. Just going to test the waters here. I think we're going higher. I might have missed the entry. I wouldn't have gotten it anyways, just barely, but I do think we're going higher. And also I agree on MQ there, John, that we're going to go higher too.
Mm-hmm. What was the entry price on that gold trade again, Tom?
Trying to get in at 18.
Trying to get in. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Working 40.18.
18. We got a VWAP in gold 40.15 half. 40.15 half, 55% on the tilt, average price 40.19. Gold trading 40.27s here. Tom looking to get in long. House count maybe beginning in this one with you as well. So let's see what happens here. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude oil was moving a little bit. We talk so much trash about crude oil during the opening call, but it actually has a decent trade today. Dollar move to the upside, 61.26 last trade over there in crude. I do think if we took that opening range trade, it would have gotten stopped out. So good no trade there, but 61.24 last trade in crude. And seeing the equities continue to grind higher here. Tom, if you do get in on this trade, what would your target be?
I like back up to the 30 range. This would probably be a longer hold because we're kind of chopping around. It might go up a bit, come back down, maybe test the break even. But it seems like most of the action is done right now. Of course, the volume's lower. It's kind of just chopping in range of the morning opening range at least. So nothing too exciting, unfortunately, like last time. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I feel like it's going to push here without getting that entry. But I don't want to chase it. Even with 1 micro, it's just like, what's the point? So it's I like the best entries. We're 3 or 4 points higher now. I'll just watch it. That's okay.
So again, Tom looking to get in long gold 40.18. Couple more comments from Daily. A rate cut was appropriate. I supported the rate cut. It is not a more divided Fed than before. I wouldn't even use the word divided. Okay. So he's saying, don't worry about the dissenters. The Fed's all on the same page right now.
There were 2 dissenting votes. Is that correct?
Two.
Remember that?
Yeah, I think there were two.
Two?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think Myron was one, and it was Myron and Waller, if I remember correctly.
That sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit this morning on the opening call. Sort of unprecedented rate cut. Fed making moves without all of the information that they need to make these decisions. So, does that sound a little
Government
off to
shutdown
anybody
day
else? Yeah.
a little bit. Government shutdown day number 34, and just like, okay, we're just gonna go ahead with it, I guess. Just gonna go ahead. Tom, do you guys in Canada, you look at us with our government shutdown and things like that, and like, what are these guys doing over here?
Sort of. I think we are more moderate in general. We're definitely leading more in that direction without getting too political. But I find in the States you got way more polarized, like in both directions. But we're kind of the amplitude is a lot less. So I hear kind of softballs in both directions. To be honest.
Gotcha.
Nothing like too intense.
Right. Kind of just chilling here. Markets are slow, but again, watch out for anything. Right. I feel like every time we see markets this slow, there's a tweet around the corner. There's a headline coming. Somebody's going to say something to get these markets moving, and that could be where we take our opportunities from. Right. There's an opportunity cost and we just heard Tom say it as well, where I could chase this with one micro, but is it even worth it? There's an opportunity cost what comes with those trades, right? Where if I just take a bunch of opportunities looking to try to drag something out of the market in slow chop, you waste your mental capital on trades that are less than ideal. And then you get that move and you're like, okay, whatever. I'm not even, maybe I'm locked out for the day. So be patient here. Stay tuned in Topstep TV. And as soon as these markets get moving, we will let you all know. While we wait, we got a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. JD Hogue and Coach Hoop going to be here for group coaching. Get your questions submitted there. Form is pinned to the top of the chat. Ton of years of experience in that group coaching segment. So ask what you can. Try to stump these guys. Ask them something that they've never heard before. So again, they've seen it all. Like Andre says, they've seen some shit.
They've seen some shit. So Tom, I got to know, did the Blue Jays disappoint you over the weekend, or do you not even care?
I err on the side of not caring, but I was at a restaurant with a bunch of friends. There's like a dozen of us, and it was very loud. It was a lot of fun. I left, or most of us left when we were up. Like, what was it, 4-0 or 3? We had like 3 after them or something. Apparently, didn't go so hot after that. But up until then, it was a lot of fun. Of course, everyone's screaming and ordering food and drinks and just hollering around.
That sounds like fun. The hometown team is in the big game. Yeah, I guess it really doesn't matter if you like it or not. You just go with it.
Yep.
It was most exciting World Series we've had in a while, JD. Would you say that?
Pretty exciting. 7 games.
Yeah. 7 games, a bunch of extra innings. We had an 18-inning game, an 11-inning game. Good stuff. Good baseball. And I don't even watch baseball that much. I fall asleep most times. I actually fell asleep during the World Series, but I woke up and said, "Oh, wow, that was exciting." So I watched the highlights. Seeing the equities pull back a little bit here, maybe for that next stair step up. We have been making higher lows for the past hour or so. 68.84 half last trade in the S&P. We still do have that 880 contracts bid at 68.80. The NASDAQ pulling back just a little bit here as well. 126 last trade here. What would be a big enough pullback here, JD? I'm looking at let's look at the S&P. Seeing about 10-point pullbacks before the next leg up.
Let's take a look. Let's pull it up. I got the micro ES chart here. So I would say, just look at the size of these swings, Yeah. These bars are all roughly the same size between, I don't know, call it 6 to 8 points. So here we are right now on overnight VWAP, sitting right on top of overnight VWAP at 68.74. I don't hate a small dip your toe in the water kind of long here. Just the way that we've been moving. I'll draw a channel up here.
Some selling coming in here. 68.80s. They did pull that order. Now we got 1,000 lot offered up above 68.85 even in the S&P.
It's been respecting this channel going back to pretty nicely. going back till 10 o'clock, over an hour and a half, respecting this small upside channel. Could it just be a flagging pattern? Sure, it depends on what time frame you're looking at.
Right.
Seeing a little bit of selling coming in right now, taking out that previous candle low. Settlement price 68.74. But again, we are just slowly stair-stepping higher. See how price reacts around settlement price here. Maybe we can make a
little
decision.
bounce there. Seeing some selling coming in. Tom, I know you're looking for this gold trade here, 40.1980. Do you just have the bid out there, or do you watch how market responds when it gets there?
I have the bid out there on this one. So
Okay.
if we're lucky, like I was saying before, like it was going to take off and maybe it'll come back to break even. So that might be our entry if I'm lucky. It could just chop around above it. I honestly don't know what's going to happen, but I am long biased. No matter what happens, could chop around here and then rip. It could rip and then chop, but I think we're going to go a little bit higher. We're going to get that trade to 40.30, I think. So
nice. 40.20, 40.1960 last trade in gold. The S&P 68.80 last trade in the S&P. We did tag the New York session VWAP there, which is at 68.74 with a little bit of a bounce, and did see some selling coming in there. We do have Fed speakers speaking right now, daily saying we will balance risk and inflation is still printing around 3%. Labor market doesn't look like it's on a precipice. Interesting. So Fed looking at the labor market, even though we're not getting that data, we do expect some labor market data out this week, but maybe they have some stuff that we are not aware of. Do a little vibe
Mary
check in
Daly
the chat. Yeah, go ahead.
Mary Daly was scheduled to speak today, but we've also had a couple speakers that came out unscheduled. Lisa Cook is scheduled to speak at 1 o'clock Central Time also. So those are really the only two scheduled Fed speakers today, but we've had a handful out already. So you always got to keep one eye on the ditch, as we say here. Keep your eye on the news as well as the markets, because you never know when someone's just going to pop up and start talking. Goolsby came out today. We weren't expecting him to say anything, but we heard from him bright and early, right as equity markets were opening.
Oh, look, a microphone.
It's a thing. Yes, a microphone. Unscheduled Fed speak is the game, right?
Yep.
Roxolo. Am I saying that out right? Roxo Solo says the labor markets suck. We're supposed to be getting some jobs data out this week. We've got private payrolls and non-farm are scheduled. Probably not going to get those non-farm numbers. The JOLTS report is supposed to be out tomorrow. Jobless claims on Thursday. The October jobs report on Friday. Those are pretty much off the board. But we're going to get some private numbers. We've got the Challenger job cut number on Thursday and the ADP report on Wednesday. So we will see some jobs data. It won't be as comprehensive or as complete as we would get with the Bureau of Labor Statistics data, but we will still see some jobs numbers this week. We'll get a little closer look at what's actually happening in the labor market.
Looking like we might get filled here.
Yeah, getting close there. About a $0.0 away in gold. 40.19 last trade. Again, Thomas has a bid in 40.18 for a couple micros. JD, nothing done on the house yet, right?
Nope. House count is flat. I'm looking at this gold trade also. Maybe I'll jump in with you.
I'm considering 3 or 4 micros. I'm not sure what yet. I have a $200 risk that's going to automatically attach to it on, I don't even know what that would be. That'd be like 7 points or something, 6.5 on 3. So that's probably, well, that's still a massive stop, but I kind of like it. And we might get filled here. Yep, I'm in there at 18.1. Yep.
Nice.
Let's see where that stop
is. Done on the house.
I don't know why it says 600. I put 200. Yeah, my stops, it's going to be smaller than I thought. $150, so it's at 40.13.
Okay. Tom is long 40.18.10 in micro gold. Looking for a trade potentially up to these 40.30s. Last trade 40.18.10 right there with your entry. Nothing done on the house yet here.
Nope,
nothing done. Let us know if we do get in.
Will do.
I give this a solid B in terms of setup. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Like this is maybe a tenth of my normal risk, or a bit less than that. So not kind of like the last appearance. I was already up. I'm trying to get in this trade here. It didn't work. We'll see. Hopefully this one does. Might be a repeat of last time, but that's okay. Just risking 150 bucks on this one.
If I remember last time correctly, the trade ended up playing out pretty well. It was just like a stop out and then like a pretty tight stop out and then went exactly where you're looking. So let's see here. We got a VWAP 40-15-60, stops below that, which is nice. Let's see here.
And then, yeah, it went up to the target, and then we actually had that next leg lower that same night. It was pretty good.
Yep. Good stuff here. Either way, winning day on the live account here. You can see Tom is trading in a live account, 50K. Oh, I want to ask about that. 50K account. So you started off with a 50K XFA, but you said I think you have a $2,000 daily loss limit. Is that correct?
Yep, it's hard enforced by you guys. I can't change that until I make a certain amount. I can't even remember how much it is.
Got you. Nice.
Oh,
did you have a conversation? Did you have a conversation with the risk team about that? Because I think the 50Ks started off with, is it 1,000 or 1,500?
I sent them an email and I said I wanted 2K, but they said I'd have to wait. But then I kind of logged in and it had 2K, so maybe we just won't tell them. But it's been working so far. My average risk per trade is 1,000, so 1,000 is kind of ridiculous, and I didn't really want to size down. So honestly, this is perfect. This is like perfect.
Nice. Good stuff. Seeing,
so it's got a nice little reaction off that level, as if people are buying it. But again, we're kind of just chopping around. It's 12:30. We had a nice move lower this morning after that rip at like 940, 950. Kind of just back in opening range and just doing what it does in opening range, which is it's almost like watching paint dry. But it still might happen. Hopefully, it doesn't stop us out first like last time.
Look at the S&P there, JD. What do we get? 10-point pullback from the high, or 15-point pullback from the high, and right back up. Tag that New York session VWAP. Nice little stair step pattern continuing to make higher lows. 68, 80, 450 last trade in the S&P. 26, 127 in the NASDAQ. 40-17-70 last trade in the gold market. We do got Tom long, couple micros from 40-18-10. Shout out to the chat. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. Are you guys up on the day, down on the day, anything that you learned from the day? And I want to give a shout out to whoever asked that question last week on how can you learn anything from watching Topstep TV? Here, I'm going to give you some information here. If you were watching the opening call this morning, we called out a price. And again, anything we say here is for educational purposes only, not a suggestion to take a trade. But if you go back to 8:01 Central Time AM this morning, there's a price that we talked about in the S&P. That price is 69.09. If you look at your S&P chart, the high of the New York session today is 69.09. Now, it doesn't work out like that all the time. Nothing ever does. But the level that we talked about was the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. That was the high of the session. We had a 70-point sell-off from that level. It's up to you as a trader at the end of the day to take the trade based on information that you gather. But here you go. You can learn something from that. It's a level that we talk about all the time during At the Buzzer with Coach Paul. I got to give a shout out to Coach Paul for putting that level on my charts. We see the market react there often. Now, again, anything we talk about is for educational purposes only. Take your own trades. But if you didn't learn anything yet, you learned something here today. Make sure you go back and rewatch that opening call. We appreciate you being here. When you learn something, hit that thumbs up button as well.
Yeah, for sure. So you think we trapped some shorts on that little dip in the ES?
I think so.
Still trading
JD.
inside this. Still trading inside this channel. Little head fake to the downside, moved right back into sort of up ranging channel.
I think we did, but I don't know that I would want to buy it here.
Yeah.
Right? If we test 80s again, maybe. Because if you look at kind of these stair-stepping patterns, it's been 10 to 12-point pullback and then or 7-point pullback and then a 12-point move to the upside. So far off that low, we're already up about 12 points. So I could see the next pullback happening before we get that continuation move. But yeah, I think that's what I think the market kind of looks like it wants to go back and test 6,900s here. But of course, anything can happen.
ACH, as our good friend Mr. Hoagland would say.
ACH for sure. Tom, you're in 2 micros here, you said?
3.
3, got you.
Yep.
3 micros long, 40.18.10 in gold. Last trade here, 40.17 half, 50-50 across the board. And this has the potential to be that slower, lower volatility time. We know the volume decreases until we get a headline, of course. Until we get a headline.
Yeah, it looks like it was a pretty nice short. Once we got back into that opening range this morning, kind of bounced a bit towards the high of it, the pre-market highs, and then from there it went back to the lows and then made new lows before reclaiming it. So it looked like a pretty good short. I wasn't involved in any of that. I was locked out from last night until 11 o'clock. So.
Nice. Do you use the lockout features? You lock yourself out at a certain amount of time, or
all the time? I figured if I'm going to chimp when I go on the downside, and when I always blow up and revenge trade, I'm going to chimp on the upside. I'm going to make 12 grand. I'm going to lock out and just forget about it before I can do any damage. That's the same mentality.
Good stuff. Use those features. We got a live funded trader using the features to his advantage. We hear people say all the time, it's like, oh, you don't need those features, just have the discipline. And I'm human. We're not all AI yet, right? We all have the ability to do things that are not in our best interest. So use the tools to your advantage and keep some of that money that you made. Seeing the equities continue to push here.
Yep.
68.88 last trade in the S&P. 26.145 last trade in the NASDAQ, and gold kind of just chopping around near Tom's entry. Still a valid trade. I do like this trade. For another push up to the 26s, maybe 20. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yep, NQ looks nice here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're right at the midpoint of this up channel in the ES right now. I'm actually looking at the micro ES, but still just creeping higher. Slowly.
Pretty much the same chart, looks like. ES is already back in the 15-minute range, which looks to be somewhere down here would be the bottom, and then MNQ or NQ is just coming up to it, which would be right in this area.
Just chopping around here. Tom, I want to ask you. You said you traded overnight last night. You did as well last time you were on here. Do you find just better price action during the overnight session? Asia session, Dakota's been killing it, trading slow markets, trading gold. Just way more fluid price action right now. And we see it kind of be cyclical, right? There are times where the overnight session is just completely dead, and then we get great trading during the New York session. How do you decide, like, okay, this is a good trading, or do you just look at all times, and then if the market's presenting a good trade?
It's a lot of context too. Like for the past couple weeks, NQ has been gapping up and then chopping. Maybe not the last couple days, but in the prior, like in October. And then gold was doing the same thing. It was getting a lot of action intraday, but also gapping up huge overnight. So with that in mind, I'm more likely to trade overnights. And I've been doing well, like right at the open, let it do its thing, and then maybe later at night, 10 p.m. kind of thing, and then just waiting until the open. But with NQ, when it was just gapping up and chopping, I stayed away from the open. And I just traded the PM session, which is very unlike me. But in the last month, I think it's been working well.
Stuff here. Dan Emmons in the chat saying the NASDAQ at the same price it took off to the upside this morning on the Amazon headline news. Yeah, that's kind of why I like the longs here. We'll get back up to, so what was that price? There was a spike of volume on that Amazon news this morning. Again, Amazon, $38 billion investment in OpenAI and NVIDIA chips. That price was around 26,204 when we saw that spike of volume. So we're below that right now, but there's a buyer there. And I would think that they've probably been building this position on this entire way down. So if we get back up there, yeah, I would not be surprised to see another spike, maybe bringing us up to all-time highs. And huge investment coming into the AI space and to OpenAI specifically from a bunch of our big tech names. Can we count how many billions we've talked about on the show, JD?
We can try to, but
at least 200 billion, and definitely more than that. It's been a lot.
Do you know what the all-time high or the record gain in a live account is on Topstep? Is what am I aiming at here? What do I have to beat? Obviously, it's more than 50K.
Record one-day gain That's a good question. I could reach out to our risk team. They might have that handy. Give me a
I
second.
saw
I'll reach out to
something. I
some.
saw something in January. It was 130 something thousand. Is that still the target?
Are you saying in a day or just overall in the account?
Yep, in one day in a live account.
Interesting. Good question.
I think in January, I saw a post on your Twitter that in January it was like 130 something, 134 something.
Oh wow. We will get the stats on that. It's a
Decent
good question
Definitely.
there. Yeah, it's decent, right? Not too bad.
Yeah.
Making like an engineer salary in a day, not too bad. Not too bad.
Well, the nice thing is that.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
Sorry. I was just saying it's nice for me too because I'm Canadian, so the conversion from USD to CAD when I'm paid is another like $1 million, right? Because like the exchange rate is so bad right now. It's like a nice 30% gain as well. It's like an extra perk.
Nice.
Oh, that's cool. That's real nice. Yeah.
$2,000 payout. It's already up like 2,600 somewhere in there.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. Something I never thought about, right? The exchange rate. Or we got
Exchange
traders all
rate.
over the place. Traders all over. Markets are just slow right now, but that is okay.
Yep. They're just chilling.
Just chilling out. Waiting for the next headline, it feels like.
So with this
Someone
gold trade,
says it was
Tom, will you put a time stop on it if you're not seeing the price action you like after a certain amount of time? We just kind of
I rarely do that on the downside, but honestly on the upside I will. Like if we're coming towards the end of an hourly candle that I think is strong, or the end of, I guess, your fast markets kind of segment, when volume dies down and we're starting to like kind of wick to the upside and the buyers are slowing down, I'll do it on the upside and take it off early. But on the downside, it's usually just risk based. It's not very often time. No.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I'll hold things all night, not sleep unless it hits the stop. You know, that's the thing I hate about not getting out of the trade at night is I have to just try to not think about it while I sleep, or wake up in the middle of the night and not check my phone at 4 a.m. Try to log into Topstep X with one eyeball open and see how it's doing.
Oh, I used to hate that feeling. Early on in my career, that was a thing. Getting up in the middle of the night, walking over to check your stats, or sleeping in the office. I've done that.
The worst is you go to the fridge. You
count how many times.
You step into a trade 4:10 in the morning. You lose $600. You have to go back to bed. It's like, man, I suck at this. There's been a couple of those nights.
Yeah, nights I didn't want to be too far away from the desk at the office, so I would just sleep in the office downtown and set an alarm for like every 30 minutes, pop up and take a look at the screen, and then doze back off again.
That's crazy.
Those are the days, right?
Yeah.
Seeing some volatility pick up in the market just a little bit here. Spike of volume
just came in gold.
Equities. I'm on headline watch. We did have daily a couple minutes ago say I look at pockets of softness as a leading indicator. Don't think that's what did it, but you never know. You never know what these algos catch on to and start moving prices around. Let's throw it over to some news really quick. We did share this one during the opening call, but we got more people here. McDonald's is passing the nation's penny pinch on to its customers. Let's bring that in if we can.
Penny shortage.
Bitcoin's value dropped nearly 5% last month, snapping a 7-year streak of gains. The world's largest cryptocurrency has struggled in recent weeks amid market jitters and cautious investors. October also saw the largest crypto liquidation in history following U.S. tariffs on Chinese imports. Bitcoin is still up more than 16% this year despite its dip last month. Some McDonald's locations have started rounding cash transactions to the nearest nickel to deal with a growing penny shortage. For example, if a meal costs $12.02, it's rounded to $12.05. The U.S. Mint stopped circulating new pennies 2 months ago after production costs outweighed the coin's value. McDonald's says it feels this approach will keep things simple and fair for customers. The rounding only affects cash transactions, not credit card or cashless payments. The Mega Millions jackpot is inching closer to $1 billion again. So it now stands at an estimated $800 million. If there's a winner in Tuesday night's drawing, the lump sum pay payout on that would be $371 million. The last time the jackpot topped $1 billion was last December when a single ticket in California won it all. And those are your business headlines. I'm Maribel Aber at the NASDAQ market site.
Thank you for that, Maribel. Yeah, it's fair for customers. We'll just charge them more. We'll round up.
The penny shortage.
Right.
The penny shortage. There will be no.
Tell me McDonald's commercial like that. That's so unfair. I'm so hungry now.
Are you craving a Big Mac now? You know, Hogue has never had a Big Mac in his life. I don't believe him. I don't believe
that's
him.
supposed to stay secret, isn't it? You can't share that with people.
But no more pennies minted in the United States. They have the penny has outgrown its welcome. Outstayed its welcome, I should say.
Do they increase in value then? If you hold on to them?
If you have the ones that were made with actual copper from before a certain date, I don't know what date that is, but
probably
not. We
not.
could look it up. We have the world at our fingertips, right? All the answers are right in front of us.
As ChatGPT. 40.1870 last trade here in gold. So markets are like just seeing like a weird shake in the order book. I don't know how else to describe it, but every once in a while there's just like the order books get a little thin, they move around, and we're not seeing any follow through in either direction. No volume really trading through it. Kind of feels like the market is just anticipating something here.
Yeah, it's like
it's waiting.
Like
it's waiting.
Yeah, active buyers, like shorts. There's no like crazy short covering pressure. There's no buying pressure. It's just like, okay, if we wick down, we'll gobble it up and just, I don't know, just wait for someone else to buy it. But yeah, there's no like active buying right now. So
yeah.
Last half an
hour. We're definitely leaning on news headlines right now. These markets are awaiting new information, and we're seeing that right now because there's no new information coming out. So it has gone flat. These markets are data dependent. We're not getting the data, so we look to the news. We look for headlines to move the markets, and just nothing happening. There's no catalyst to get this market moving at the moment. So just kind of stuck in the mud for the time being.
Slowly grind higher, run a bunch of stops, reset the last hour's worth of work. I find that happens a lot in the midday these days.
Mm-hmm.
You guys sound like you had a good fast market segment. Is that right? You were making some calls, working out, be active.
Yeah. So who do we have on? We had Dakota. Dakota was in a short in the NASDAQ. During the opening call, we talked about a short in the S&P. Shout out to Amanda joining the opening call for the first time today. Was looking short in the S&P. I don't know that we got up to her level, but just a great call overall. Where the markets just kind of looked like we were at the top of the range, looking a little heavy up there. Really no volume trading in the overnight session. Just kind of just a push up. Got a nice little short there, but I do like the long side in the equities in the S&P back up to 6,900 here. Question is, how do we get there, right? Do we see, like you were saying, Tom, one of those, we just saw it, right, about 20 minutes ago, quick little flush out. Anybody who's getting long up here, you're hoping that you find the flow behind you to keep pushing you up. Those stops get ran, and then we continue the next leg up. But it does look like we're just kind of slowly stair-stepping up, back up to that 6,900 level in the S&P. Looking at the Mag 7, everything, Amazon is still up. Meta was up about 1.5% earlier today, pretty much flat right now. Apple down about 1%. Google up about 0.5%. Broadcom down about 1%. Microsoft up 0.25%. And NVIDIA up 3.64%. I think those are pretty much unchanged from where we started the day. So not a whole lot going on. We do got some more comments from Daily. If you wait for a job market report to tell you if the labor market is weak, you are already behind.
All right, guys. I got a response from our risk team about the largest single day live funded account P&L. Do you want to take a guess?
Is it higher than that? On it? Than that 130?
The 130. Okay, so you do kind of remember. Yeah, I'll just say it then.
I just
the number that I just got. The number I just got from the risk team is unofficial. There might be another one, but This is the biggest one
gonna
he found. 138,774. Largest single day P&L in a live funded account. 138,000.
2026.
138,000. Yeah. That's a great day. That is a pretty good trading day, huh? I kind of want to look up this trader's account to see what he's doing nowadays. This came from January of this year, early January.
January of this year. What market could that have been?
Yeah, let's go back and look.
I'm gonna find out.
It was probably
right.
It was probably the NASDAQ.
No.
It was probably the NASDAQ, if I had to guess. 138 grand. Tom, so you're setting your targets on that that all-time high P&L.
Absolutely. Well, I did the math as well. I was like, so how do you make 150K? I'm pretty sure you have to be long or short 15 NQ for 300 points, I think. 350 points.
Okay.
It's doable, but kind of sketchy. But
yeah,
2026. Let's do it. Let's beat it.
So let's talk through that trade a little bit, right? So long or short, 15 NQ. Right now you have a $2,000 daily loss limit on your account. So I'm assuming, you would put on that size maybe with a larger daily loss limit, or do you? And we've seen Braden do this, where he's scaling up in the account as he's trading well for the day, right? So if I come in, maybe I trade in the overnight session, I'm up $4 or $5 grand. Then I start to scale into a larger position as I'm trading really well. How would you do that? You put all the risk on up front, or
I would put all the risk on at once. It would be one order, most likely of 15 contracts. But I would like to be up on the day already. Obviously, I'd have to have a lot more balance in the account, maybe closer to 50K, 60K, where I could comfortably risk 10. Maybe I'm already up 5 on the day, and we get my daily loss limit to more like closer to 3, 4, 5,000. And then the perfect conditions, we need a market that's doing that. You can't really do that right now. Like NQ, perfect entry short, moved 200 points?
200 points, right?
I don't think this is the market where we're moving 500 points where you could comfortably say, I'm going to capture 300. I know that sounds crazy, but there are markets for specific days or specific weeks where 300 points is not out of the ordinary or impossible to capture the whole thing.
Gotcha. Capturing a nice
maybe like a 20-point stop. Yeah, 20-point stop. That'd be pretty nice.
Let me do the math here. A 15 contract trade in the S&P in the NASDAQ would be 450 points to hit 130 grand. 450 points, 15 contracts. And like we were talking about before, right? Market conditions have to facilitate that, right? You just heard Tom say it. You can't do that in this market. It's literally not feasible to do that in this market unless you traded both sides of the market today, right? Where you caught a short and then caught a piece of the long. So again, market conditions have to facilitate for it, right? You can't just say, hey, I'm going to make $200,000 today. Okay, well, where's that going to happen?
Yep. And that's basically what that trader was doing. I just looked up the trade report for that account that made the $140,000 in a day. And Club DLL written all over it. That account is no longer open.
Oh, really?
It's really what I'll say about it. But yeah, just lining up full porting, looking for that home run every day, and missed quite a bit in the process. So,
yep, that sounds like what's going to happen. A lot of strikeouts on the way to that one day, and then you got to ask, like, is it worth it, right? Like, that account's not open anymore. I got to go back to the drawing board somewhere and figure it out. But Tom, if you do it, let us know, man. Hopefully, it is not a Club DLL journey to get there, and I don't think it will be. I love the way that I see you manage your account as long as you've been on air with us. Keep us up to date if you're in the chat on that gold trade. Again, Tom is long, couple micro gold from 40.1810. Anything you want to say before we go, Tom?
Same as last time. Don't quit. Believe in yourself and just keep going. It will be worth it soon enough, my friends.
Awesome stuff. JD, I think you're coming back for group coaching for sure with Hogue and Coach Hoop. But before that, we got a shoulder tap. Jack and Ben are here to talk about some of our traders. And then we got group coaching, JD, Hogue, and Hoop. Make sure you get your questions there. Form is still pinned to the top of the chat. This is Topstep TV. Stick around. We got more coming up for you. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by Manager of Risk, Ben. Ben, how was your week getting off? That's a weird way to say it. How was your week beginning? Is it good?
Yeah, more appropriate. It's going well. Been an interesting day. Had a few anomalies pop up today, so always fun getting in on a Monday and having some new stuff to look at. That's different, challenging, unknown. So yeah, it's been an interesting Monday, and unfortunately, the live leaderboards don't look as well as we'd like them to look at the start of the week. We've got a couple of leaders who are up nicely, but the other side of the board is quite red, and so the disparity of green and red trading today is pretty wide towards the red end of the spectrum. So you have a couple people. It's always nice to see people up 5 figures on the day. We've got a large number of live traders now, so usually someone saw the markets well. A lot of times, what we see on days like today is, the people at the top of the leaderboards usually took a one big bite out of a market and then locked it in for the day and haven't continued to trade, because we have seen a lot of people who were up money on the day ended up engaging in some of the chop that we've seen in equities and other places. So hasn't been a tremendous amount of motion in the markets, at least the primary ones that our traders focus on. And so, people have given up some profits they may have had and end up at daily loss on it. So the people green usually are on days like today are taking one bite out of the market and locking it. So that's what we've seen mostly. And lots of week left. Hopefully the daily loss limit save some accounts and we can get back into it tomorrow for those who were locked out. But plenty of session left to go today. We'll see what else happens with these leaders.
All right. Well, with that, yeah, I mean, lots of chances to get cut up today. We had a pretty big sell-off, pretty big rally and sell-off overnight and rally again, and then a pretty big sell-off off the bell. And now we're retracing, trading about 68.90, give or take a few points in the ES as we start this. But we got an interesting card to get into. Would you like to introduce today's contestant?
Yeah, let's pull up the trading card for Panarin. This is someone who we actually featured almost a month ago to the day, and as the trading card might suggest, this trader just hit the max loss limit in this account. Actually, has been offboarded, and it was really fascinating how that happened. When we last spoke about them, very beginning of October, positive daily P&L. That's still the case. And ask yourself, how is it that you're able to lose a live account if you have a positive? The month of October should expect we'll go through it. This trader only traded 4 days during October. First day they traded was of October, so didn't trade until the third week of October, and we had 4 back-to-back daily losses to lose the account. You rewind one additional trade, the 29th of September, they've taken a significant payout out of this account on the 24th of September, actually. And so that's a story that we see often, even from profitable players. What happens is, you take a 50% payout, or maybe a little bit more if you're beyond 30 winning days. You take a nice payout, and this trader's done that consistently over time. So we love that they've paid themselves from this account. They were net profitable in the account, but then we're patient. Maybe we're on vacation. Who knows what they've been up to for the first 3 weeks of October. And then when they step back into the markets, pretty astonishing. It almost looks like a different trader entirely. The volume is higher. Times are a little bit different from what the averages are. And really at no point were they positive in some of these trades, Jack. The P&L highs are either, barely positive or quite negative, meaning they, were losing in these trades from the start. So really just kind of fell off a cliff, the last week of October. And it's a shame to see from someone who, if you were to remove those trading days, and you can go back and find the segment we did on this trade at the beginning of October, we were singing praises saying, look, we like the selectivity, the fact that trading every single today. The statistics say that there's positive expectancy here, but ultimately, if you show up and just kind of tilt out of control for a couple of days in a row, you can end up losing the account if that balance is low. And it looks like that's what happened here, but pretty interesting, difference between the last week of October and everything that led up to it.
Yeah. So Ben, we're having a little spottiness with your connection. If you want to rejoin, and I'll start going through a few observations I have. If you can rejoin right now. Yeah, this is a very interesting card. For those of you out here, I just want you to know that out of this account, this trader did take over $63,000 in payouts. So on one hand, that's awesome. Like, what's not to like about that? It just seems, that average daily P&L still covers the entire time they were in the account. And it's interesting to average, $630 a day in P&L and lose the account. And what Ben alluded to is right. I actually, I'll bring this chart up some other time, but I tried to track their equity curve, and the equity curve for this account, minus the payouts, is awesome. I mean, in their time in this account, they generated $40, $50, $55,000 in P&L. Now, what happened is once you put the payouts in, so the audio was a little spotty, so I'll just go over it again. This trader took a couple of 15,000 payouts and a 20,000 payouts. And part of me thinks that when they came back, they were kind of just done with it. I mean, in 4 days, the last 4 days that they kind of vaporized this account, it started off on a real uncharacteristic day from this trader where they were actually flat up $5,000 and then ended up losing $5,600 on the day. And my guess is with the payouts that was a very large chunk of the remaining account, and then proceeded to do similar things the next 2 days. And just kind of self-imposed liquidity issues in this account. But once again, it comes back to towards the end of these, we always see people just going out there risking way too much a percent of their remaining account. So I hope Pranaran gets back in there because they're clearly a really good trader. I mean, 88 days averaging $630 a day is really friggin' good. And they took 63 grand. So maybe just a mental slip there, or they just decided to YOLO, get that account back up. But I don't know. It's like two sides of a coin here, Ben. Not really sure how to react.
Yeah, it was puzzling. I knew that we wanted, this is a great live trader in our program, and I knew that we wanted to circle back at a certain, sometime in the future from the last time we featured them. And that just happened to be today, and realized that they'd actually just lost this account after a decent losing streak of considerable magnitude. If you were to see what their, absolute P&L is, positive or negative, on average leading up to October, just hitting those expanded risk parameters, that's something that we do for live traders that are proving themselves. And, we want to put more risk in the hands of our best traders. Sometimes that backfires, and you need to, recoil a little bit. Unfortunately, in this case, it backfired quickly enough that, the account was actually lost to the max loss limit. So certainly not an indictment of this trader's skills. They can get back to live, I think, maybe not in short order, but we have full confidence they can return to the live environment. We're looking forward to it. So glad they were able to take significant payouts from this account, and hopefully we see them back in live again soon.
Yeah, I now have the equity curve I'm looking at. It's just really up and to the right, except for that very thing at the end. But they had taken out a bunch of money by that point. You're all big boys, big girls, can make your own decisions. But I think that there's an implicit thought when you take a payout that you then have to adjust your risk to reflect the new size of the account. But I'm not really worried about this trader because I'm sure they'll be back. They're clearly really good at this.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Someone made the comment that this, these payouts will go a long way in Thailand. It's one of the coolest parts of what we get to do here and the opportunity that this presents, especially for international traders where U.S. dollars may go a little bit further. So pretty cool that someone's doing this internet money game quite successfully in Thailand. So yeah, shout out to them, and we'll see them again live here soon.
All right. Well, thank you, Ben, for sharing this today. That's all for our shoulder tap. We're going to go transition into some group coaching. We got JD Hogue and Hoop in the house to take your questions, maybe take some trades. As I speak, it looks like we're continuing to grind a little bit higher in these equities. Whole lot more trading left today. This is Topstep TV. We'll be back in a few.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans? Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. Congratulations, you made it to the best time and place of the day. It's group coaching time. I'm JD. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland. Over there, my other bookend, Coach Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders, Topstep VIP. Coach John Hoagland, also a coach, VIP. Hoagland's Heroes, Topstep Season 3 VIP experience. Oh, putting in that time on the weekends, working Saturdays in Discord. You get paid overtime for that?
No.
I'm joking. It's dedication, though, folks. Working on the weekends, all for you guys. Hoag, what's going on? Have you done anything since fast markets this morning? Just take a break? You looking at the markets?
No, I just took a break. Had a ham sandwich, glass of milk, and just watching the equities just kind of recover that failed downside auction that happened earlier today, and it just keeps grinding higher, those equities.
Yep. We've been watching it. We talked about this during the last segment. Just a slow grind higher. What do they say about a quiet market, guys? What was the old adage?
Yeah.
Never short a quiet market, right?
Nope.
And we got a quiet market right now.
Yeah.
Just tiptoeing higher, waiting for some new information to enter this market. We got one eye in the ditch for you. We'll let you know if anything comes across the wire. Coach Hoop, what's going on in your world today? What are you looking at?
Natural gas. It's getting that time of year, JD.
Very seasonal market, yeah.
Yeah, and volatility starts to kick up. So I've been, I take a little bit after one of my, some of, Market Stalker D. I'm always kind of lurking a little bit, and finally got a good pullback in. I had a couple micros on. I peeled one off. Boy, that was, once again, it's not rarity you get to sell near the high. It's kind of once in a while, once again, you find a nut for the squirrel. But sold one. I still have one left. I'm trailing along with it. And, the beauty of being able to trade natural gas for me a little bit is the fact that I don't have to trade the full size contract. It's $10 a tick on the full size, and right now with the ranges it'll have in a day, it's extremely expensive. So the micros are a thing of beauty. It's $1 a point as opposed to $10. So it makes it a much more tradable, I would say, as a whole, of being able to leverage risk. If anybody hasn't traded natural gas, with the tail end of hurricane season and colder weather ahead, it is, once again, we've always said it's not called the Widowmaker because they're giving out Halloween spiders. But the micros are beautiful, and the biggest thing that it has in its way is that, and it's different. If you were a swing trader, to carry a micro overnight was $350. A full size contract's 10 times that. It's $3,500. And you go watch what it costs to carry one overnight in January. It'll probably be double of what it is now. It'd probably be worth $8,000 to $10,000. So that's how much volatility there is in that market. So, so once again, I'm just kind of looking. I use my technicals to lean on a little bit where VWAP was, looking to buy a dip. And once again, I've kind of got a runner, and we'll see. So that's kind of what I'm doing today. The cattle's quiet today. There's some news over the Mexican border, but other than that, it's up a little bit. But its range is fairly quiet today. So,
yep. Comment in the chat, Lavish5681 says, that's a beautiful chart. Clean break and retest. Talking about that natural gas chart. If you're trading markets like natural gas, you have to be aware of the seasonal tendencies. It's a very fundamentally driven market. During the winter months, it's cold out, so people are turning their heaters on, and it's pure supply and demand after that, right?
Yep.
The more you use it, the higher the price goes. And then you see
Thursday, every Thursday, you get the EIA report. It's not the same day as the crude. But it's a mover. So be very aware of if you're trading it and you have a position at that time, because it can be a fader. I call it move, where the report will come out one direction, the market will go one way, and then 30 minutes later you're like, holy crap, what the hell just happened? It reversed. So it does have that tendency to it. So usually when the EIA report's coming out, I'm usually waiting to see what happens with it.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah.
We got another question in the chat before we hit some of these other questions. Ali Lila wants to know, where do I find open interest on the indicators on TopstepX? Well, you're not going to find real-time open interest data on the platform. You shouldn't find it on any platform, to be honest with you. It's very, very difficult to track open interest in real time, and it would not be accurate. In fact, if somebody tried to sell you real-time open interest data, you should call the police because you're being robbed. The exchange publishes official open interest data twice a day. They'll put out a preliminary number and then the official number, the final number. And that'll come out usually around, what time does the final come out, Hogue? Around 9 o'clock Central Time, the next trading day?
Yeah, like 9:30, 10 o'clock the next day.
Yeah. And there can be some movement from the estimated and the final too, Hogue. You pointed that a couple of times with S&Ps and stuff. I mean, like 10, 15,000 swings. I mean, it's a big deal. So.
How do you use open interest is another question in the chat. We could talk about this for a few minutes.
Hogue's the master. Tell him, Hogue.
Hogue, I'm going to pull up. You want to talk about it for a second? I'm going to go find the link to your cheat sheet, and then I'll put that in the chat. Give me 1 second. Let's talk about open interest for just a minute.
Okay. So open interest is the number of contracts outstanding in any futures contract. There's also open interest in options, and a lot of folks are focusing a lot on that open interest in the options as well. But when we're looking at open interest, some platforms will have it on the quote board, but of course it's not going to be in real time. There's nothing that can calculate it in real time. I'm going to give you the link here of how I find open interest, and it's open interest. It comes from the market data. Comes from the CME group. So it's just another tool to gauge market state, right? Even price action. So, you can use it as kind of a market context tool, like, I'm trying to think of the best way to show this here. Okay, this is crude. No, let's look at gold. Okay, so on the daily chart, and this is a little bit of a longer time frame look. You're probably not going to be using open interest to look for very specific shorter time frame trades, right? You're looking at open interest to kind of get a feel of what the market is doing and how good of a job it's doing in whatever it's trying to do. So when we've been looking at gold since the beginning of the year, a lot of folks have really been focusing on gold as a good opportunity. So what we're looking for is we want to see open interest. If the market is going to continue to push to the upside, we want to see open interest continuing to increase over time. Okay. So since the beginning of the year, at times we're seeing a lot of open interest increasing at higher pricing. But when we got up to the 16th here, the 17th, 18th, the 20th, we started to see open interest was kind of falling off. So we're starting to see some of the interest in the long side falling off in gold. We did see, a pretty decent drop in open interest as we've started to fall off, and we've started to continue to see open interest falling off at lower pricing. So instead of new selling coming in, the open interest has been cutting off. So we've lost about 5% of the total open interest since we put in the all-time high here. So this isn't new selling coming in. This is old longs liquidating. Is that good for the auction process to the downside? Generally speaking, no. It's long liquidation. It's not new selling coming into the market. So that's what's kind of leading me to believe that this pullback that we've seen in gold as more of a bull flag opportunity. So we're liquidating longs, not bringing new shorts into the market. As soon as these longs have liquidated, what are they going to do then? Are they going to start to get into shorts, or are they going to decide, you know what, we got out of all those longs, maybe it's time to start getting back into those longs? I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. But in a very general way, JD, I'm going to put that sheet up here if it's all right with you.
Yeah, go for it. I put the link to that cheat sheet in the chat. You should see it. The volume and Hoag's volume and open interest cheat sheet. Link is in the chat. Go ahead and grab it.
Let me see if I can't find this, because it just really does a good job of showing in a very easy to kind of look at way what open interest can be telling you over time. There it is. Okay, I found it. Thank goodness. All right, there it is. Okay, so slideshow. All right, so volume, open interest, and price, the relationship. If price continues to rise on higher volume and increasing open interest, that is a healthy upside auction. That is an auction that is likely to continue in that direction. And what we started to see in gold was we saw prices rising on lower volume and falling open interest. That is a market that is possibly primed for a change in market state. This would be a strong rally. This could be saying, okay, this market needs a pullback, or it needs to consolidate. There is possibly a change in the market state coming. And it's the same in the opposite direction. You get falling prices on rising volume and open interest. That is a healthy downside auction, or you could say that is a weak market that is likely to continue in that direction. But as price continues to fall and volume begins to fall off and open interest begins to fall off, there's less interest in traders selling into this move. A potential change in market state is possibly in the wings. Nobody can tell you for sure if that is going to happen or not, but these are just some of the nuances that you can kind of start to look at in your trading. Now, one last thing that I'd like to show you is something we saw in open interest at the beginning of the year in gold. So here it is. So this is a way to organize the information based on from open interest, volume, and even delta. So this was the beginning of the year in gold. On the 7th of January, there was a large jump in open interest and price moved higher. Look at what happens, especially when with recorded where it relates to open interest. So we start this with $2,665 for an entire month. Open interest increases day over day. We go from $2,665 to $2,765. That is $100 move in 1 month. Volume doesn't really necessarily hold up, but when we see open interest increasing mostly up days with negative delta, that is telling us that there are longer time frame, bigger traders, whether they're speculators, bankers, or whoever they are, that began accumulating new positions to the long side at the beginning of the year. And we can go through this and we can see here's another situation very similar. $3,418 open interest increases for over a month with mostly negative delta. We go from $3,400 to almost $3,700 in about a month. So this is the power of recognizing how open interest can affect price. And at the very least, if you were to organize the information this way, you could look at this and say, wow, there's a lot of buying coming into this market. I probably don't want to fight this. I probably don't want to look for shorts. And if I do, I'm not going to be in them for very long. I need to be looking for potential longs because you've got a lot of longer time frame buyers coming into this market. This is after the breakout. Okay, remember we were in a range for a long period of time. This was on the breakout of that. And then we're seeing the market continue. And this is since the 17th. Look at all the open interest that we've lost. We've lost about 5% since we put in that all-time high. That's telling us that the market is likely facing a change, maybe needs a pullback, but as long as we continue to see open interest lower, volume lower, it's telling us that this pullback may be short-lived. We don't know that for sure, but that's just this one of the ways that you can look at open interest and use it to your advantage. Even if it's just keeping you out of trouble, you see open interest increasing at a rate like that and price moving higher, the last thing you want to do is start picking tops in that. And you may only see these things that clearly once a year, and it's not necessarily in every market that you're going to be able to see that. There's so many open contracts in crude oil. There's a contract month for every month of the year for 10 years. That's 100 contract months. So to be able to recognize open interest as clearly as we do in, let's say, the S&Ps, which there's usually one or two front contract months that have a lot of open interest, or gold, which has a lot of open interest in the front month, it makes it much more difficult to kind of read that information. So open interest is something that you can collect this information for 2 years and never see anything that clear as far as we just saw in gold and saw several times this year. But you can do that for years and never see anything that clear. But when you do, you better pay attention to it. So there's a lot of times when open interest isn't going to mean that much. It's going to be up one day, down the next, up one day, down the next. It may tell you that at the short time frame traders are chasing each other around and possibly what the shorter time frame positioning might be, which can be helpful. But it is, it's not something that you're going to find useful every day. It's not something you're going to be able to choose trade locations or take trades directly off of. It's just another kind of data set to help you put accurate context over the marketplace. Does that make sense, gentlemen? I hope.
100%.
I don't think you'd be hard pressed to find a more comprehensive answer than that. Thank you, Og. Yeah, volume and open interest, to use it to either gain or sort of draw confidence in the direction of the market. Does that make sense?
Well,
what's up?
Yeah,
You're about to say something.
JD, yeah, it's the same way. Like, here's the reverse scenario a little bit, Hogue, with natural gas. So 2 days in a row, natural gas as a whole has went up. But for the basically natural gas is like crude. It has, every month is an expiring month. Well, it's had its open interest go down in the first 3 contract months for the last 2 days on moving up. So the question is, a lot of these hedgers might have been short this, and now they're starting to unwind, a lot of their positions, rolling into being long, February, March contracts in anticipation of what's going on in the winter. So like Hogue, the beauty thing about gold is you do not have that it quote trades every month, but once again, we've talked about those in between months do not trade. So you get a lot cleaner look at the open interest perspective, where the months that trade like crude and natural gas, it does get a little more sketchy of when it rolls, is the momentum picking up inside the market? Is it losing steam? Is the rally over? So once again, as a day trader, it's use it in context of how aggressive buyers and sellers are in the market. Are they moving their positions around? But like you said, the thing that stinks about contracts that roll every month is you get about 3 weeks of clean price action, and then you're the influx zone, the flux zone, I call it, where it's just, yeah, Hogue and I have the same feeling about contracts that roll every month. So, yeah.
Excellent. There you go, guys. Volume and open interest. Nice little conversation there.
Yeah.
Hope you guys learned something. We're trying to teach you. All right. Before we get into our next question, how about a little news drop? We've been talking about pinching pennies all day long today. So, if you're concerned about your SNAP benefits or just watching your spending in general, take a look at this. Discount grocer Lidl is offering a Thanksgiving dinner bundle that feeds 10 people for under $36. That's nearly $10 less than last year's bundle and less than $3.60 a person. Those prices do not include taxes, though. The bundle includes a 14-pound turkey at 25 cents a pound and 20 other Thanksgiving staples, including russet potatoes, pie crust dough, cranberry sauce, and Hawaiian sweet rolls. Shoppers build their own bundle, choosing all the items they want separately, so there's no bundle box. The bundle deal runs from Wednesday through the day before Thanksgiving. So 2 days from now until Thanksgiving. You will need to use Lidl's app to get the bundle price. Lidl notes individual prices can vary by store locations. The German grocer's deal is only available at its more than 185 stores nationwide in the United States. Aldi and Walmart are also offering similar bundles for around $40. So Lidl, Aldi, and Walmart, get your Thanksgiving Day dinner bundle between 35 and $40. Sounds like a good deal, right?
Yeah, not a bad deal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Bad
see
deal.
Oh, there's cranberry. I was making sure the cranberry was in there. Okay.
Gotta have the cranberry.
Gotta have the cranberry.
Gotta have the cranberry.
Let's check in on these markets real quick. Tilt's pretty flat. 55% long in the ES, 60% long in the NQ, 56% long in crude, and 55% long in gold. All right. Questions from the chat. People that filled out the form. Excuse me. All right. Fixed range volume profile. Hogue and Hoop. Please explain the best way to incorporate fixed range volume profile to trading with value area high, value area low, and point of control. Thank you. I guess it depends on how you're looking at it. Are you looking at a previous day's value area? Are you looking at current session? Current session value area is dynamic, and it's very customizable. You can set the settings or your value or your range to pretty much whatever you want. As far as our Topstep daily levels go, we look at a 75% value range, meaning 75% of the day where the most volume traded. So a lot of traders go to 80 or 85 even, but it's definitely subjective. Everybody has their own style on how they look at it. But from using a fixed range volume profile and looking at the value area high, value area low, point of control, volume point of control. What's the significance of these levels? Who wants to start? What's your take on the profiles?
I use volume profile more of analytics going into a day for me. Because we're day traders, I'll kind of look at where point of control is. I'll look for gaps, look for single volume nodes. I mean, I'll use it more when I walk into a day. And to be honest with you, my volume profile is the dome. So, I mean, literally a volume profile is when you scroll up and down your ladder, you can see just especially in smaller traded markets or even in ES, you can see where the volume and a lot of volume can trade inside of there. I just happen to notice my stop that's sitting down here in natural gas. is probably at the highest, one of the highest volume traded points of the day. So, that's how I kind of look at it. Hogue, I know with where you look at volume profile and market profile, it's a much, you take obviously inside the day a bigger look at it. But when I'm looking at pure price action, I am going to look at the volume profile, to be honest with you, more on here than I will necessarily use it in context for me. And that's just me.
Sure.
I'm, it's, I'll look at it going into the day, and I'll always kind of aware of where the POC is, because I usually do not want to be taking trades around there because I'm trading where everybody else is trading. So, but yeah, how do you look at it as opposed into the day, Hogue?
Okay. Christopher, how much time you got?
We have 15
market
minutes.
Closes
Hogue.
in a couple hours.
So there's volume profile and there's market profile. They're a little bit different and a little bit the same in a lot of ways. The market profile is price based over time. Volume price profile is price based by volume. What's the most volume price? That is the volume point of control. The TPO point of control is the most visited price through time. They're generally speaking going to be relatively close, but not all the time. So when we're looking at value, they can be a little bit different. And, if there's a big difference between the volume point of control and the TPO point of control, that difference in value can be relatively large. But overall, what we're looking at is, number one, what is value doing over time? If value is moving higher over time, that's telling us that the market is auctioning higher. When value kind of starts to kind of overlap or inside or outside, the market is largely in range. Now, this may be a little bit difficult to see, because we have the volume, we have the let's see here, let's get this. So we have the developing value area here. I'm going to make it really thick on Friday's program, on Friday's profile. So we got the point of control. The volume point of control is approximately right here. Let's call it 26,100. This is the NASDAQ. All right. So what did we do this morning? And this is one of the special situation plays that you can look at, and you can, see if this works for you over time. Now, when we take a look at where the regular trading hour session opened here in the today, okay, this is regular trading hour open. It didn't leave the opening range at the high of the day, but it did open with a session gap. So when the market opens with a session gap and then pushes back into value from the previous day and marks acceptance, that means that the market is reaccepting the previous day's value area after trying to reject it. And if that is the case, and you do see signs of acceptance inside value, typically that means the market is likely to move to the other extreme of the previous day's area of value. The NASDAQ stopped short of that today, but still had a pretty decent opportunity once we may have accepted the fact that we are seeing acceptance inside of value from Friday's session to get into to possibly get into a short and take the ride down to the value area low from the previous day, which it still has not done that. The day isn't over yet. So the general rule for the value area special situation play is opening outside of the previous day's regular trading hour session range, showing acceptance inside the previous day's range, then at some point during that session is likely to reach the other extreme of that previous day's value area. So that would put us again down to this 25,995 area, value area low, approximately. Some would say this was close enough for rock and roll. There's nothing finite in futures trading. So we're looking at acceptance or rejection of value is basically what we're looking at here. If the market opened above value and above range, couldn't close the gap or even traded to the gap and bounced off value high from yesterday and saw buyers, that would be rejection of value, and we might see the market continue to push to the upside, which was certainly one of the possibilities and one of my hypotheses as to what might have happened today. It didn't happen. We showed signs of acceptance inside of value from yesterday's area of value, and we moved through it. Now, the real question becomes, and this is the challenging part of this special situation play. What marks reacceptance of value? All right. When I first learned of value acceptance play, I needed two 30-minute bars to close back inside of previous value after opening outside of it. Well, if that was the case, by the time the market did have two 30-minute bars close below value high from Friday, the move was pretty much over, which is what makes this a tricky trade to take. Sometimes the market will pull into value, pull out, pull into value, pull out, pull into value, pull out, and chop you up before you get the chance to really participate with the move to the downside. It can be a very difficult trade to take. Now, this is one very specific way to look at value area high, value area low, and points of control in the day time frame. Here's the S&Ps. The market opened, leaving the opening range at the high of the session and with a gap. It closed the gap. Within the first 30 minutes of the trading session, the market accepted value and traded to the other extreme of yesterday's area of value. Got to be quick to catch that one. Usually isn't going to happen that way. Now, points of control. Points of control are generally going to be viewed, if they are unrechecked by regular trading hours price action, they're generally going to be viewed as weaknesses in structure. So when you see my charts, okay, here's what we did when we put in the all-time high, and we had left a gap here. We had left a naked point of control right here, and right here being 41.53 even. We had another gap here from 40.90, 40.94.70 to 40.38.60. The market comes and goes and rechecks all of those nice, tasty little levels because they're visual and they are levels of comfort. At least the points of control are. The gaps are areas where business did not get the opportunity to where business didn't get done in those levels. So price may go back and recheck those levels. You can see, this is a whole regular trading hour session that basically closed this gap alone. It created another naked point of control, which was checked on the next day or the day thereafter. There was another naked point of control that comes all the way back from here on the 10th of October, that the next day the market traded down to and rechecked. The next day the market opens, closes another session gap, and trades to, guess what? Another naked point of control. This one didn't happen in regular trading hours, so I leave it on the chart. Well, where are we now? We've taken a look at that 39.09. We didn't check that naked point of control in regular trading hours, so it still stays out there. But the market is in essence stair-stepping to all of these important or somewhat important inflection levels. When you think about it, Christopher, how many major players are watching where the naked points of control are on a 30-minute chart in crude oil? In gold. You could say probably none. So if if we see that the market is trading to and to some degree respecting these levels, then we can say with maybe some degree of accuracy, it's shorter time frame traders selling into this market. It's not the longer time frame. This is longer time. This is short time frame liquidation, because again, the market is coming down and rechecking naked points of control. It's rechecking day session regular trading hour session gaps, and it's retesting points of control. It is testing to short time frame levels. Another reason why I think that this pullback in gold is bullshit. Excuse me, pardon my French. And
Love the candor.
We are going to see, and of course, nobody knows for sure. This is not financial information, but just in what we're seeing in open interest falling, how the market is trading to short time frame levels, targeting them, and even respecting them from time to time. This is short time frame sellers. This is not long time frame sellers. I'm just rambling here, aren't I? And there's so many ways, Christopher, to incorporate the value area high, value area low, points of control. This is just some of them, and that's why I asked how much time you got, Christopher, and that's got to be it.
We got all the time in the world for that.
He's passionate about those charts, isn't he?
He sure is. Oaks 2 for 2 so far in group coaching this week. He nailed 2 great questions with great answers. We talked open volume and open interest. We talked the profiles. What a great session of group coaching today. Hey, before we get out of here, I want to hit one more quick piece of news. I wanted to share this morning, and there just wasn't time. Everyone's favorite rascal is back in the news. We got a former crypto mogul making a play for redemption. Former crypto mogul Sam Bankman-Fried may be trying to win redemption and a presidential pardon. Bankman-Fried was found guilty 2 years ago of stealing billions of dollars from customers of his now bankrupt crypto exchange, FTX. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Bankman-Fried is now appealing his case. Arguments are set to begin in Manhattan on Tuesday. In case he loses his appeal, Bankman-Fried appears to be hoping for a presidential pardon. It's a long shot, though the Trump administration has gone all in on the crypto industry, so a pardon might not be out of the question, right? And because President Trump has a penchant for pardoning white-collar criminals, Bankman-Fried may have a better shot than most.
10-foot pole. Oh, boy.
It's not clear. It's not clear whether Bankman-Fried supporters have contacted the president directly. A White House official said they do not comment on potential pardons, though. What are the chances this guy gets out?
Oh my God.
Dolby wants to know who wrote that.
He'll be in the next Apprentice. He'll be in the next Apprentice.
That'd be funny.
Oh, yeah.
Does that guy ever deserve to see the light of day for the next 20 years? I don't know.
Tom Brady won't like it.
He won't. Gave Brady a bad name, right? A lot of people got a bad rap for promoting that guy. That's for sure. All right, guys.
Forgot about that guy.
What's up, Hogue?
All I can think of is Nikki Glaser saying, even Gronk knew. Me know that not real money.
Yep, that was one of the great ones. I agree. Even Gronk knew. Mm-hmm.
Even Gronk knew, yeah. Just a couple of rascals, right? All right, guys, that's all the time we have for group coaching today. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Hogue. Thank you, Hoop. We're going to step aside. We've got a power player coming in. Sula's back. This guy's taking massive amounts of payouts. Maybe we'll have to talk about it just a little bit. He's going to be joined by Jack and Dolby Time in just a few minutes. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, our man Mohammed, and Dolby. So stick around. We got plenty more trade entertainment coming your way this afternoon right here, Topstep TV. Let's go get it.
And an even quarter bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Quarter, half, the orders, and even.
In live, 69% winning days. Actually, the average winning day to average losing day is more than 2 to 1.
124K in payouts, pretty freaking good. The sum of the winning days is $58,457. The sum of the losing days is $11,237.
Feel good card for Feel Good Friday.
And we're live. This is Power Players. We have taken the two-dimensional card that is Sol and brought him live on Topstep TV. What's up, my man? How's it going today?
Great. Thanks for asking. How are you doing?
Doing just fine at the moment. We got
Good.
Dolby here too to take charge of the house account, but yeah, you're the main attraction. That's why it's called Power Players. So
Yep.
we'll check in on the markets and learn a little bit about you, Sol. You have taken some pretty serious payouts from Topstep along the way. So
yeah, done decently
sure a lot of
so
people
far.
would be. You sure have. Well,
yeah.
Would you like to kind of introduce yourself to our audience and kind of how you look at things in the markets?
Absolutely. So thank you for the introduction. My name is Sol. I've been trading with Topstep since I think it was like November of 2023. And then I had like a little pause and came back to them, just kind of focusing on my own self and strategy, you know, making sure I know what I'm doing in the markets and not blowing a bunch of combines. My strategy is the volume profile edge strategy. This is a strategy I've been working on for the better part of half a decade. It's been a culmination of all kinds of theories and, you know, everything from ICT to SMT to liquidity concepts and everything like that. And what the crux of the strategy revolves around is actually the volume profile and the auction theory around price gravitating to what we call volume nodes. So if you guys can see my charts here, I don't know if you can see them.
We can.
Yep, there we go.
Okay, sweet. Just double checking. All right, so this is Topstep X, great platform. As many probably are familiar, it looks very similar to TradingView, so it's super nice. Very familiar with it. I'm gonna remove actually we have the volume there. Okay, cool. So this is the volume profile on the right-hand side. Now this is the visible range volume profile. we do have the anchored or fixed range, I should say, volume profile, which typically I use an indicator called the session volume profile HG. It's not available yet. I'm sure the dev team will look into that in the future. But for now, we can just use the fixed range here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to today's date, and we're just going to go to the start of the session. Okay. Now we can kind of get the volume profile for the session itself. We're going to put the numbers of rows here to 100. We're going to put it at total, and we'll keep the POC, VAH, and VAL on. So yeah, I don't think we can actually do it, unfortunately, with this one, but we can do developing VA. That's fine. Sweet. So here you can see that, turn my phone to mute. Sorry about that. We have a large amount of volume building here for the session today, and I'm on the 1 hour chart. So I primarily only trade the 1 and the 4 hour. Now, occasionally I might look at the 15-minute if I'm looking for a scalp. But if I'm trading well, and this is key, if I'm trading my strategy well, typically I don't need to drop below the 1 hour. It's revolving around the prior day highest and lowest points, right? So if we go to the daily chart here, you'll have 2 levels that I'm very interested in, which are going to be the prior day highs. And we'll put the anchor on so we can get the exact price here. And the prior day lows, right? And these are really the only 2 levels that when I'm trading well, I should care about. The theory is that price is going to eventually gravitate and sweep one of these 2 levels, okay? So the volume profile and the shape of like the 1 hour and 4 hour assists me in making that calculated decision. Which one's a higher chance? Which one's a higher probability chance of sweeping? Is it going to be the prior day low first or the prior day high first? And I essentially just take a trade on that theory, right? So I'm trading a theory more than like price action or something else like that. So right now, we can kind of see we're in a ranging market condition. We got very, very close, and we can kind of mark this real quick here to the prior day highs. PDH, just for a quick abbreviation, put that to white text so it's easy to see, right? That's prior day highs, and then we have prior day lows for NQ. I do also look at ES just for like divergences. Sometimes ES does tend to like lead the market in terms of the volume profile and also like sweeping levels. So if it sweeps a prior day high or low, you'll often see NQ react, right? And so usually, not always, but usually the S&P 500, it's a larger market. It leads everything. It has the options trading SPX, which is, we're talking like trillions of dollars in notional being traded every day. So it has a lot more volume, a lot more money flow going through, right, than just NQ alone, which is why I put the most weight into that. And you can see here today, we actually did not transact prior day high or prior day low for NQ. So, if I take a trade, I'm basically looking for which one's going to transact first. And, we got a very nice high volume 1 hour top wick. And we can kind of see we're building a lot of volume here. We have the point of control, which is this orange line that's essentially the point of highest volume aggregation in the session. This is the market's equilibrium point. So my expectation is for this day trading environment that there's a high probability chance, like let's say the market right now tanks to 26,000, right? If I take a short, like let's say I take a short, I'm going to try to get a good tool to like mark this so it's very obvious for people. Let's try just a horizontal line and let's mark it for here. Let's do orange, right? Let's say the market drops down to this orange line here and I go short here, right? Like right on this line. Like, first of all, why wouldn't I go short high? That's the first thing you should ask yourself. But let's just say I'm kind of like a FOMO trader. I'm shorting low. My expected value for the session, right, will literally be this. That's my trade outcome. 98 points. Maybe if I have like an inclination on how far it wants to traverse down, like, okay, there's a gap over there. Maybe I'm going to go for that. But like, let's just say I'm sticking very like robotically to the strategy here. Then I will go for a take profit of that. But my risk will be this entire session's high, right? Because I'm making the assumption that we're not going to take the prior day high or even the current session high out first. So now it's a trade that's not as attractive. And if I was already thinking about this trade, I would have said, okay, let's take it at the point of highest volume aggregation, right, which is right now 20,000, we'll say like 130 to 162, right, depending on if you're looking at the session or visible range. Why? Because if we do go down, in theory, there's a bunch of people who are probably in positions like longs at this price that are now going to be forced to make decisions at the lows here, right? And those people are essentially going to either double down, which causes like liquidity, it causes a move lower, or they'll become sellers, right? So usually they become sell aggressors, where everyone just starts selling, and then when everyone starts selling and you're in a short, you make money, right? So if you get to your profit target. So that's like what I would look for. And, the 1 hour chart here, honestly, would lead me to take a short. Now, the thing is, I don't trade into typically the last 2 hours of the day. Most of my trades either set up at settlement, so 6 p.m., literally like at 6 p.m., or they set up sometime Euro. You guys, if you look through my like trade execution log, you'll see me awake at 3 a.m. taking trades, right? 2 a.m. And that's really taking good entries with tighter risk and that higher expected value for the entire session. I'm thinking about what the theme for the entire day is, not just like the next hour. So yeah, that's kind of the basics of my strategy.
Well, cool. A couple follow-ups. So you're using the fixed range for the entire session from open overnight to close, right?
Correct. And I typically use session volume profile HD. It's not here yet. It is on TradingView. I just use TradingView for charting. And that's what automatically does it from settlement to the next session close. Yeah.
So beyond that, are you looking at kind of the overall trends to decide which way you want to go, whether it's going to sweep the low or the high of the previous day?
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe in this sort of concept of, I guess, like fundamental analysis too. Like you want to look at the bigger picture. So I love going on the daily and weekly. And then I kind of want to use my experience, if you want to call it common sense, of like seasonality, what the market's probably going to do. The market isn't just people speculating, right? Like it's not just people there's a lot of people that day trade, of course. There's a lot of competition and volume, money flowing from day trading, but it's funds, it's pensions, it's like seasonality, taxes come up, right? So there's, Trump tweeting. There's a lot of reasons why the catalysts, right? There's catalysts that are outside just price action because everyone focuses on like just the candlesticks. So you have to like think about the bigger picture always when you're day trading. If you know what the big picture is, you just increase your probability of success. Like even if you take a bad long in a very strong macro uptrend, when you have your upside as all-time highs, right? Like let's say after the April lows, I don't know, you're chasing longs on like one of these days at the highs, right? Or like maybe like you're not necessarily getting it at the very high of the day, but you're not getting like the best entries. You still will have a strong understanding that there's a higher chance we traverse higher because there's all-time highs to sweep, which the market historically will go up over time because this is outside of just like charts and trading. Inflationary mechanisms, right? The S&P 500 is essentially a measure of inflation. So over time, it will just keep going up so long as inflation continues to go up. But it's not like you can obviously day trade and only doing longs, but because you're trading leveraged products against your collateral and your margin. But it helps to know that what your true expected value is typically the macro, right? Whether it's on a short or long. So yeah.
Jack, this must be great. You have a trading card. The person has come to life on screen. I'm sure you have a million questions. You finally get access to the person themselves. So when are you doing this homework? Also, how many trades a day are you taking? It sounds like 1 to 0 trades a day is what it sounds like. Is that accurate?
When I'm not making a mistake, yes. Like anything past 1 to 0 trades is basically me either getting into like that gambling tendency where you're like, okay, let me just take like this random trade, scalp, whatever, or you're making critical mistakes. So, which, again, I'm human. And the thing is, like, as a trader, you have to realize your system can be robotic, but you're still human. And you will, it's a guarantee to everyone listening. I promise you, you will make human mistakes. So you have to kind of account for that as well. And that's why things like daily loss limit, which Topstep, the live accounts actually force, I personally think have made me a better trader because anyone's susceptible to max loss. Max loss meaning your entire account liquidation value. You never need to risk your entire account to make money. Like it just doesn't make sense, right? It doesn't make any logical sense. Even if you're trying to like double your account in a day, you really don't need to do it. Futures are a very highly leveraged product. I mean, you can turn a 10K account to 20K trading 2NQ in a single day with reasonable, within that $45 to $100 risk limit. And you can end up making $20,000 if you're trading those extreme edges, right? You're getting good entries. You're patient. You're not chasing. You're following your system. So it's all about the psychology. Yeah.
So your sizing for these trades, is it dependent on, because obviously from what I can see what you've shown, there's sometimes like wildly different risk and reward depending on where you are within that range, right?
Correct.
Does your size
Correct.
change for that, or are you always putting on the same size?
I will say in my own personal account, it's generally the same size. I've been experimenting with the live account because the structure of my personal has always been a little bit different. I haven't used a loss limit because I trade so small on my personal account. It's a very large, like I treat the capital as the sort of like the way I can like let theories play out because I trade so small on it. On my live account with Topstep X, I've been more aggressive in the sizing in accordance to the daily loss limit, which sometimes does bite you. You can hit the daily loss. You trade 3NQ, like, and you will get stopped out, right? If you're wrong. But a lot of times there's a good chance price will still revert back to your entry, and you could have gotten like a free exit, if you want to call it that. 80 or 90% of the time that's going to happen. But obviously, if you're trading with daily loss limit, you're out. So it changes the dynamic of it. It creates more of a rigid risk reward structure you need to abide by. I like it though because it allows me to kind of play around with some theories. Like for example, at settlement, sometimes you will just go off settlement. There's a gap and go trade, right? And so if you have this like super limited tight risk at settlement, in theory, like $4,500 risk, you could do like 9NQ instead of just like 1 or 2, right? Because your risk, like the dollar amount is going to be the same, so long as you're okay like losing whatever dollar amount you're losing, right? So yeah, it's dynamic in that regard based on my entries and my stop loss.
Is there a minimum risk that you'll have? Like if a trade ever not worth it of its, say too close to the end you want versus has a long way to run the other way?
Yes, absolutely. And so this is funny because when I don't listen to this, I will hit the max loss. When you do listen to us, you will be you won't hit the max loss. You might lose $1,000. So I will say that generally speaking, again, this is generalities. It's not always true, but through my anecdotal experience and like data collection, I think when you're right about a trade, you will know very quickly. And like, even if you're trading on the 1 hour, 4 hour, you generally will know within like 20 or 30 minutes, honestly, if your overall theory about it is correct. When you're wrong, it's already moving against you and you're losing that delta, right? You'll see the -800, -1,000, -1,500 if you're trading like 3 minis. And the question is whether you as a human can cut that trade out. And then like you either stop trading for the day or, you trade later in the morning, you take a break, and then there's that setup that you can. But it's like a lot of times I've noticed that you should just stop trading because you will try to make the loss back, and that almost always hits max loss. If you try to make your loss back that you're in later in the day, like that's your only mentality, you're going to take a bad trade and you're just going to hit max loss anyways. You might as well call it quits and go to the next day.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's hard
Look
to
at
recover
this.
from that. Yeah. Go ahead, Jack.
This makes a lot of sense that you wouldn't be super active, in the last 2 hours of the day, right? Because I have the ES pulled up right now, and I'm kind of trying to frame out what you're saying here. So I just took some lines and marked the high and low from yesterday. Today's been an inside day of that so far, although we came close on both sides. Where we are now, it would seem, I don't know the numbers from Edgeful or something else, but it would seem probably a low probability. If I had to guess, I'd say 1 in 4 or less that it is going to hit either of those today. It's pretty far away. We would need 40 points up.
You need
40
actually
points
for Friday
down.
highs. For Friday high, yeah, I mean, did I mark the like for yesterday's high? We would need to do 183 points. Which, by the way, I mean, to be honest, what is it? November 3rd, Monday. I will say the very end and the very beginning of the month, there's this like phenomenon usually where if you go to the monthly charts, you typically do see, not always, but again, this is like generalities. You will typically see a larger move in the very start or very end of the month. I have theories onto why this happens. I think it's just more of like a natural phenomenon, to be honest, with just how people are. And like the monthly candle closing and like the beginning of the month, end of the month, people repositioning, rebalancing their portfolios, whatever it is. And so do I think it's going to take, so right now I'm short biased, obviously from that prior day POC because of this 1 hour top wick, right? So the first thing is 9 a.m. high volume top wick. So my system does use the X axis volume, right? So I have the volume profile and then I have volume by time. Volume by time is like that confirmation that it has more of an edge to traverse lower or higher based on the candle close. So this is a bearish candle, obviously. Like you have a red close. Obviously, my candle blue is red. I don't trade with green red for seconds. Yeah, I hate seeing that because we're programmed to like stop at red and go at green, right? And so this is a top wick red with high volume. If it has a lot of volume like this, especially if that next candle in sequence has even more volume, and it's that bearish candle, I will typically consider that as part of my thesis of, okay, it's going to go lower. The other thing I look at is the shape, and this is more of that, when it comes to like the shape of the auction, you have to just have chart time and sort of see the ebb and flow, I guess you could say. And the 1 hour and 4 hour really paint that well, in my opinion. And there's certain looks to a uptrend, like you'll get this sort of like sharp up, sharp down, and then you know that this is likely where that prior day POC was or value area low, and that's like a really good position along. And right now it looks like we're losing steam for the uptrend, at least to me. I'm more short bias in this area for now to probably transact back to this.
What got you into a short bias? Because you were talking about fundamentals earlier about how NASDAQ indices typically are bidding up inflation, 401k inflows, so on and so forth. So what's got you into a short bias? Because that's pretty counter trend to the indices.
You're right. It is counter trend. Overall, I still think we're going to go up, but I think on the weekly time frame, it's not showing the volume here. I wish it did. So yeah, I don't know why the volume isn't loading, but
like to see versus what are we seeing now that is not good for what you're seeing for bulls?
Great. So first, I would say a top wick, right? We got we've had weekly top wicks before, but they were closing like red at the lows. Generally buy low, sell high.
What's a top wick?
A candle that has a longer body wick, right? Or sorry, smaller body, longer wick typically. So this candle, for example, on the weekly is a top wick candle.
Got it.
Yeah. And that's just, it's not telling you 100% that it's going to go down, but it's telling you, okay, there's a slowdown happening, right? Like there's clearly some profit taking at the very least occurring here. I mean, we had that here. Well, people thought we were like going to dump on October 6th. This is a more like advanced trade. I actually went long on this because there's volume profile reasons behind it. I would take like an hour for me to explain basically.
No worries. Next time, so
yeah. So, but yeah, typically I want to look at three things in my head. I want to look at the volume profile, and that's usually my main driving force because I think the actual bell curve distribution that we see here is what matters the most, right? Like from a statistics standpoint, everything likes to gravitate towards the center or the mean, the equilibrium point. And in volume profile, that highest volume node is in any given time frame you're looking at, in any zoom of the chart, it's going to be that point of control, that returning point for the market. So what I would like to see on the weekly is like, okay, we got a higher volume weekly top wick, right? It's not super high volume, but it's indicating something. So we also have this like gap on futures. I've rarely seen, I don't think I've ever actually seen a futures gap stay open. Like I've seen SPX, which is the S&P 500 index, those gaps stay open all the time. But for futures, I've never seen it stay open. So at some point, I think it's going to close this gap. And if I was like predicting the future or the way this chart would look, we had a top wick. If it closes the gap and let's say, bottoms a little bit, it probably would, but then it closes like red. I mean, that would pretty much confirm based off this topic and like a red close on the next weekly candle that we're going to go down and test this volume node, because there's literally like no volume. Like nobody cares about these prices, right? It's very evident most
there
of
we
the
go.
players in the auction are trading. They exist at this price range, right? 21,657 plus or minus 150 points. And so that's where it's eventually going to go back to and retest in a true weekly time frame reversal condition.
Which could take half a year.
Weeks. Yeah. Like it would take
Or maybe
multiple
longer.
weekly bars.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
if you're thinking about half a year, you're not even looking at the weekly anymore. You're probably thinking about you're going to go to the monthly at that point.
Yeah.
And the monthly doesn't have like a big bearish reversal setup yet. It just has sorry,
Yeah, those old
I'm
news
trying to-
events are in the ways. And,
Yeah.
I can tell you how to turn those off. Go to settings, charts and data, and then bottom middle is hide economic events.
Settings,
The
charts
gear.
and data.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, there you go.
Sweet. Cool. Yeah. So we can kind of see it. So we got, and let me just, this. So we got an increase in volume, but it's like, this is not like the super bearish candle. I mean, you can just look left and kind of see what a true reversal looks like. You have a lot of indication, honestly, on the monthly. There's a lot of really big hammer top wicks, gravestone dojis, whatever you want to call them, with red closes typically and high volume. And at the same time, there's like macro indications, right? Like this was the time when Trump started to beef up his tariff talk. So it's not just the charts ever. If you're looking for huge moves in the markets, it'd be foolish to just use candlesticks only. You have to think about everything, So, yeah.
But you do definitely have some knowledge of traditional candlestick patterns. I mean, you know all the names and everything, so definitely helps.
It does.
Definitely helps.
It's an edge. Yeah,
So
it increases your probability for sure.
So yeah, I got another question here for you. You were saying, if you're trading your system well, this is between 0 and 1 trades. I'm assuming there might be some penchant to overtrade in you somewhere. Were you always a 0 to 1 trade a day type of trader, or did you have to work towards that? Were you just like a crazy scalper like 5 years ago, and now you slowed down in your wise age?
Yeah, very wise age. Yeah, I was a very crazy scalper. I'm talking 20 to 40 trades in a day on average, and no real like rhyme or reason. You're just trading price action. You're going off the candle movement and your gut, right? That was when I was trading some other props that really don't set you up for success. In my honest opinion, Topstep, it's not just me saying this because I've traded all the props. Topstep is all of them. Even the ones that are like, I'm not even gonna name. Okay, so
weird
like
janky
ones that don't
ones?
exist. Weird
Yeah, they're
janky
out there.
ones, yeah, they're out there, and I'm telling you guys right now, for those of you listening, avoid everything but Topstep. Like you can actually have a lot of success with just Topstep alone. I mean, first of all, the amount of money Topstep pays you out is very generous, I think, from other companies that kneecap you very early, and they let you move like half of it to live, half of it that you get paid out. So it's like your mentality going into a live is already going to be way better because you're already pocketing a large sum of money, and then you're also taking a large sum to live, right? I think people complain about the daily loss limit. And initially I was like, yeah, this kind of sucks because I'm not going to be able to scale. Like I was like, oh, I'm going to scale 150K to a million in like a month. But it does put the brakes on you, and it kind of, it forces you to be open to a different perspective. I think that's important. I think as a trader, you tend to have, and as men, we tend to have like egos, and we like to stick with what we do well and know well. It's like other perspectives do work well as well and bring light to different strategies and expected values that are really good, in my opinion. Good risk management, at least.
So
Yeah.
are you saying that Topstep helped you size down, or is there another forcing function that helped you size down?
I think the size down, I don't throw 15 minis and 10 minis willy-nilly anymore, like I used to on some other props. The other thing too is the patience, I think, has increased, because when you're forced to abide by a loss limit, you can't just take any random trade, especially if you're going for like a wider stop, a little bit wider stop, maybe your 50-point stop if your theory is wrong and you're going for like a 150-point trade or 200-point trade. You really have to start to be patient. And this patience is ultimately just going to make you better of a trader overall and more profitable. Like, you won't like it at first, but I think it's a necessary discipline.
So, how long have you been trading overall?
Good question. So this is where it gets kind of muddy because there's different, like, you can consider what I was when I was younger trading. Like, I used to play some video games, and I gambled on crypto and lost that. And that's, we're talking 10 years ago,
Oh,
right?
that's trading.
Yeah, that's trading. Okay, there we go. Yeah. So technically, I mean, I would say since I was, 15, 16 then, but really when it got serious was, I think with most people who were in the space now, is 2020. And that's like when I started to learn more about I options traded. I still options trade, by the way, for my personal money. It's just nice to have that option. It's a asymmetric vehicle. I'm not going to get too much into detail for it, but like some theories in the market pay better with options than they do with futures, right? If you anticipate a big move, you can get a 20 or 30x return, right? So, but so that's what I started with. I made and lost a lot of money on options. Like, my first trade ever was a Tesla trade, and it's so bad to say this. I basically dumped my life savings into that trade. I doubled it, right? Instantly doubled my life savings.
Wow.
And I lost 80% of it, like, in the next week.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it didn't end in a happy ending. Yeah. And then I learned, okay, this is bad. So I took the 20% that I made out from my broker. And it's funny because I was with TradeStation at the time. And they're like, "You're a genius. How did you do this? You just opened this account." I'm like, "Yep, I don't know about that. Did you see the loss?" But yeah, and then, I mean, they probably do think you're a genius because most people just blow their money up anyways, right? They don't even
100%, yeah.
So, and then so I learned from that, and through a lot of ups and downs, and fixing your psychology, learning different strategies, what works, what's fake, what's like BS, what's actually true. I think, in my opinion, the only thing that works is the auction theory sort of concept where, if you want to talk about statistics and math, you're using volume profile because there's some statistical edge in that, right? There's a phenomenon for reverting to the equilibrium, or in bell curve distributions, it's literally within the one standard deviation, things eventually will return to the mean, right? Eventually, it's the question of when, and so that changes, right? With what time frame you're looking at.
I mean,
The
all
other
roads
thing
lead to
that's
VWAP. That's what we said.
exactly. I used to use VWAP as well. Actually, this is a good thing to talk about. I found it to be a little bit redundant, though. A lot of times, a VWAP is just where the POC is. So the biggest thing for me, actually, talking about my journey, I used to use all kinds of indicators. We're talking like EMAs, 8, 21, 34. I tried the super
MACDs,
trend,
RSIs.
MACDs, the RSI, stochastics, the
yeah,
TTM
good ones.
squeeze. I paid for services that had I'm not going to name them for obvious reasons, but you had like options flow analysis and like sophisticated proprietary. So none of it works. Like it doesn't actually work for the long term. It might work for like one bet, like a short term thing, but long term is just about having a strategy that actually makes sense for macro conditions, really, like shifting conditions, and also trades that aren't going to just blow your account in one trade. So that's really what you got to figure out for trading. My system that I use is essentially, it is that, right? It took a very long to find out, and you don't need to use any indicator besides the volume profile, and just volume at time, volume at price, and candlesticks. That's it. That's all you need.
How much of, I'm just trying to phrase this question. How much of your journey to this system you're in now was like part mental or part like technical of actually learning? Like, because I'm assuming you just didn't wake up with like the mindset of I'm a 0 to 1 type of trader, right? One trade a day. It's not a lot of people start off with that. So how much of this was like a personality change to get to that, and how much of it was just, heads in the book, just learning YouTube University style?
I would say 70% personality change. The strategy is simple. I mean, it's just it's very basic when you look at it cut and dry, and you can get your mentorship, you can do whatever, but it's super simple to actually think about what the strategy is. You're targeting, for day trading at least, you're targeting a prior day high or low, right? That's all you're doing. I mean, you're literally just making a binary bet, if you want to call it a bet, right? I know people hate that word, but you're making a binary bet that You're either going to take the low out of the day at some point in the session, or you're going to take the high out at some point in the session. You're using these other technicals like candlesticks, volume at time, to gauge which one is the highest probability. And then you're simply just holding. You're not like moving your stop around. You're trading the thesis, right? I mean, if you see something before your sweep happens, by the way, that says get out, obviously listen to that, right? There's times like today, for example, if you were targeting a long at the prior day high sweep, right, at 26 to 70, and it gets 5 points away from that, and then it top wicks, probably just want to take it, right? Like something's happening here that's not normal, and just get out and then go for tomorrow and trade the next trade. You'll probably, if you took a long low, you made money anyways. Good on you, right? So that's all 20-30%, I'd say technical, 70-80% psychology. You got to change the way you act, guys, when you lose money. It's really tough to be real with yourself in this game and not be delusional and not have an ego and not say things like the market makers are trying to get me. Everybody thinks this. Everybody says the same crap. Everyone says it, and they're in the same position. So think about this. Everyone parrots the same thing, and they're the same type of trader. They're taking the same mistakes at the same times often, okay? So it's not even like market makers are out to get you. You're just your worst enemy, and like everyone's their worst enemy, and they're all kind of this beehive mentality piling in together. That's really what the real game is. It's just like a phenomenon, if you want to call it a natural, universal law and order type thing, right? It just happens. No one's doing it on purpose.
No, every trader is their own worst enemy. I've shared this stat before, but I used to do customer service for Topstep, and I can count on one finger the amount of accounts I've seen where someone has soft crash landed their trading combine. And what I mean by that is they set a personal daily loss limit that was not the max and then hit that every single day and lost their account. It typically is always one big day that ruins absolutely everything and blows up all your progress. So it's an incredible amount of discipline. And I think how much is like delayed gratification important for you, especially for such a long time frame trader?
Yeah, great question. Absolutely 100% super important. I think the quick money goes away quickly, right? That's a common saying. So I think the longer it takes you to become successful, and again, there's a caveat to this where you need to be doing the right things. You can't just be showing up to the market and just like gambling every day. But if you're applying yourself correctly, you're doing whatever that means for you, whether that's journaling, data collection, self-analysis from a psychological and technical standpoint. You're doing these things day in and day out. You're actually trying hard. I believe anyone can be successful. I'm not like, from an intellectual standpoint, I'm average. Like I have 102 IQ probably, or 103. Like it's literally straight middle of the average. And I think anyone for that matter can be successful as a trader so long as you have that work ethic. Some of the smartest people fail at trading because they just don't want to do the things. They don't want to do the things required, right? That become a successful trader. So,
well, discipline really chops up people too. I mean, especially if you're like very, very type A, and it's like you're expecting certain results from the expecting certain results from the market. It's like, market doesn't owe you anything, so you got to kind of deal with it and eat that one. Let's talk a little bit about like order entry, stop management. This is the stuff that I love. I hate going to break even. I think it's literally the worst thing on earth. I still do it all the time.
Agreed.
Okay, great. Great. Let's talk about stop management, position management. You're taking long time frame trades. What's your risk reward ratio look like? How wide are your stops? What's your size like? A lot of stuff there.
Yeah.
Chat wants to know.
Yeah, great question, guys. So it's dynamic. Like it's never gonna be. I will say typically, again, when I'm following my system properly, the risk reward is probably gonna be at bare minimum 1 to 2. Bare minimum 1 to 2. But you're looking at like 1 to 5, probably, if some rare occasion 1 to 10, right? Mostly around that 1 to 2, 1 to 5 area, and it's going to be dynamic. Like every day is different. You're not necessarily going to get the highest or lowest entry of the day, but you can still get the theory correct about whether it's going to take the prior day high or low out, first. And so depending on your entry, your risk reward will change. Like for example, if you took a short like we have our, and I'm going to remark these levels real quick here. This was the daily chart. So we have the prior day low. Let me use my trackpad. For some reason, my mouse is just way worse than my trackpad.
Yeah. Well, in the meantime, we can cover the markets here while you set up your charts. NASDAQ trading 26,097. So NASDAQ is pretty chilled out. We're in a big Dorito on the 4-hour, which is just higher lows, lower highs, and we're kind of actually stuck kind of in the middle of that range. So certainly feels like the market is waiting for news. Dome is thin. It might be the tariff news that could be coming out anytime this week from the Supreme Court. That could really shake things up here. Shout out to Dan Emmons for reminding us this morning that is looming on the horizon.
And right around overnight VWAP in the ES right now. Things have calmed down in Stockland too. Amazon's up still 4.6%. NVIDIA giving a little bit back, still up 2.4. 10-year yield still around 4.11. All right. Did we vamp enough there, Sol?
Yeah, so
There
I
we
kind of set
go.
it up here. So
Perfect.
Yep. So we're gonna do like a pretend exercise here real quick. I know hindsight, right? Everyone hates hindsight, but this is gonna be like the idea of, okay, you thought we're gonna go to prior day lows first, okay? So you're taking a short, we'll say you don't think prior day highs are gonna sweep. So where would your best entry be? Probably the value area high, right? So I made a fixed range profile for the prior session, and this blue like squiggly line,
It's
it's
pretty
called the
hard to
developing
see.
value
Can
area.
you change the color? It's like to like yellow or orange, something really obvious. It's very hard to see.
Sorry,
Let's try
I'll
that
do
one
right now.
Oh, perfect. So much better. Okay.
And let me actually we'll do 30s, 40. Let's try 40, and then we can really quickly. Actually, I'm not going to mess with the color there. Let's just do 40. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. So this is the value area high and value area low, right? It's defaulted to 70%, which isn't exactly one standard deviation. Close enough. 68 is one standard deviation. I just leave it default, right? Doesn't matter. 70 is fine. Anything that you're taking short wise at or above this line, statistically, just based off purely bell curve mean reversion theory, it has a higher probability chance of working out, right? And same thing with taking a long at the value low. This is just default statistical analysis. So if I was taking a short, and I'm assuming we're not going to take prior day highs out, I would first and foremost for this session want to take a short somewhere in this like lower. Let me try to get the. Yeah, I do need to change the color for this, otherwise nobody will be able to see anything. Let me do.
This is good stuff. A little bit of sell-off here in the NASDAQ, trading 26,070, down about 25 points since the last time we called price out. Starting to get to the lower end of the, I would say, volume profile, the main area. Yeah, volume profile low. Kind of getting back into this consolidation that we established around, let's say, about 9:30 to about 10, 11 o'clock.
Yeah. Perfect. So as you can see, as he's saying there, it's coming. And earlier I said, short bias off that 1 hour, which was like in the hundreds. So it's dropped a little bit, nothing crazy. So it's probably going to want to come here towards the end of the session. Also, the point of control is right where we're at. So there's a couple of things you got to think about. This is the point. This is the magnet for the session. Okay. We only have 1 hour and 15 minutes left till RTH close, right? Settlement goes in 5, but normal New York is 4. So there's still a good chance we just pin here, meaning that if you're taking a short here, because I do think there's some like swing / like higher time frame structure failing here, you have to still use your risk as the high here, because there's a chance that it will wick up here again, the VH, and then come all the way down. There's still that chance that exists. So you cannot put your stop somewhere where the market is not going to fail your thesis fully. And that's why trading is often expensive on the higher time frames. Especially if you're using NQ, it's going to be an expensive game unless you can get really sniper entries on those minis. You're just going to have to pay a bigger price when you're wrong, and that's just part of the game. When you're right, you're also going to make a lot of money, right? If you're playing the system here, like you're even if you're short of the POC here and it goes down, you're making 213 points. So you do the math per contract on NQ there, right? If you're wrong, you're going to lose 183. I don't take trades like this though, personally. If I'm trading well, keep in mind this if I'm actually following my strategy and I'm listening to the good angel on my shoulder. I will only take trades where I can get my risk tight, in accordance with that daily loss limit, because I want to trade like 2 to 3 NQ. And for example, a $4,500 daily loss limit with 3 minis, that's your risk. I mean, you got 75 points, right? So you have to get a good entry, because you could have shorted. It's your whole account, right? Your whole daily loss limit. You could have shorted like, if you short here, I mean, you're gonna get stopped out with 3 minis, right?
Right.
And you could still be correct. So
in
that's
short,
that you have to think about.
Yeah, get your stop in a place where the market has to work to get it. So let's say you did nab a short at like 26,250, right? A real great trade. Let's say you're in 3 contracts, 26,050. Well, how are you managing those 3, and how are you managing the stop?
Is that a long you're talking about?
Oh, sorry, a short at 26,250 theoretically. Kind of just riffing off
250.
your previous example, but let's say you did get into that trade, 26,250, short 3 MNQ. Your stop is at like 300s or whatever. How are you managing that with three NASDAQ?
Yeah, good question. So with 3 NQ, you would have to risk the entire daily loss limit. If you do the math, 67 times 60, which is my mental math isn't good, but
You
it's
don't have to do
somewhere
public
close to your
math
daily
on this
loss
show.
limit.
No, this isn't CNBC. You're fine.
Yeah. So first of all, you have to be okay with hitting the daily loss limit. So if your account's more cushioned, fine, right? It just depends where you're at. And you cannot touch this trade. So when you enter the short, let's say you were entering at the 9 a.m. candle, it fills you. Okay, you just had a resting sell limit at 26,250. Okay, and it gets to 26,260, and it's about to stop you out. 80 to 90% of people will manually close a trade. They're going to say, "Oh, it's almost at my stop." A very disciplined person who believes in the system, their own system, whatever that is, it doesn't even have to be my system, the volume profile edges, it can just be whatever it is. You will not touch it. You will let it fail your thesis, because you have to realize you thought about this. This is something you actually thought about, right? It's when you were putting your thinking cap on, you're like, okay, this is where the stop is, this is where take profit is. It's something you actually made a logical decision about. Everything in between, when the candles are moving up and down on that 1 hour, 9 a.m. candles going up, it's about to stop you out. That's just an emotional reaction. Like, you're literally seeing something now that you're making an emotional decision about. So people will close that short out before it hits their stop. It goes down. Your drawdown's gone for the day, and they re-enter on the low, and then this like tiny little wick on the next 1 hour before it goes down. Like, you're talking like 15 points will get them out from the remaining drawdown, and then they're done, right? So that's happened to me. I'm talking out of experience, because when you make mistakes, that's what you do. So yeah, it's not good.
Okay.
You don't want to do that. You want to stick to your plan.
Perfect. So we have 3 NASDAQ. How are we managing the last 3? Are we moving stops? You're not moving stops. What's like your take profit strategy? Is it like mid and breakout? Is it all in, all out? Are you moving it down? You trailing it?
Discretionary most of the time. I want to say you don't want to take contracts out, and you certainly don't want to trail until you're at least 70% correct. This is an arbitrary number. Through data collection, it works out well. If your theory is, for example, take profit low here, right? 70% would be what, like 970s, right? 25 970s. You're going for 25.88, and you see a fat 1 hour bottom wick. Take profit. That's fine. You're getting close to that like danger zone where you might be like 80 or 70% correct about your theory. You don't want to let it come all the way back. If you're only 80 or 70% correct, it's going to come all the way back, right? And then you're just going to lose that entire expected value. So at least 70%, whatever your theory is, whether it's a 5-point trade, I don't care. 70% is when you want to look to trail. And when you trail, you again have to do it through some kind of system. So what I do is I trail behind liquidity, where, okay, everyone knows everyone's going to put their, oops, I did not mean to click that. Everyone knows everyone's going to put their stops like right at the 1 hour high, right? But if it's truly bearish enough, it shouldn't grab. It shouldn't come up there and get it. It should stay. So I'll just trail there, right? Or the point of control, if it's a very like strong move down, like let's say we got to 25,970 and the point of control is here, I will trail right behind the point of control, because I know that this is where all the longs are probably trapped or whatever. And so if we do a little pullback up, they're most likely gonna, they're gonna probably sell if they're smart, knowing there's more downside pressure, and then it's gonna come down to the prior day low, right? So it shouldn't come above that point of control based off that logic. it's all based off logic and theory. Everything I'm saying, there's a theme to it, and it's all about always having some kind of like theory behind the participation of people involved in the markets. And that's really how you want to
like
trail. Now, in terms of like scaling out, I don't believe in it, and I do it. This is a psychological thing because I think that every trade you've ever scaled out, if you go back, you will notice it eventually goes to your take profit, and you just missed out on a lot of expected value. And if you consistently do this, people don't even realize this. If you consistently do this behavior over time, the future, your future expected value has already shrunk a lot. So it's really bad for your long-term expectancy. Like you don't realize this, but like your 6-month to 12-month you will actually thank you if they could come back in the past that you aren't doing that type
Delayed
of behavior.
gratification. So we were just talking about it.
Yeah.
Gotta have it in trading.
exactly.
So I cannot tell you how much money I have given up, expected value I've given up by going to break even too early. It has to be tens of thousands of dollars at this point, and I still can't break that habit. It is so damaging to your equity curve. So damaging.
It is. It is. When you go back in hindsight, data analysis, you see it, and then you'll still do it because again, we're humans. And I think the best investment somebody could have. I think Lance was actually on your stream a while ago, and he's a great. I think he's an exceptional person to listen to for psychology. And he said something like the psychological coaching is really what I think could help somebody. Like I would invest money into somebody that could like fix that psychology and never let it happen again. But that's like, you're asking, it's like a pipe dream because you have to work on yourself. Nobody can truly control you. You have to be the one to fix that about yourself. And it's tough. It really is tough. I understand. So
really quick,
it's okay to do it once in a while too.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Everyone gets a little weird sometimes. Are you a no-go to trade? Like, what happens if you have a day? It's a gap up day, gap down day. So the in a gap up case, highs and lows of yesterday are both below where we are now. Do you still trade that day, or do you kind of sense what the probability is that you will go back through the high of the day or something from the previous day?
Good question. I will still trade. So gap, are we talking like gap up on settlement at 6 p.m.
Yeah,
Eastern?
well, we've had a few of them recently, or like a Monday often we'll have that too, where you gap above, so you're opening and the price is above both the high and the low of yesterday.
Yeah, good question. So there's a trade that exists for settlement itself. There's a gap and go trade. That is a trade I will take, and I've made a lot of money on in certain market conditions. If you're in a stronger macro uptrend or downtrend, doesn't matter. There's a gap candle. You can immediately enter, often market, and it just won't even fill the gap. Like people will look for the gap fill, it just won't come back. At that 6 p.m. will be the highest or lowest point of the entire day. A lot of people don't know this, but it's a rare occurrence. But when you do have an inclination that's happening, you want to get in, you want to leverage up as much as possible because your risk is going to be super tight. So whatever dollar amount you're okay with losing, just shove it in because that day could be like a huge runner and you can capture this insane amount of delta or expected value with a lot of leverage on the line. And if you're wrong, you'll know fast, is this gap filled down? Okay, you were wrong, right? So I do take those trades sometimes. Not often, though. It just depends on the charts and the situation,
Right. It's a tool in the toolbox that you've developed over experience.
Yeah, exactly.
I have so many more questions. I would love to know what your journaling routine is like and like data collection. We just do not have enough time. Do you have any? We have like 2 minutes left. Any recommendations to traders who are like journaling is stupid?
If you think journaling is stupid, then you must be you must be profitable if you're saying that, right? If you're unprofitable in saying that, then you have to have an open mindset. I think about these things. You got to look at what have you been doing day in and day out, your actions, your behaviors. Are you profitable? The answer is no. Why are you repeating the same thing again and again? That's the definition of insanity. Maybe journaling is the one thing you need to do that will break the cycle of insanity. You don't know because you're unwilling to try because of your own ego, right? You have to drop that ego. If it's a lot of work, right? If it's like, I don't have the time to journal, guys, everyone has things going on. Like everyone's busy. A lot of people trade. They trade while working like 2 jobs or they have families, kids, whatever. you have to find the time. You just have to get a little bit of discipline and organized. Set aside maybe 10 minutes, not even that much, 10 minutes in the evening, right? Instead of watching whatever TV show or sport game, maybe right before that, journal the day. Journal what you think is going to happen tomorrow. Journal how you felt, your emotional mistakes. I think it's going to help you drastically. It helped me a lot. It helped Lance a lot. He's talked about journaling. It's helped a lot of traders a lot. Yeah.
All right, Sewell. Well, we are running up against time, unfortunately, but thanks so much for coming today, man. That was super fascinating.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate you guys having me on. I was really looking forward to this because, I think there's a lot of BS out there. And I like to say what's actually real, try to be a little beacon of truth. So, yeah.
Well, of course, we'd love to have you back some other time. We'll work on that. In fact, Dolby does the booking, so
I do.
sure we can make that arrange.
We can make it happen.
With that, thanks again to Sol. Up next, we got Muhammad. Mo is joining Andre and Dolby for Power Hour. Mo's up 1.6K in his combine today. But will there be, I am just reading verbatim the text, will there be more profits to be made during Power Hour? I say naturally. So thanks again. But seriously, everyone else out there, stick around. Muhammad's great. We'll have a great Power Hour. This is Top Step TV. Let's go.
It's Monday. You know who's going to be here? The man in the middle, Mohammed, to the right. Dolby time. Let's get right
Mo.
into it. Mo, you are up $1,600 in the combine.
Ooh.
Thoughts coming into Power Hour here on Top Step TV. What's up, Mohammed?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Today is a typical Monday, actually, where the sweet of the move happened early on in this morning, and then after all, it's very difficult to find a pattern that you can use unless you have a bias that you are following. The bias for today, actually, it was short until I start seeing those sellers try and fail so many times during the day, in the 5 minutes or even in the 2000 tick chart. But the same time, we are exactly at the middle of the move. You can see the high of day is 6,910. Low of day is almost 6,850. So the middle is at 6,880. So we are above that. So the plan that I have, I would rather be long in this quiet market than being short. I will look for a long opportunity unless we are below 680. If we are at this level, I would look for a low. But having said that, I will not be looking for the highs of the day or the low of the day until it's really broken. So I will be looking to sell this market between 6,900, 6,905, or buying this market between 6,856 and 6,864. So buying low or selling high, or if I get the setup, I might buy up to there or I might sell down to there. So I will make sure that I'm flat from my long up there and flat from my short down there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's go around the
Good
horn.
looking
Let's take a
range
look at some of
trade.
these prices. Yep. Last trade in the NASDAQ, 26,113. We got gold trading 40.21, crude trading $60.96, and the ES trading 68.86. Let's get into it. Dolby time. Do a little NQ breakdown for me with the ranges, and then I'll ask Mo for above below. But Dolby time, let's break down the NQ.
Yeah, we are in a massive Dorito. A massive Dorito.
Spicy
This is
one.
almost like you say spicy Dorito? Is that what you said, Mo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
a spicy Dorito. It is well seasoned, thorough, and very mature. It is a multi-day Dorito pattern starting from October 27th. We have lower highs and higher lows. It becomes even more pronounced on the 4-hour chart. We are thoroughly range bound, and we're almost in like the exact middle of the range of this entire Dorito. So not anticipating a ton of crazy price action. I definitely agree with Mo's sort of breakdown. If we can get up to the highs, it might be a cheap short. If we can get to the lows, it might be a cheap long. I don't see a trade right here, right now, because if you listen to Sol on the last segment, who was fantastic, you know, we're in the chop shop. We're kind of right by point of control. There's not a ton of edge here. It could go either up or down. It's very risky and expensive to place a trade here because the stop has to be so far away to be considered like a break of structure. So I'm with Mo. This is kind of a chill segment. I think Dan Emmons kind of nailed it this morning in chat that the Supreme Court decision could be happening this week. Anytime the response could be coming out. It's on tariffs. The T word, moving markets big time. It could have a dramatic impact on this market. So I think we're chilling because of that. So if you see some good range trades, though, Dre, we'll take them.
All right, well, hit me with the
We have
ranges.
also-
Hit me real quick, Dolby. Hit me
like
with
the
range.
actual?
Give me
Sure.
Yeah, the 1 hour. Give me some prices.
Let's get like so some decent ranges. I think would be like 26,000, let's say 20, up to about 26,265. I think is probably the most appropriate range for the day today, and it's pretty wide. And that's the thing with ranges, right? Is we're on an inside day from yesterday, and yesterday was really volatile, and so even though it was a really wide range, we can just as easily get up and down sort of that price, that range. We've been there before. It's like chutes and ladders. Been there before. Go straight down, right back up again. Easy peasy. all accessible,
Right.
even if it's super far away.
020 downside, 265 upside.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, last trade 26,107. Here in Power Hour, we like to play a game called Above Below. I'm going to ask Mohammed, what will the price be on the close in the NASDAQ? We're going to pull it in the chat. You guys are going to say, will we be above or below that price? Mohammed, what will the price be on the close in the NASDAQ? Last trade 26,100.
I see closing the NASDAQ at 26,118. Almost, 20 points from here.
Okay.
So basically, I expect either a move up and then retrace to this level, or a strong move down and retrace again to the middle. So 26,118.
Nice.
26,118. Pull up there. Last trade 26,100. ES 68.83. Now 84's trade. Quick Delta update right before we got on here in Power Hour. It was ES negative 15,000 and the NQ minus 2,200. Pull is up. I will say.
Noticing sellers are trying and failing now from after making this low in my chart, which marked as number 5. By the way, there is a Wolfie wave pattern here. 1, 2,
show me.
3, 4, 5. Okay, 1. This one. 1, 2, 3. What is 4? And
4 is gone.
There is 4.
Oh,
yeah, this is 4. I forget to mark it. This is 4, and then we have this 5. Now 6 could be up there. So from this low, number 5, the sellers tried here and they failed. They try again and they failed, but the sellers came back. Now, if they failed again, that means they took the stops for the last buyers, and now they're going to the stops for the sellers up there. So if I see a strong green candle above 68.85, that will trigger me long, with a tight stop at 82 maybe, or 83. Depends on where is the low that we are making. If we are making a low right here, so that will be a higher low. So lows and high, that would be a higher low that I want to see the market making right here, not below 82.
83s.
82s, 83s. All right. We are seeing a little bit of wiggle here on the ladder. Still in a tight range. NASDAQ trading 26,107. We got Palantir.
Yeah,
earnings
nothing.
after the bell today.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing yet.
Oh, you are long right now.
I'm waiting for a strong green candle. Yeah, maybe the nice long could be at 87, but maybe at that time there will be a strong momentum for sellers to take the lows below 5. If I buy this, I will buy it at extreme around 68, 58, down there. That's where I will buy it. Otherwise,
58's okay.
I will wait for a momentum higher, if you get my point. So if there is a momentum higher, I will buy it. If not, I will wait for extreme to buy. Okay. Selling this, not yet. Sellers, they don't have control yet.
Okay, 26,100. Yes, tight range indeed. Look at the 5-minute. Upper end, right around overnight. Look, talking about the NASDAQ. Pretty much overnight VWAP, 26,116, and lower end right around 26,000. Call it 090 or so. Oh, yes, please click subscribe. We're closing at 188,000 subscribers. Almost there, if you'd be so kind. Also, click like, thumbs up, and the bell. It is Power Hour. We got Mohammed in the house. I'm looking for the buyers to step in. How do you know if the sellers or buyers have control, Mohammed? What do you look for?
I'm using my moving averages, which determine if we are above the moving averages, we are bullish, we have control for buyers. If we are below, that means we have control of sellers. But it's not that quite easy. We need to know when did they take control, at which candle actually. So, for example, at this from this low, buyers took control exactly at this price, 68.64. Whenever there is intersection between the moving average and the smoothing line. So now we say at this time that buyers have control. So we buy every retracement, we buy the pullback, we keep buying until we see the sellers took control when intersection there. So they confirm it here. So now we sell every touch for the moving average until now we see the buyers take control. At this point, they took control, but they didn't confirm it because you can see this high is never taken. So they took control and they said, "Oh no, not yet. We are fighting here with the buyers and a fight between buyers and seller at this range that we are in." But the last group who took control was the buyers. Let's see now if the sellers could make the intersection here. We will say sellers took control. Now we need to see a confirmation to break the recent low that they were making. So now we have a small intersection here, but it is not confirmed yet. We need to see this low getting broken down.
Mohammed, what are the prices? What are the prices? You say here
down at 6881. So they made the low here, the sellers, and they say, okay, we take the control. Now to confirm it, we need to see that low, 6881, being broken again. There is also, I can preempt this move, and they say, okay, they took control. If they show a strong red candle, that is my confirmation. I will take that one. But as we can see, the intersection never happened yet. It's never happened.
No, it hasn't, Mo. No, it has not. Just take a look at the ladder. We got a 500 lot on the bid in the ES, 68.75, about 10 points lower. Oh, now it's a 1,500 lot.
Oh, hello.
Wow.
1,500 lot bid, 68.75, about 10 points lower right now. See if we want to go get that. It was 500 when we started Power Hour. It is now up to 1,500. And there is a 900 lot behind that or underneath it at 68.74. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And this range is so good. This is so well defined. I don't know if it's a good trade. It's in this chop soup right now, but 81s to 88s in the ES. I mean, the happy range trade right there. Not a lot of points though.
Mm-hmm.
Poll. We can close the poll. Is 56% saying below. 57% are saying below. Price of 26,118.
I mean, this is enticing to take along, Andre.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we see these lows before at 68.82. These lows, the price goes just below it and move up, which will create the inverted head and shoulder here. So that might take us to the highs to 68.94, but that is conditioned to be above 68.85 to be confirmed. I will wait.
Even with all that size down there, Mo.
I know.
You think that's
what?
1,500 at 75? 1,500 at 75.
I mean, chasing these orders took me nowhere, to be honest. I mean, that means anything. Could be some sellers are taking profit there. Could be a new buyers are placing orders. Different. If it is sellers taking profit,
they're flashing it for a reason. And I mean, they may pull it. You see that a lot. They get pulled, but we got 43 minutes. You got the countdown clock, lower right-hand corner. 43 minutes till the closing bell. 33 minutes till MOC, market on close. So they're flashing that in there for a reason. Again, it's about 8 points beneath, now 9 points beneath us, right? In the ES, NASDAQ did take a peek beneath 26,100. Down to the 95s, right back into 26,104 Dolby time. We are in a range right now. Take a look at
the range of all ranges right here.
This is 10-year yield
range.
4.11%.
I will wait for a clear breakout above 85 in ES. and a retest, and they will buy it for a retracement. And just buying here is just chopping for buyers. Maybe they will hunt stops up there and stops down there.
Right back up to 26,110. And ES 68.85.
If we like the 15-minute range, there could be some good shorts coming up.
What do you got for
87s,
price? 87?
87s, and 81s. That's kind of, it's like a 6-point range in the MES right now.
See that?
Yeah, I will take it at 90. I will take a short. I will short it at 90.
90? Oh, nice.
90. 68, 90. So it will be cheaper shorts.
I mean, yeah.
87s. Okay, Mo likes up at 90. Mo, are you being stingy with that 68.90 price?
The market is stingy. The market is not moving.
Oh, hey, I'm just I know. I'm just saying, Mo. I'm messing
Yeah,
with you.
the market is
We got
stingy. You need
gold.
to be
Gold is
stingier.
grinding higher right now, 40.24. Crude oil. Stuck at $61 even right now. 50-50 on the tilt across the board. Got 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Maybe we get some. This might pick up a little bit. Okay. Dolby time, he likes the shorts up at 90. 68.90.
90? Yeah.
I see the 87s, Dolby. I see that. Show it on your chart if you can. The 15-minute
Yeah.
range.
It's the 15-minute. It's just
No,
a lot of wicks
it's
right up at the
becoming-
87s.
It's becoming too late now after this shift in time. Usually it should be 10 p.m. here. Now it is 11 p.m. So you have to stay later now for this time change.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
for
it was
hanging
nice
with
getting
us.
up and seeing the sun, though. I gotta say, it was.
It's dark early now, yes.
I know, but I
hear
need
ya.
that sun in the morning. I need the sun in the morning.
Fair enough. Only thing really moving right now is kind of gold grinding higher right now, 40.24. 68.80. Pretty much where we're at. I'll get a Delta update. Oh, over a market crash in the chat. No, we'll see. Markets are locked in right now. Yeah, those
markets
that
are locked
1500
in.
lots. Yep, that 1500 lots still down there. 68.75. And there's a 850 lot. 1 point beneath it. 68.74. Mohammed, we're in a holding pattern right now. Calling the market stingy. I love it.
Dre, what would you lean? With those orders down there, do you think the caveman trade's in effect? Find a way to get short, see if those get filled?
Good question. Yes, I think we gravitate towards it. Yeah.
All right. We'll see if we can get shorts then. 88s,
Maybe we
89s.
Maybe we should
and
buy
90s.
with them. They
Maybe
are big
down
enough,
there,
so
yeah.
let's buy
Yeah,
with
if we
them.
get down there. All right, we got offers in.
So they
87s,
are at
90s.
68.
All right,
87s to 90s. 3 MES.
75. That's very low there. Yeah. Yeah,
88s,
I might be
87,
short.
Range trade.
At that
87,
time, I
80,
might be short. 68, 75. It's down there. At that point, it will be clear for me that sellers have control. So I might sell with them and until then, So, but it's so far from here with this slow movement. I mean, I will just ignore them.
We got lower highs at highs too. I mean, the shorts. There's
Dolby
a play
time.
for shorts. It's got a gap.
Oh,
What up?
what will the scary trade be right now? The scariest trade.
Ooh, that's a great question. What is the scariest trade?
Any trade.
Being flat.
I know.
Really?
I don't
You
actually
are scared that
know.
the market will move without you.
I don't actually know what the scariest trade is right now. Maybe that's a sign.
Higher.
Maybe that's
Yeah.
a sign. There is no scary trade. Probably just being either long or short right here, right now. is probably the scariest trade because they're just at point of control.
So being
anything
flat
in the
is the
80s.
scary trade. So it is the best trade that you have. Stay flat. It's difficult to stay flat.
Very much can be. Gold did
Because
pop
we
ever
know
so slightly.
for a fact the
2025.
market will move. The market will move either up or down from here. We know that. And we want to be part of that move.
Love a good range. Love a good range. Always some
Though
opportunity.
we're working 3 MES starting at what, 87, 88?
No, 88, 89, 90.
Gotcha.
So looking to maybe scoop out some longs on a stop run. Or some shorts on a stop run. Above that 15-minute range high.
Everyone's got to see. Asking, how do you see that? How do you see those 1,500 lots, that 800 lot down there below in the ES? Get that level 2 data. Top step X. You can see those big size orders. Just keep in the back of your mind.
We could also consider longs too. And just do like a full-blown bracket on this whole thing. But I think I would probably want them down closer to that that size though. Like maybe between like 76 and 74. I think that's about where. Yep, that's exactly where they're at.
And Q 26,101. See if they want to push it lower beneath the 100s. We took a peek down there. Buyers did step back in, but right now, a bit of a holding pattern. 6 minutes till the bottom of the hour. We're going to Palantir earnings after the bell. Make sure to stay tuned to At the Buzzer, wall-to-wall coverage. All the earnings.
All right, we'll get bids in.
Okay.
Down by that size. So we'll bid 3 micros between 73 and 75. Now there looks like there's orders everywhere. So we'll see. Play this range.
And
we're trading the
just
MES.
beneath, yes, we are. And Q trade 26,096. You'll hold it. Hold it beneath the 26,100s.
Very slow.
Keep accelerating.
Is there anything coming up?
Nope. Negative.
Right.
We're going to gravitate towards that 1,500 lot.
Wow. Oh, man. There is nothing going on tomorrow.
Bowman? Good question. What will the focus of the markets be on this week?
Wow. I mean, tomorrow could be brutally range bound with no news. Just ECB speakers and Bowman. That's not going to be moving the market. We'll see what happens.
From the president, either.
Oh, those 81 still held. If you're into 1 point trades,
look at this. This power hour is sour hour. What else can we call this, chat? Nap hour. I mean, we are not.
Nap hour.
There's Palantir. What else we got? We have Uber before the bell tomorrow. Shopify and Spotify. It could be. Oh boy. Oh man.
Are there any companies that share a suffix like Spotify and Shopify do?
Expensify.
It just seems so weird. Like
So
no other name.
All right. Well, we're gonna. We do have the ADP this week. Again, we are in government shutdown day. I don't know, 30 something. Looks like we're not gonna get a non-farm in this week, but what we might have. Okay, let's just bring this clip in. I don't know how to segue this thing. We got.
Let's see how it goes.
Daily steps. Absolutely. 10,000 daily steps is technically the goal. So good for the brain. I don't know how. Just bring it in. Hopefully this brings some volatility to the market.
Walking on a daily basis isn't just good for your body, it may also help your mind. A new study says increasing the number of steps taken daily may slow cognitive decline in older adults who already have signs of early Alzheimer's disease. The study lead author says physical activities like walking could slow the buildup of the protein usually linked to memory loss. Those who had at least 3,000 steps per day seemed to delay cognitive decline by about 3 years. That rose to 7 years for people who did at least 5,000 daily steps. The findings are based on just under 300 people over the age of 50. But experts say actions that are good for the heart, including walking, have repeatedly shown to also be good for the brain. The observational study was published Monday in the Nature Medicine Journal.
Well, food for thought there. Little food. Anne-Marie, movement is medicine. Thank you, Anne-Marie.
Use her to lose it.
Yep.
Looking for a buy.
Okay.
Stop buy limit at 68.84 and quarter. I need to make sure that I'm buying above the moving average. So I'm buying, expecting that they are protecting this low, and my stop will be below, just below this low. So I'm having almost 3 or maybe less. That's I'm in at 68.84 and quarter with only stop of 3.25 points. Looking for those. Looking for the 90s. 68.90.
Nailed it.
So I'm risking 3 points. Looking for 6 points. Almost 2-1 risk to reward.
Delta's still the same. Delta's still the same as when Power Hour started. Minus 15,000, negative 15,000 ES, and negative 2,000 in the NQ. Bottom of the hour in less than a minute. We'll pop in the NQ.
It's been a Power Hour.
It's been a sour hour. I saw that.
Remember when we used to start on time 10 minutes late?
Yeah.
It was called Power 50. That was
Power
funny.
50, right?
Yeah. I remember those days. And then chat would get mad. I was like this morning. Chat, you in a good mood today? Hope you're trading well. It's a Monday. Excited it's Monday? It was fun having Saul on. Saul crushed it.
That was excellent. That was fantastic. Yeah. Very sharp.
Hey, trade a day keeps the doctor away. Just, don't overmanage those trades. Not overmanage those trades.
Well, where's your risk on this?
81. So still in. Getting some heat here.
A little bit.
The only thing that I see in this trade is the heat.
Uh-oh. Getting hot in that kitchen.
Yeah. 68.82 last trade ES. And NASDAQ 26,096. Gold trading 40.23. 40.23. Little down tick in 10-year price. Again, 10-year price goes lower.
I'm flat.
Yields flat.
I'm flat.
Okay.
That red candle is just telling me that, hey man, you're wrong.
Getting a little bit heavy.
You're wrong.
All right. Lower end of the range here in the NQ. About the 5-minute, of course.
That 50. That's still there, Trey.
Yes,
this is the most exciting thing right now is seeing if this 1,500 lot gets filled at 75 right now.
68.80 last trade. 5 points lower. Is that 1,500 lot? It's on the bid. 68.75. And right beneath that, we have an 850 lot. Both on the bid.
This is like the trading version of the Dunkin' Donut race. Are we going to get this thing or not? Are we betting on it? Cuppy coffee? Cuppy coffee solid.
Dunkin' Donut, yep.
68.72 is a very important level. 68.72.
Why is that?
This is the low of the opening range. 30-minute opening range. That was the low. And we can see when the market sweep below it, market stayed there for quite some time until they break out from them. So they might test it and continue the move higher. If they break it, that means all what we have seen is just sellers adding to their position from that high. From the high of the day, 6909. So my story that there are strong sellers, took some profit, and then they load again in order to visit that low one more time. If we break 6872, that confirms this idea.
Oh, all right, about 8 points lower. Maybe another push lower here in the NQ. 26,090. Into the 80s. Buy a tick.
Come on down.
Come on down is right. Are we working bids?
Oh yeah, we're working
got it.
75. We're
Where?
trying to get filled with these.
Oh, right on.
People. 75 to 73. Yeah, this whole little pocket of volume down there. Let's see if we can play. There's some good levels down there. I mean, if from the 4-hour chart, a lot of support kind of came in on the 4-hour down there. 1 hour is kind of the same. 30-minute had a little bit of consolidation around that price. So I think there's a good chance you get down there. That'd be a good stop run for the market.
You're buying with the big guys. You are buying with the big guys down there.
Yeah, and then in the MES, things are serious.
Yeah.
And Q.
Let's just see if they want to run range and get back to the middle.
Closing in on that 15-hour line. We've got about 4 points to go. Last trade 68.79. NASDAQ grinding lower ever so slightly. 26,084.
I want to pull the shorts because we're probably not getting filled on those. We can always put them back on again.
Will we get filled? Will we get filled on that 15-hour lot? They
Come on
are
down.
playing the ranges. They are definitely playing the ranges here. 15 minutes till MOC.
Yeah, I mean, might not get filled on this. You just got to kind of put those orders out there. Ooh, Dharmesh, because this is a OCO order, so the dashed lines are not in the market. Only the solid line would be on the bid. Those are just potential orders because it's an OCO.
All right, closing in on that 15-hour lot. 3.5 points to go. Please fill that thing because it makes something exciting. 68.78 last trade. ES closing in. 3 points to go. NASDAQ closing in on 26,000. Oh, wait.
Show us something.
Now into the 079.
What an exit.
Did it get filled? They pulled it? No. Okay.
Oh, they reduced the size.
It went from 1,500 to 500 now.
Yeah, pussies.
It's still there, though.
Nice. Get him, Mo.
They moved the orders.
Get him.
Pulled this. All right. 68.70.
Pulled it.
68.75 on 500.
Weak.
Yep. At least we gravitated towards it. Something. What's the NQ? NQ's 26,079. Just
stingy pussies, you know.
Hello.
Oh my goodness. Mo.
My God.
Mo's feeling it.
I love you, Mo. Oh, that's the cough matter. Mo's a little bit under the weather. Amazing. 26,078. Come on, Mo. Let's see if we can sell this thing down.
Come
What was
on.
your price? 26,118.
Giving Manfred a run for his money. Let's go, Mo.
Just ask about
Half
Manfred.
a chat, just as a spit take.
Yep.
That's right.
Like that.
Welcome to Power Hour, chat.
65 on 900. Click subscriber. Closing in on 188,000 subscribers. Can we get there by the end of Power Hour? At least that 600 lot's still there.
It is really
55. You're not filled.
No.
Nope. Mo.
500. It's not nearly as much size.
1,000 lots
cute.
down to
That's
68.65.
Oh, I moved it down there. That was a fun game. Oh, got real close to getting filled. Did not get filled. We had 75.
Split second.
Yeah, bummer.
Rocket ship where? Where is the rocket ship?
Yeah, what market?
Oh,
It would have been a nice range trade. We'd gotten filled.
Yep.
We were damn close. Nice price action too. Buyers came right back in again. You're already up like 4 points off the rip. Having a great trade. Anne Marie, very heavy short cumulative delta. Looking for some kind of unwind. Unwind would be great for bulls. Wouldn't be great for us because we want to get long. So maybe they can pull it back down again, and then we can start unwinding.
Yeah, what's that delta? Maybe short cumulative delta in the ES. I did see someone say, oh, my 1700 or 17,000, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
There's no follow through. Nothing on the tilt. 4022. Let's trade in gold. It looked like they didn't want to take it higher. They did up to 4025. Sellers came back in and 4022. MOC. Yep. 11 minutes. Right back. Who got long in there?
MOC would be great. Probably not expecting a lot. Is NASDAQ doing anything?
Yeah.
Nope, not
Still
really.
into the 70s. 26,086.
Kind of stair stepping low, but that's on a 1 minute, so that doesn't really mean a ton. And it's on a slower market too. Ooh, the 1K is at 68.65.
Yeah.
That's really far away.
How about this market? Wow. Monday trade, no numbers, and right back into range in the N2, 26,094. Did anyone get long down there? It looked like we may want to go. Anyone get long? Good on you.
Now I
Still
don't want to see
trading?
this low again.
Mhm.
If I'm long,
No.
I don't want to see this low again. So if we visit this low one more time, I think that will be short breakout downside. Because we have visited this level 1, 2, 3, almost 4 times now. So maybe the next one will be risky.
Hey Mo, what did you what see you're up 1,600 in your combine. What trades did you take? How did you
Yeah, no kidding.
1,500? How'd you carve out $1,500 on this market? Very choppy. No
I
real
just bought it
trend.
from the low of the opening range in here and took some profit up there. That's it.
What price, Mohammed? Mohammed, you know.
68.72 almost. That was my entry long. And it was actually 3 of I hold on them until 68.87 and I exited before the show at stop move 68.88.
Well, I got a little headline here for
was
you,
the move.
Mohammed. Mohammed's joining us from Riyadh, of course. Headline from White House official. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman will be at the White House on November 18th for official working visit.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
He gets around. Trump is getting around.
Take care of him.
For anything.
Take care of
Right
him,
back in
guys.
Yep. 26,104 now trades, man. Man, oh man.
This is the range. Tomorrow should be really interesting though. That's like our big no news days. So unless Trump is spouting off tweets, it could be pretty chill. So maybe big move off the open into like a inverse V bounce or whatever the opposite direction is of the open into range trading all day.
I would love to take this short, but I hate to be the first seller. So as you can see, this move down, they made a new low. I wait for the sellers to try. That will be their first try after this low. I hate to go short at the first try. I will wait for the second one.
There could be some resistance coming in here.
You
So wants
see
to range under
lower,
range.
lower highs?
Could be. This could be the set of lower highs. We had a high at the 93s, a little bit of support at 87s, turned into resistance. And then we had 80s active support for a bit. Now maybe turned into resistance. So if you just look at the chart from like 12 o'clock.
This is enticing short, guys. Very nice signal. This is the textbook
did you
of
see,
my A
Mohammed?
plus trade.
Really?
I see the
A plus
price
seven.
move all moving averages and then just gave a very strong red candle. The one that you want to see. Just closed at the low of it. So, but it is the first try. I will put a limit stop sell order. Only one. At 68.80. Short. If it triggered, I will be short with a stop at 68.83.50.
Okay.
Alrighty. 350s.
Mo, for your trades, about what percentage of them are stop orders to get in, and how many are just market or limit orders?
If it is momentum trade, it is a stop order. But as a percentage, 50-50. It depends. If I'm buying extreme, it is a limit order, similar to what you do. But if it is a momentum trade, like this strong red candle, you want to see this momentum continue. You don't want to see retracement. So that is stop market sell. So I'm not in yet. I'm not triggered.
Yeah.
I will be
Mo, what are
only
your
triggered
EMAs?
below.
Short change DGen in chat has a question. What are your EMAs?
Yeah, that's 21 EMA. The middle one, the orange one, is the close of the candles. The two gray, the higher one and the lower one, is marked for the high and the low. And the blue one is the smoothing line of the EMA. So you just click on smoothing line here, EMA 21, and the style, make sure that you check this on.
Nice.
Mo is still not in yet.
Not in, no, of course. It's a momentum trade. I need to see a movement to my direction. That's not happening.
Movement. Emphasis on movement. Keyword movement. Right now, all right, if you do get in, Mohammed, please let us know, as you will. With that being said, take a look at our live funded leaders. We took a look at it in fast markets. Look at this. Christina still up 13. Well done. Manuel up almost 11. Andrew D up $10,500. And I'm happy to report my prop house account trader, Michael, is up $7,100. $7,100 today. Carving it out. How did he do it? Yeah. Where was that? Always find opportunity. Well done, Michael. You come on tomorrow, Michael. Talk about how you saw that opportunity, where it was.
Oh, it's gotta be the short side, right, Trey? It's gotta be the short side.
I don't think so. He's a bear.
Well, back up to the exact middle of this range.
At this, NQ didn't make lower low, but ES they did. You can see this is the NQ. That was the low, and the market go back. They protected the stops below this one. But if we see ES, that low is the same low. Markets take the stops below, which is a trap now for sellers, which is good for buyers.
Yeah, let's see if they can move here. They got to get through these 84s, though.
They got to get through something. Dolby time. Market on close, 3.5 minutes.
Thank goodness.
Well, we see some volatility.
Okay,
Little pop in 10-year prices. Yields going
They are
down.
showing the same signal again.
Yes, they are.
Second try, which I wanted. That is the second try for sellers.
Come on down. Let's go, MOC. MOC, you're our only hope.
Yes. What a power hour.
It was an hour. This is
Okay.
this is like
I'm short, not filled. I'm filled. I'm short.
Okay, there we go. Here we go.
About 68.80. 68.80. Now they give the same signal at the second try, which is even better. Stop at 68.83.50. TP will be the low here. Oh, you know what? Just take it at 68.75. Okay, 75.
Fives, all right. Short from 80 for 68.75. Starting to
It
pick
might
up a little bit.
I think it will break even lower.
Let's go, Mo. Mo getting involved.
Yes, that 500 lot still there. 68.75 bid 500 times. Running a little bit lower here. NASDAQ
1,000 still sitting
26,000.
there at 65s.
Yep. Still 50-50. Even the NASDAQ. This morning during fast markets, NASDAQ, ES didn't really have the volatility that crude and gold did. Crude, yes. The green bars, crude. Anything all the way up to $61.47. A little push lower here in. And
Come on, give us something, market.
Might be getting something here, Mo.
Fill my profit and fill Dolby orders. Come on.
There you go.
Yeah, let's go.
What a power hour.
It's like one of those football games that's like 6-3.
Uh-huh.
No one
You have order at 75, Dolby?
75 to 73.
Okay. So I will be
Let's
out
go.
at 75 and you take my place.
Oh, that'd be amazing, Mo.
Yeah.
Swap.
68,
Position
77,
swap.
now 76.
No, actually, it's not. I buy and you buy also.
It's true. I will buy your cover. Come
No.
on down. 75s? You gonna sell me one?
Close. 30 seconds till MOC.
We're pretty stingy.
I mean, in this
We're
market.
over at House Account Inc.
This market
Yeah.
is stingy.
My stop at,
What is this?
My stop at point of entry. I will not be stingy. I will be stingy, actually.
Ooh, 10 seconds. Here we go. MOC. Come on.
Yep, here we go. It's going to go
Not
ES.
I'm not losing
ES
in
and
this
Q,
one.
and then the YM. Buckle up.
Just
see what this
flash
number
down and
is.
bid up.
MOC
Please.
and this low.
Oh boy, sell side light sell side ES 600 mil, NASDAQ 200 mil sell side, and Dow 200 mil buy side. Those numbers can and will grow though.
It's nothing.
You get the fill yet?
Yeah, you know what? I'm out. I'm out. I took my profit. More than
Yeah,
1
out.
to 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice job, Mo.
MOC did nothing. If they didn't break that low at MOC, I mean, what they're waiting for?
Ooh.
Getting close. Sorry, 26,000. Oh, 76.
Come on. It's just
Again, light sell
good
side
location.
MOC. Light sell side MOC. Number can will grow. Please grow somehow, some way. Can't spell MOC without Mo. Can't spell Monday without Mo. Can't spell money without
That's true.
Mo. I mean,
There's a lot of things you can't spell.
Yeah, there's
Without
a lot of questions
MO.
here. Why you are trading? You're already above 1,500. You're already above 1,500. Guys, I'm not trading for profit. I'm trading for the setup. All right? And having more than one, okay, I have my daily at 1,800. So if I'm at 1,800, 1,500, I'm not scared that I will not be able to make a little bit more than the target. I mean, I'm not worried about that. Even if I require to make $2 more $100, that's fine with me. I'm not shooting for 3,000 or 6,000. No, I'm just little different than a little above the daily target is fine. I mean, it's manageable. I can make more 200 for my target. And also for the show, I see a setup, I took it. That's it.
Yeah, it's good. It's good practice. Well worth it.
But at the same time, you can see here, I will liquidate if I get below 1,300.
Oh,
It's
nice.
already there. Don't worry about me.
You tell them, Mo. You tell them. Let's take a look at MOC. Anything change? Anything change that MOC was light sell side? It has flipped light buy side in the NQ, now 300 mil buy side.
What about
Light
ES?
buy side ES.
Ooh,
Now sell side.
do we just
60
get long
million.
right here, right now?
I
Tilt
mean-
is short, 58%. What's the delta? Is the delta unwind a little bit?
It grew to a little bit deeper than negative. ES.
It grew.
Minus
Okay.
18,400. I mean, sellers are coming in with market orders hitting the bid. It's grown. When Power Hour started, we were around minus 15,000, now up to minus 18,000. Can't get the follow through, though. We'll see flip flopping.
We were 2 ticks from getting filled on one of those.
Yeah.
2 ticks.
Really?
Is the best. Yeah, Mohammed. Market is being stingy.
I should wait.
Like you said.
I should wait for for the exit. If I waited for my target, I will never be filled. So that was 3 ticks.
Oh.
Well,
got
not
some
yet.
Information.
Still 7 minutes
Overtime.
left, Mo.
Sol?
Theoretically.
Sol was on with Power Player, was on with just before Power Hour. Very happy to announce that we're going to run that kind of the shoulder tap when we got to meet him for the first time. It's going to come right after the stream. So stay tuned.
Oh,
after James does the
cool.
outro. We're going to go right into that. So where'd he come from? How did we find him? Well, this hell of a trading card.
Oh, I love that.
Awesome
Yeah, he is
segment.
a
more from Sol.
I'm not going to share all of his stats, but he's a very successful trader at Topstep. He's doing quite well. So next time he's on, definitely worth listening to. He has some very good advice. Has the payouts to show it.
Yes, Palantir earnings after the bell. Let's see what happens here in 30 seconds, 5 minutes before the close. Maybe another injection of liquidity. MOC, whole lot of nothing. 68.81 last trade in the ES. 26,094 in the NASDAQ. Gold little pop 40.23. Stop it, chat.
Isn't like their entire revenue stream just government contracts? Do they do?
Yeah,
like B2B
security.
So don't we already kind of know what their earnings are going to be? We just don't know what their costs are.
I don't know if there's earnings call for that, but yeah, they seem to they're plugged in. Let's put it that way.
Yes, they are.
We got Uber earnings before the bell tomorrow. We got 4.5 minutes till the closing bell. Mohammed, you're cutting up with us. 68.81.
Oh, you made the
Mohammed.
best.
Yep,
Made the best
sure
of this
did.
day.
Yep.
What a wow.
Yeah, I took a long,
Yep.
I think at the beginning, and I exit immediately. No, I exit quickly. Where was my long? I forgot. Remember, I took a long. Yeah, it was there. Yeah, I took a long. I exited here, and then waited for the market. I took a short, took my profit. I mean, I cannot do any better.
Don't, Mohammed.
Squeezing the market.
Yes.
There's no juice.
There's no juice, so it ain't worth the squeeze, Mohammed. It ain't worth the squeeze, my friend. No, nothing's happening. 26,091. Same prices. 40.24 in the even crude stuck at $61. $61.04. How close did we get to that fill, Dolby time?
2 ticks. Timmy 2 ticks. Missed it. Game of ticks, Dre.
Yes, it
Game of ticks.
is. I'm still in this long.
The market
sun
is
hell.
going to where we start this all. We start at 68.
What'd you say, 118?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And where are we in NQ?
We're flattening all of our trades.
097. 197.
20 points
Yeah, we're looking
in 4 minutes.
Yeah, why not? We're all planning for above below now. That's the most exciting thing. That's
It's
currently
pretty much all we got. We have 3 minutes. 3 minutes remaining. Again, we will be running that clip from shoulder tap. That's cool. That
No, I have
was
a question for you.
fantastic.
This is a non sequitur. Did you have Halloween over there? Do you celebrate that? What happens?
Not officially, actually. There's some guys are partying there. I don't. But yeah, there is some, young people that are coming from the US. They have this culture, We have non-Saudis as well. They have their own parties. But not in public, not something that we wait for or something.
Got it. It's not like a cultural phenomenon over there like it is here.
Yeah. But with the Filipinos and, the workers here, and they are, they have this culture and they do it.
Yeah. We had a good time. Trey, what'd you do? Anything exciting?
Yeah, I'll tell you about it off air. 68.81 last trade.
What you have done, man?
Nice. 26. And will we close at 26,118? That was most price. What do we say? 58% said below. I do believe this power hour is not. We're just warming up. We're just warming up for the rest of the week. Dakota asked a good question. What will the focus of the markets be on this week? Government shutdown? I mean, when is that going to?
Tariffs.
Tariffs, Supreme Court, that could come out anytime?
Anytime, Dre. Talk about
Power hour would have been nice.
We gotta get ready for that. We probably have to have like a YouTube stream open off the side or somewhere. Whenever that ends up coming out, that could be huge. Wonder if Reuters has anything. I don't know.
40.22 in the. All right, we're picking up here. 68.82 last trade in the ES. See the size coming on the ladder. Typically, you'll see some big size. The 500 lot was not filled. The 1500 lot was not filled. Anything in the NASDAQ? Shame on you, market. Market did not give.
You're 18 points away from Mo landing this above below, but we are right at point of control.
The best trade was no trade, actually.
That was the scariest trade. That was the best trade. That was all of it. All right, 68. Again, we're going to be running that clip right after James' outro. So that was fantastic stuff. 68.80 last trade in the ES. When we get to 26,118, and boom. Come on, pop it up there. Mohammed, things were jumping on. Feel better. Get some rest.
110 maybe.
Okay, here it is. I give it a win. That was.
Oh, you got close. You got close.
Wow. All right. Now we got those earnings coming out after the bell. Well done. Scariest trade was no trade. That was a trade. Anyways, slow start to the week, but we're going to pick this thing up. Enjoy it while it lasts. So that being said, I'll throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here into the clip and then the buzzer.
You got it, Andre. Thank you to everybody watching. Thank you, Andre, Dolby, Mohammed. Thank you to all of you out there for joining us for another wonderful day of Topstep TV. Whether you've been here since 7 in the morning or you're just tuning in now for At the Buzzer, we appreciate you watching Topstep TV. We wouldn't be here without you, so we're grateful for your views. Now, as Andre said, stay tuned, because right after this, we're going to premiere the episode of Shoulder Tap featuring Jack and Ben discussing Sol from today's earlier segment. He was on the 1 p.m. segment Power Players. He wowed our chat, and if you have not heard of Sol before, stay tuned. Take a look at his trading card and hear what Jack and Ben have to say about his trading, and then you'll see why he's one of Topstep's rising stars. Then, as soon as that video is over, it's going to feed right into At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. So lucky you, you don't even need to do anything. You just need to sit back, relax, check out Shoulder Tap. The stream's going to move from Shoulder Tap to At the Buzzer. And At the Buzzer is where you're going to see Coach Jay and Coach Paul break down all the action from today's trading session and get you ready for that 5 p.m. reopen. Once the market does reopen, come right back here at 7:30 p.m. Central Time for Slow Markets with Dakota. Then stay tuned, 1:30 a.m. Central Time tomorrow morning. Aaron Trades will be back with London Open. And then, of course, Deanna's Euro Trade is at 3:30 a.m. shortly after that. That's all before we're back with a brand new episode of Topstep TV tomorrow morning at 7:15 a.m. So we'll see you there. But until then, I've been James Harden. You're the chat. Stay tuned for Sol's Shoulder Tap coming up right now. We'll see you tomorrow. Let's go.